referral. Yeah, we can't put down a lot of money. Like, it has to be a nominal amount.
$50. It's $50.
No, I don't know which organization you're with, but here it's $50. That's just for services rendered for propaganda. We're talking about becoming a Jew. So
shit has worked, Isa.
So what I'm talking about is the referral fee that I get from a certain denomination for lining you up. So if you happen to end up with that shul, I'll get $50.
Brother, I want to convert. I am glad Israel won the war, and I'm from America, from Wisconsin, and we are in solidarity with you guys. You guys.
With you guys.
You are good people. I like you guys. Go ahead and please.
With you people.
Where's your origin country?
My origin country, brother, is from Egypt, but I'm a Christian. I want to convert to Judaism because the Christians is a lie.
Wow, that's a lot to process.
Oh my God.
Your family left Egypt, and they were Coptic?
Yes.
Do you go back at all, or?
I want to go back to غصة حدانا غزاوي فلسطيني بالنعمة.
Oh, so you're happy that Hamas is getting uprooted and that Gaza will be cleaned up?
Of course.
I see.
Because I want you guys to go to hell, because you guys deserve hell.
Wait, which guys?
Whoa.
You want us?
You, yes.
Okay.
You.
Wait, I'm really confused now. Are you with the Jews to go to hell?
He just said you were son of a voice.
I tricked you.
Oh my God.
Like, I literally could hear by the voice from his first syllable who he is. I either have a radar, as long as, like, didn't matter what he said, it was so
don't remember
so obvious. You guys are so obvious.
Wait, you guys don't remember this kelp?
Isa, they don't remember.
They don't remember this kelp from Mira?
I do remember. Oh my God. This is the reason why I don't give a mod to everyone.
I know.
This listener is the guy that doesn't listen, and he's but we've been hanging out with him.
Yeah, I know.
There's a 94% chance he was lying.
Listen, I have a customer. I will be.
He listens to adults and talks to little girls.
Two for one hookah.
Cyanide hookah.
There's no way he was a Coptic.
We have a sale of goats. We are selling them at 2 for 1. Are you interested?
Do you want to make Dinky listener?
He's on the phone. I'll be right back.
He's offering donkeys and goats for Dinky.
Don't forget to really get the charcoal nice and hot for him, listener.
Remember, Muhammad didn't wash afterwards.
Oh, well, Edmund is, shot. Edmund is streaming Buttercup's room. It's called Buttercup Zionism. His room.
She believes Zionism needs to be remodeled.
I actually agree with you.
She needs to be remodeled.
Wait, what?
I've seen a picture of her. She does need to be remodeled.
Really?
Isa, I think when Muhammad got done goat, he reached down, grabbed it, pulled it all the way out tip, and then he licked his hand afterwards.
Jeff, you seen a picture of her and she looks like she's remodeled? She has a cute voice. I thought she was good looking.
Well, it's compensating for other things. But let's fast forward to the part when she just joined ISIS. Instead of like spending all this time with her.
Hey, does it better have a room right now? What?
Yeah, I don't see it.
Oh, don't tell Sam. He'll run off. Ooh, butter chip.
Wait, which Sam?
That's Sam.
Ooh.
I don't see a buttercup room.
Are you talking about me, Sam?
Yeah.
No. I don't think so.
That's a buttercup?
I find the room's interesting, but
Jeff, you said
He is not by volume, right? And inaccuracy is not by volume.
No, bro, you said dry goods use the same.
Accuracy is not by
Out
volume.
your fucking mouth.
I think I know what I said, and I think I'm the expert on what I said. I think I know a little bit better than you.
They are not the same.
So tell me what brand
Why do we have to go down this rabbit hole?
Which
If I
company
was
is
right the
Lunchables?
whole
How do I get a
time?
hold of the
Then you got
Lunchables?
Eric booty shaking with a
How do I get a hold of the
Karen
Lunchables
mask on,
company?
and your ass is over here
How do
clapping.
I get a hold of the Lunchables company? How do I call them?
Look, now you're going. I'm
Yeah, you're dumb. You're dumb. Look,
You see how
these agreements are circumstantial, right? And from brand to brand, the ingredients are always going to be the same. In some circumstances, they may be different. In some circumstances, they may be the same. Even in some cases, these bulk buys of these white labeled store brands are actually QC refusals of other products that didn't quite make it to the same cut.
People do, and he's right. It's worse, bro.
Yeah, don't let them guess like you can. And this is what concrete was like. What? It's the same. What?
yeah, it is the same.
What?
It is.
Hold on.
There you go. Your hat has your job. Just like that. Magic. So, with that precursor, who am I not? Welcome to the room. Larry. Mosh, Sean, Fatima, John.
We would Eric, and you know that we would start it from an economic standpoint.
I put a dozen examples in the chat, which is linked above, which you are encouraged to join to watch the fireworks or participate. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on Facebook Messenger. It's there for you. Glistening Outlook, I love that nickname. Stunny, at precisely the top of the hour to talk about this very important issue of whether the president is serious about serving another term and whether he can. I'm going to expand this beyond what everybody thinks is so obvious. So welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. Today's topic is, does Trump really want another term, and can Trump really get another term? See how I managed to get both of those questions into one sentence in the finite amount of space I have to do the title? I thought that was pretty cool. Patting myself on the back so hard that I'm going to break my arm. So, of course, everybody, and Joanne just posted it very strongly in the chat. No, he can't. The Constitution doesn't allow it. He can't do it. Full stop. Not even worth the discussion. Why are you even bothering with this, Gary? Well, because we don't know whether they'll figure a workaround, as they claim they will. We don't know whether they will follow the Constitution. We don't know what, if they don't follow what we believe the Constitution says, the Supreme Court will try to stop him. We don't know if the Supreme Court stops him or tries to, whether there's a mechanism to actually enforce a Supreme Court ruling. We don't know any of this. So let's just backtrack a little bit to talk about why we're discussing this. As recently as yesterday, the president suggested that he might run for or serve, which is a different issues. Serving and running for are two different things, another term. Is he joking? Is he serious? Sometimes he appears to be trolling the Democrats. Sometimes he seems to be serious. Bannon seems to be serious about it. And Joanne is correct. There is no realistic, lawful way today to bypass the Constitution's two-term limit. Unless there would be a constitutional amendment, which obviously is not in the cards. The 22nd Amendment, which was ratified in 1951, says, quote, no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Well, I don't know about to you, but to Gary, that's pretty plain. You can't be elected more than twice. But are there legal workarounds? Because there are those who have been suggesting it, the pundits have. So there are some theoretical ideas that some people believe is possible. A lot of people think not. But I don't know what's possible and what isn't with this particular administration. What if he were to run as vice president and then succeed to the presidency? Is that a workaround? What if he, the word elected versus serve? Of course, any mainstream constitutional scholar would suggest that the intent is when you say elected, it means serve. But I don't know. It's been floated. I'm not floating it, but I'm saying that people have been floating that possibility. How about a House contingent election? Electoral college maneuvers or other technical workarounds? That's been discussed. I understand that those would face enormous constitutional and political obstacles. It would probably most certainly prompt an immediate Supreme Court review, but again, and by the way, throw the nation into a constitutional crisis. Who knows what the Supreme Court might rule? And even if the Supreme Court were to rule what one would think that they ought to rule, who is going to enforce it if he decides not to leave office? Amending the Constitution is the only straightforward, lawful method, constitutional amendment. But as I suggested, altering the 22nd Amendment, that is a mountain way too high, in my opinion. So legally, it seems to Gary that Joanne is correct. There's no viable, legitimate shortcut today that will reliably allow Mr. Trump to serve a third elected term. But note that I chose the word elected. Politically, could he do it within our current framework? Highly unlikely. So why are we discussing it? Joanne asked me in the text in the chat above. Why are you even bringing this up? My answer to her and others who have that question is, even if it's not legally feasible, this is persistent talk of a third term. So if nothing else, does that not affect the dynamics of politics in the country? Doesn't it reshape party dynamics? Doesn't it influence fundraising and messaging? Can it not unsettle opponents? So even if it can't be done, I think we can all agree that this rhetoric does have an impact, even if there's no legal pathway. And then again, whether it's true or not, whether he's trolling us or not, he and Bannon, both he and Bannon, most strongly Bannon, are telling you and me there is a way. Bannon said it last week. There is a way, and we will reveal it very soon. Again, Joanne may be very correct. Gary, you're playing into their trolling. Why? We have more serious things to discuss. But I will tell you that I know people even before they started talking about this publicly who have been concerned, and whether they're just alarmists or not, that the president will find a way not to leave office at the end of his term. They believe, whether it's true or not, I'm not suggesting it's true, but there are people who feel that our republic is doomed now, unless the Supreme Court stands up to his apparent desires, which I say apparent because there's no way of knowing whether he's for real or whether he's messing with people. Unless if the Supreme Court does stand up to it, he's willing to adhere to what the Supreme Court says, or if he's not, there's actually a mechanism to ensure that the ruling of the Supreme Court holds. Let me just say this. Even if there is zero opportunity for him to remain in office at the end of this term, zero opportunity, and he recognizes it ain't going to happen. The fact that he is floating this as President of the United States, if in fact he is doing this just to mess with people's emotions, is in Gary's mind, you could disagree, come to the stage and front me off on this, almost worse than actually doing it. Why would a president of the United States play the population in this manner? Is it funny? Is that what the president is supposed to be? Funny? Sort of like the meme of him with a crown dropping excrement on the top of the people protesting the Snow Kings thing because they're afraid that this administration is becoming autocratic and starting to resemble a monarchy. Is that funny? I think it is funny if it was an editorial cartoon. I think it's funny if some Trump supporter creates it and publishes it. Okay, it's funny, making fun of people with whom you disagree. But for the president to retweet it on his Truth Social, I don't know whether he created it or somebody in his administration created it, or whether he picked it up from someplace and he reposted it. He's mind-fucking people in the country. And I'll just say, this is Gary's values. I've always believed that an elected official, once elected, is representative, serving all the people from whom his position involves. Obviously, in his case, it's the entire population. And I think that when a politician has this kind of a character flaw, it really takes away from any of the positive things that he is doing. And anybody who has been reading the chat or has been paying attention to any of the rhetoric knows that there are pundits and regular people out there who cannot abide by giving him credit for anything he does that's good. And you hear people who are supporters of the president come to the microphone here and say, he could cure cancer, and these people would find a reason to criticize that. And I think they're right about that. But is there not potentially a cause and effect to that criticism? People are, rightly or wrongly, extremely concerned when the president of the United States and when his chief political architect, Steve Bannon, publicly talk about another term. It scares them. Gary's opinion, and maybe I'm overstating it. Obviously, I don't think I am, otherwise I wouldn't have said it. But what do you have to say about this? I'm going to start calling people in the order in which I see them on the stage. And today, that order begins with Marshall, followed by Howard.
Howdy. I'm going to start with what happens if you won't leave office. That presumes that there was an election. If he decides not to leave the White House, power from one executive to the next switches over at 12 noon. So at 12 noon, he is still president and still has the plenary power of the office. At 12:01 noon, the guy on the Capitol steps is now the president with all of the plenary power. So I think that's important to note, and that newly elected president would instruct either the DOJ or the FBI to remove the president out of the White House, the former president out of the White House. So I also want to go into, you quoted the 22nd Amendment. I want to quote the 12th Amendment, which I think is important to note. The 12th Amendment, and this is in the chat for people, it's the election of the president and the vice president. The electors shall meet in their respective states and vote ballots for president and vice president on one of whom at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. They shall name the ballot they shall name their ballots the person voted for as president, and in distinct ballots and the person voted for vice president. Now, where do we go? Let's see. Where is it? There's a specific part of the 12th Amendment where, it's the last sentence, I think. There it is. But no person shall be constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president. Meaning, if you're not eligible to serve as president, you've already served 2 terms by the plain reading of the 22nd Amendment, you are not eligible to be vice president. So the other thing I want to look at, and I put this in the chat too, it's an article from NPR. NPR is National Public Radio. For those who are unaware, I'm sure most people are aware, National Public Radio leans slightly to the left, but I think this is important. This article was written by a dude named Hansai Lowell. Presidents can be elected twice could try and run around that, experts say. So, in the wake of Trump saying he wanted to serve a 3rd term, Representative Dan Goldman of New York introduced a House resolution which would not allow people who serve 2 non-terms to move. There is a legal scholar by the name of William Baude, professor at the Constitutional Law Institute at the University of Chicago. There is no wiggle room on the rule that presidents can't be elected more than twice. So Baude is going to be quoted throughout this article. But winning an election is not the only way a person can become president, and there are 2 hypothetical situations involving presidential succession, Baude adds, that are not addressed fully in the Constitution's text. They reveal ways which the common understanding of the 22nd Amendment's presidential term limits can be challenged in court. So this is, I think, one of the most important pieces. If the current president is to try to want to serve a 3rd term, he is going to have to go to court and lodge an argument that says he can do so. In 1999, a Minnesota Law Review article called "The Twice Future President" explains that a twice-elected president can become vice president, and then if the current president were to be removed from office, resign, or die, as commander-in-chief. The federal government sanctioned record of interpretations of the Constitution also points to the possibility of a former 2-term president serving as Speaker of the House of Representatives or as another federal officer could become president through the Presidential Succession Act of 1947. All of these are hypothetical situations which get around key wording in the 22nd Amendment's restriction. Elected. There definitely was an awareness that the more narrow language they'd come up with was not going to cover every scenario, explains Peabody. Bruce Peabody is an article and co-authors of the Professor of Government and Politics at the Fairleigh Dickinson University says Congress, term considering proposals, would have the twice elected president not eligible for a third term. So, in a different state, Brian Colt, a law professor at the Michigan State University, who wrote about a hypothetical two-term president getting nominated to run for vice president in what's called Constitutional Cliffhangers and a Legal Guide for Presidents and Their Enemies, calls loophole in the 22nd Amendment's term limit. Dwight Eisenhower alluded to this. Let's see. The only thing this is Eisenhower, the only thing I know about the presidency the next time is this: I can't run, but someone has raised the question that if I were invited, I could constitutionally run for vice president, and you might find out that one. I don't know. In decades since, the similar chatter, loopholes, and legal political circles has surrounded twice elected presidents, including Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton, and Barack Obama. Let's see. Other legal experts, however, point to the last sentence of the 12th Amendment, which covers the Electoral College as a roadblock for any twice-elected president attempting to run for the White House to the vice presidency. It says, no person constitutionally ineligible for the office of president shall be eligible to run for the vice presidency. Still, in court, a lawyer could try to argue, being a natural-born citizen, at least 35 years old, a resident of the United States for at least 14 years, and the only presidential eligibility requirements specified. Stephen Gillers, a professor emeritus at New York University School of Law, who proposed in 2004 that Bill Clinton run for vice president. Quote, I want to make it very, very clear. I'm identifying an argument that Trump could make in order to get back into the White House. I'm not endorsing it, Gillers says. But we know the expertise, the experience, that even if it's far-fetched, and if it offers the possibility of a third presidential term, Trump will make it. If his health holds up, he will make the argument he likes the job. Whether or not it succeeds in court is another matter. To avoid any other debate about whether the 12th Amendment forbids presidential electors from choosing twice elected president as a third term, Gillers says there could be a similar arrangement in which Trump does not run on a winning Republican ticket, but after the newly elected vice president resigns, becomes vice president with congressional approval. Quote, it is not impossible, and just the existence of the possibility of it in the next 4 years gives Trump power that enhances his position, Gillers says. How could the U.S. Supreme Court react to any attempt? More straightforward possibility that some constitutional scholars have not ruled out is Trump running for a third term as president, regardless of what the 22nd Amendment says. Quote, if you think about it, the 22nd Amendment assumes that one would follow the Constitution, so Gloria Brown Marshall, a constitutional scholar and law professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. But if one is not going to follow the Constitution, what difference does it make what's written there? At any attempt, administration, Trump will likely spark lawsuits and have an extremely polarized environment. The court has ways of ducking the 22nd Amendment question, and if the court ducks the question, then it would be up to other actors, whether it's states or state nominations and primary votes, or Congress at the moment at which it determines who won the Electoral College, to decide whether the 22nd Amendment had the force of law, Huck says. Brown Marshall warned that such a test of the constitutional could destabilize the U.S. political landscape at a time when the ability of the courts and Congress to serve as checks and balances in the White House is under question. Quote, I don't think everyone is going to sit back and let him become a king without fighting back through a protest, Brown Marshall says. We're looking at a lot of weight to fall on regular people if we don't have the checks and balances of the other two branches. Now, I read all of that because I had been under the strict impression that there weren't any arguments that could be made. Well, apparently, according to this, he could go to the courts and make an argument. I think he would probably lose. I don't think the courts would abide by it. But Brown Marshall's comment here is instructional, in which she says, if the court chooses not to follow the plain reading of the 22nd Amendment, then what does the 22nd Amendment actually matter? And so I'll lay it with those things.
You know, as you were talking, I was going to make Marshall Brown's position, to take that position and kind of throw it in your face, and then you went to her. This is the problem that a lot of people have. You are correct when you say, or one is correct when one says, no, under the Constitution, he cannot, full stop, no discussion, go on to another topic, Gary. But there are people who believe by hook or by crook, and I don't know whether it's his intention, and I don't know how successful he would be if it is. But there are a goodly number of people who believe that by hook or by crook, his intention is to not leave office, presuming, as you point out, his health holds out. And then what? And then what, if that's the case? Or, Gary, shut up. You're scaring people even worse than the president is when he trolls them with this nonsense. Am I? Thank you, Marshall.
I don't think you are. I don't think you are. I meant to say this in the chat, but just didn't get around to it. Great topic. I have my personal set view on the topic, but as the article I just read said, there are avenues for questions, not avenues for strictly, hey, you absolutely can. But as Brown points out, if the Supreme Court doesn't follow the plain reading, then what good is the 22nd and the 12th Amendment in the first place?
I think one of the problems that we have with this presidency is when a president says something, the nation listens. The media cover it. We don't know the veracity of what he says or whether he intends what he proclaims. Are we supposed to ignore it? At our own peril, in my opinion. Thank you, Marshall. We'll go to Howard, followed by Scott.
Thanks, Gary. I'm just going to give perspective, and it's actually different than Marshall's perspective on this. I mean, what do we know? We do know that January 6th did happen, so at least there's been demonstration of behavior of, hey, I really don't want to leave office, and I don't believe in fair elections. So January 6th, whether you agree politically that it was an insurrection or not, but that event did happen. So my point of view is, since then, Supreme Court has also granted something called presidential immunity. And I think we caution everyone, I don't think we should just put this in the traditional frame and filter of the past or what any precedent has happened. I think we're in a new paradigm, and I could see a scenario where through an executive order, if there's a tremendous amount of doubt of the outcome of an election, and we already have, and today I believe the president in Japan was talking or made reference to the National Guard, and he made reference that there could be other military beyond the National Guard on city streets. You could see a scenario where if there's tremendous doubt in the outcome of an election, there's an executive order that's being issued that's going to just extend. It technically may not even be called a third term. It's just going to be an extension of the existing term until everything can be totally resolved. And it's just going to lead to, obviously, a lot of chaos and upheaval and who knows what. But I wouldn't put it past that if that's the path he wants to go down. So interested in other thoughts on it. And I'm just saying that I don't expect that necessarily to happen. But I do believe, Gary, it is a possibility, and I'll land it there.
So you interject something that Marshall and I did not, and that is the presidential immunity, and that's a major component to this discussion. You're absolutely correct.
And if we're in a state of war or there's a perceived national emergency, sorry, folks, we're going to have to defer it. And right now, until it all gets resolved, we're just going to keep the trains running on time, so to speak.
How do you know how many emergencies?
Defer state elections.
What's that, Marco?
I said, how do you defer state elections? yes, the Federal Election Commission has large governance over presidential elections, but the elections for senators and for House members and for your local dog catcher, that's all done on a state level. How could the president cancel elections in the state of Texas, or how could the president cancel elections?
I don't know, but
The
Marshall,
time, place, manner clause is clearly derived to the states. It's not derived to federal government.
I want to connect this conversation to the one we had yesterday. What happens if he's realizing, you know what? Maybe in 2028, let's be in a situation where during the election process, the government shut down. Then what?
At least in my view, the time plus manner clause still derives. The only election I'm aware of, the federal government having strict control over, is the presidential election. Yes, they can make rules governing House and Senate elections as time, place, manner clause declares. The time, place, manner clause derives anything below the level of president to the states. And I don't know how you cancel 50 separate state elections all across the country. Luckily, Your Honor's here, and so if he is able to stick around for the full length of this, he has much broader expertise in the election space than I do.
I'm just challenging you to think beyond the traditional paradigm. That's my point.
Isn't that Marshall? To answer your question directly, Marshall, isn't that what's happening in Arizona right now? The Speaker of the House decides, well, we just won't convene. And if we can't convene, it's impossible for us to seat a duly elected member of Congress. Well, if the Speaker of the House just decides we won't convene and therefore we can't certify the election, then Donald Trump remains president. Could that not happen?
Yes, I think that could happen in contravention of our Constitution. But yes, that seems like a possibility. Not a right one, but it does seem like a possibility if the House refuses to ratify what the Electoral College did. Then you don't have another president-elect.
And remember, it's not Mike Pence.
The election, but you don't have a declared winner by our metrics.
Remember, Mike Pence is not Vice President of the United States. Just want to point that out, that if we have some kind of a repeat of the November attempt to stop the certification of the election, the guy who stood between that attempt and its success was Mike Pence. But Mike Pence is not part of this equation any longer. I'm not trying to be overly alarmist myself, but it does concern me when the president says he's going to serve another term. And as you point out, Marshall, the Constitution says he can't. So then why is he saying it? Is it because he doesn't really mean it, or because he does?
I think because he does it, because he thinks he can say it. I don't know whether that'll mean that he actually can do it. But as the article I pointed out read, if the Supreme Court, if he sues over the 22nd and the 12th Amendment, and the Supreme Court says, well, the plain meaning of those texts are not what the plain meaning of those texts are, then we could be in a bad place. And as Howard points out, if we don't have somebody to ratify what the Electoral College did, you actually have a declared winner per our media apparatus and per the population, but not for any of the constitutional metrics that would put that person in office.
Thank you, Marshall and Howard. We're going to go to Scott, followed by Brett. Scott.
Gary, my good friend, good evening to you. It's a wonderfully gray day here in the city of brotherly love. And wow, what a topic, Gary. What a Pandora's box you've opened. And what a sort of, this is fascinating. Thank you to my friends, Marshall and Howard, for interesting comments, interesting spirited discussion. Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts, and I'll try to be concise, but a couple things. I think regarding, republics are held together by norms, right? More than laws. Norms are the foundations, and so we've already seen Trump is the definition of a norm breaker, right? I mean, and so that's already one of the things you have, right? You have somebody that I think lacks the fundamental understanding and understanding of and respect for the norms of the republic, and so that's a huge X factor right there. The other thing, some commentators, including Bill Maher, who another one loves Bill Maher, is an honest broker, an honest mocker, and talks to everybody in terms of that. But he has been saying, for weeks now, look at the staging, right? Let's get people used to military in the streets. Let's get people used to this sort of Gestapo-like presence. Let's get people used to masked officers. Let's get people used to these authoritarian things we're not used to. Like, let's get them used to them early, right? So that people become accustomed to them in case you do want to suspend an election, right? That is, and again, is there a way, according to the Constitution? Maybe not. But what happens if Trump just says, screw the Constitution, which I think is quite possible. But even, that being said, also I think has been brought up, and I think is clearly an option. What if you just cite? I actually think stealing a presidential election is much easier than stealing a statewide election or a House race, even. Because the presidential election has to be ratified by, has to go through the Electoral College. If you can stop the Electoral College, if you can get some irregularity going, if you can get J.D. Vance to not certify it, what happens? It goes to the House. And the House then votes not along individual membership lines. It votes by delegation. California gets a vote, Montana gets a vote, Maine gets a vote, Florida gets a vote. Trump would certainly right now, and even after the midterms, because I think Republicans have an advantage in that configuration, would certainly be awarded the presidency if somehow he remained on the ballot, there was an irregularity, and that, or as said before, maybe there's an irregularity, and it goes to the House, and the House votes Trump in. There's so many irregularities I can imagine. I'm not depending on this court to abide by a plain reading of the Constitution. I'd like it if they did. The 22nd Amendment held, but man, wow, bets are off, baby, with this one. So, there's just a lot of variables there. Now, why is Trump doing this? Great question. I don't understand it. I'd love to do it, but I don't know. He's playing coy. I have a couple thoughts in that regard. One, Trump, what does Trump love more than anything? Relevance, right? What's less relevant than a lame duck? Right? And after the midterms, you're a lame duck. And really, it's been said the presidency is 18 months, right? Because after 18 months, people are in full election mode for the midterms, and then you're a lame duck, right? So he's already halfway there to the end of his second term. So this keeps you relevant. This ends the lame duck factor. You are in a position of permanent relevance if you keep this going, right? You don't have the lame duck sort of moniker and baggage over your head. He also might be doing it just to troll, right? Just to sort of screw the Democrats, which he's great at, and seeing Democrats with their hair on fire. And look, I think we've seen that the authoritarian card has not to date been very effective. Right? As far as no Kings protests notwithstanding, right? The No Kings movement had a lot of participation. That being said, it still hasn't proved to be the silver bullet. So I think it's something that Trump actually kind of wants at times to be played. So then he can say, "I'm not a king. I'm not a dictator. Look at these people." I'm kind of mocking the Democrats. And having them light their hair on fire. And maybe part of them would like a third term, right? But I mean, I think the guy that's addicted to permanent relevance, even if he doesn't think there's a third term possibly, a third term is somehow precluded, even if he's not resigned to doing it, which apparently Tucker Carlson said recently. He thinks this is all just theater, but even if it's theater, it serves a really effective purpose, I think, in that it gets him out of the lame duck situation and makes him politically relevant, right? And it keeps his relevance alive well after the midterms, right? It keeps the party in line, right? If Trump's still politically relevant, he can hold the threads of primaries over people with much more force than if he were a lame duck and everybody was thinking about the inevitable next guy or gal. Thanks.
Something you said about normalization causes my mind to go to the last time I raised an issue, a what-if issue, which this clearly is. And there were people who gave me some pushback, which is fine, saying, Gary, what you're bringing up is totally irrelevant. It won't happen. It can't happen. This is the United States of America. The Constitution won't allow for it. So why are you raising the issue? And that issue was when I suggested at the initial announcement of the ramping up of ICE immigration enforcement that the day would come when people would be stopped on the street and their papers would be demanded. No, Gary, I was told, why are you even bringing this up? You're alarming people. The Constitution does not allow for that, and it won't happen. It can't happen. But it is happening. And there is no law that says that an American citizen has to carry identification papers to show that they are a citizen. But if you meet a profile during an immigration sweep and you cannot prove that you are an American citizen, you are now incarcerated, and it's sorted out later, which could be hours later, days later, weeks later, months later. No, Gary, that can't happen. The Constitution prohibits it. That's what I was told. Don't raise the issue because you're just trying to cause problems that don't occur, won't occur, can't occur. Well, the Constitution says the president can't do this too. So why am I raising the issue? I don't know. Why am I? Thank you, Scott. We'll go to Brent, followed by glistening.
You know, whether you live in a democratic republic is really not about the last election. It's about the next election, whether the next election is going to be free or fair. You know, I think starting at whether he could be president again is one step too far. I think you should first ask yourself, is he a person that is willing to do whatever is required to stay in power? I think he clearly is. You know, if you look at as Howard mentioned, if you look at the last election, there was January 6th, sure, but there was also schemes, which, you know, Jack Smith detailed in his indictment, in which they had an electric scheme, in which they had false electors that were going to kind of throw the election into doubt. Eventually, the idea was to pass it back to the House. The House does vote by state delegations, which they had 26 at the time. So, you know, this was a well thought out plan to stay in office. And what really stopped him isn't himself. What really stopped him was an administration. Mike Pence is one, but others was an administration that's like, well, this is too far. This is illegal. This is whatever. And that stopped him. That administration is dead. He doesn't have that administration. He has an administration that is willing to say, yes, sir, how can I make this happen? And you know, they're not really bound by the Constitution or the law in their thinking. You know, the Constitution says the president can't receive anything but his salary, which has to be set before his term. He's getting ready to pay himself $230 million out of the U.S. Treasury and approve it himself. That to me seems to be against the written language of the Constitution, but he seems to be okay with ignoring it. So when you kind of start from there, I think the real question is the mechanism he tries to stay in power, not how he tries to stay in power. I think, you know, running as vice president, that's one possible mechanism. I think, you know, that could plausibly work. I think there's probably other mechanisms he could probably utilize to stay in power. But whatever the mechanism is, whether that's extra constitutional, whether that's extra legal, I don't think we should put any doubt that he is willing to do that. The question is, will it work this time? And I said when he was reelected, you know, we might have just seen our last re-election. And I still feel that way. There's a good chance we might have just seen our last free and fair election. I think there are hopeful signs. You know, in that, you know, some of the courts are still standing up. I think, you know, I think there's some hope that that's not the case, and he'll leave office. But I think we must, you know, accept some plausible chance that kind of the dream of our founders is now dead, and we live in something uniquely different.
Thank you, Brett. We'll now go to glistening, followed by candidate. Glistening.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. I think this is a good question to ask. I'm a little bit with Scott that I think he's trying to remain relevant and really doesn't want to get into that lean duck period. But there is that normalization of things that shouldn't. Sorry about that. I had an alarm. For example, like even prior to his election, the recruitment and identification of loyalists who would pledge loyalty to Trumpism prior to his election, notably by John McEntee, who was a senior advisor, and James Bacon, who developed questionnaires to test the loyalty of new recruits they were going to add to a personnel database in order to recruit from. I think that possibly could be where we're getting some of these ICE recruits from. It's concerning that the DOJ effort did get rid of sort of the expert civil servants who understood what it meant to be in the civil service, which requires that you aren't pledging any loyalty to a particular candidate. So those things have already disrupted what would help to create a normal outcome should there be a disruption. I do not think that any of the legal avenues that were discussed by Marshall are even something that would be considered at this point. I think a lot will depend on what our economy looks like going forward. The technocrats that have been investing heavily, they're doing it for their own good. This is a quid pro quo because they don't want to be heavily regulated, especially as they're developing new tools with AI that are going to disrupt the job market. So our economy is probably going to be disrupted during this term, like it was during COVID, actually, where there were a lot of people that were just out of a job. I think we're going to see that. I think if you look at the Trump 2028 merchandise, who benefits from that? It's the Trump Organization. So it's the for-profit business empire owned by, you guessed it, Donald Trump and his family. So I think he's profiting heavily, and I think it is a tool. And I think the MAGA, loyalists or cult as well by wearing it. So they're going to purchase it, even though it's probably, you know, a made in China bullshit piece of cloth that they can put on their head. But whatever, to each their own. If you want to buy the gold, whatever emblems that he has, that's up to you. But I do think it's concerning that it lays the groundwork for anyone else that should have cognitive capability at the time. Because to be quite honest, the way that Trump has displayed himself over the last few days, you have to question his mental acuity. I don't think he's going to have what it takes in 2028 to pull off what he did in 2017, absent having a stand-in or look-alike lead the crowd to prevent any sort of transition of power. But that is something that we have to consider that somebody else could look at in the future, because it does already lays the pathway to create an abnormality in our democracy. And if we don't repair it, and if we don't have elect candidates in Congress that are willing to put laws in place that are crystal clear so that there aren't any loopholes that a somewhat biased court could potentially uphold, then we're definitely in trouble going forward, because we're no longer, as far as I can tell, we're no longer a city upon a hill. When you have ICE bashing car windows of people like American citizens who served our country because they are questioning whether they're a citizen or not, and they happen to have, you know, brown skin, that we're in a whole new country. And it looks a little bit more like communist China to me than it does to anything related to, you know, having great America or making America great again. Thank you.
Hey, can you hear me, Gary?
Yes, candidate, given that you are a candidate for Congress, and presuming that you are elected in 2026 and reelected in 2028, or even if you're not elected in 2026 and you are elected in 2028, what will you pledge to the American people to do as a member of Congress to ensure that the will of the people is followed when it comes to the certification of the presidential election, no matter what that outcome might be? And if in fact you are elected in 2026, what can you assure the American people here right now you will do to ensure that there are checks and balances that the Congress upholds as its responsibility with regard to the executive branch?
Hey, Gary, great question. So I fed this question to Grok. Give me pros and cons, 5 each, of Trump attempting.
Grok?
Yeah, I'm using Grok on X. It ties into my profile. I'd like to read it to you if I may. It's very brief.
I know, but that's not answering my question. That's answering the question of the room. So you're right. They are great questions. Can you answer them as a candidate?
I would like to, but I would like to preface what I'm about to say with what Grok is telling us, which is supposedly more intelligent than me, right? Because AI is smarter than my brain. Is it okay, Gary, if I answer you the way I'd like to answer you? I mean, if not, I will just not read it and tell you what I think I can do for the constituents of the 16th district.
Well, I would appreciate that first. I want to know what you think. I don't care what Grok thinks. I can ask Grok the same question and get the same or maybe a different answer than you.
That may be true, but I did learn something from it. So I would like to share it afterwards. But I would just tell the voters of the 16th district, if that's who you're suggesting I'm addressing, that this is actually all clickbait, fake news. And the now is all important. And going back to what FDR said, as I said, I played FDR in our 8th grade play in Annie. is the only thing you have to fear is fear itself. And so this clickbait news about Trump seeking a third term is the same thing as him posting an image on Instagram of him flying a plane over Democrats and pooping on them.
He was referring to when he made the speech. When he made the speech, he was referring to government involvement in people's lives. He was saying there is nothing to fear from greater government involvement.
That's not what he said. That's not the quote, Marshall.
That's exactly.
It's not. Okay, I'm gonna have to Google this one. I've never read that.
It was not about World War II. It was not about.
It's a philosophical statement, you fool.
It was about the New Deal.
It's about fear. It's about courage. It's about bravery. It's a philosophy statement, Marshall.
People's lives in a greater way than they had previously. It's not about fear for Donald Trump. It's not about fear for something else. That was not the intent of the speech, and that wasn't why he gave it. So if you're going to quote the guy, you can at least put him in the vein that he said the thing in the first place.
All right. Well, let me get back to Gary's question. Thank you, Marshall, for your opinion there. I don't think it's fact what you're saying. I'll have to Google it. But, you know, as a congressperson...
Just read this speech, John. It's really not that difficult.
That's what I told you I would just do. Okay, if you want to Google it for me, you know, put it in the chat above. Click that messenger link, Marshall, in your cheetah jacket there, and let everybody know the truth about that quote from FDR. If you're going to talk so much about it, do a little work. Post the link.
Okay, if you would like me to post the link, I will when I get done driving.
Okay, great. Just pull over on the side of the highway right now. Just, you know, put your money where your mouth is. Just pull over right now and get the link. Okay, Gary, I'm ready to finish addressing your question.
So in the interim, I would like the candidate to address the questions.
Sure. Gary, I come from a philosophical position, and I just want the voters in the 16th district to know that Darren LaHood, who I'm running against, who is best friends with Donald Trump, is more than happy to see Donald Trump serve a third term. But I have faith and respect for our president to know that he would not usurp our beautiful tradition and try to pull a fast one on us.
Wasn't the question that I posed to you, and your ability to answer a question with something that wasn't asked makes you now officially the politician that you claim to be.
Gary, is this the Gong Show? I'm trying to tell you my truth. I'm trying to be authentic and genuine here.
We're not talking about your truth. We're talking about the subject at hand. There's a giant difference.
All right. Well, I can tell that the green bean fascist censors are hard at work to try to prevent me from talking about anything.
No, we simply want you to stick to the topic. That's not a fascist thing. That is you needing to stick to the topic in the room instead of making the room what you want it to be about, which you have a tendency to do.
All right. Well, that could be projection, Marshall. Go check yourself before you wreck yourself in the mirror. What I'm trying to tell you is today I notarized 1,100 signatures or 117 petitions for my campaign. I'm taking action here. I can talk philosophy. If you want to talk legal mechanistic impeachment protocols, we can do that. But if you want to get angry and yell at me and censor me and prevent me from having a voice, well, sir, you are no gentleman. And that cheetah jacket you wear is not the jacket of a gentleman. That cheetah jacket you wear is the gentleman of a censor, a pimp.
I simply want you to stick to the topic.
Well, I would like him to answer the two questions that I asked him.
Go ahead, Gary. Repeat your questions. I'll try to give you a quick summary. But Marshall keeps interrupting me here in his cheetah jacket.
Oh, okay. I don't care what kind of clothes Marshall wears. That's not what's at issue here, right?
Of course not, but Marshall keeps interrupting me when I'm trying to give you my genuine, authentic response. Go ahead, Gary. If you want to summarize your two questions into one, I'd be happy to answer them for you. But I also had something I wanted to say. I didn't know this was a Q&A.
Well, you're running for office, and we're discussing an issue that's paramount to the question that Congress may have to... On stage, we will go into answer time. We'll get to everybody who's on stage.
Well,
So,
I can.
do you really need me to? Did you forget it because
I didn't forget it. I'm just telling you, if we have to impeach the president because he's thinking about trying to pull a fast one and get a third term on us and be a Putin or be some type of, fascist, insane tyrant, it's not going to happen. Not under my watch as a congressperson. I can guarantee you Darren LaHood, who wants to take your guns, wants to tax and borrow and spend you to death. We're $37 trillion in debt. I'm a knight trying to fight as a patriot against all tyrants. This country has serious fiscal problems.
So what can the president is spending like crazy under the guise of fiscal responsibility, as he did in his first term. So what will you do as a member of Congress to tamp down that spending by the president?
Thomas Massey says we only need 6 or 7 patriot Republicans or Democrats to say no, and we can pass a defund the HR. We can defund the big beautiful bill with an HR Act. But I got to tell you, Gary, the fact that you're going to bring up ICE operations and Border Patrol operations. I live here in Chicago. I see the arrests and I see the shootings and the cops driving down the street because there's maniacs with guns in the streets. We live in crime town over here. So
we're not talking about immigration.
You brought it up, Gary.
John, the reason I brought it up was to make the comparison to the last time that I was told that I was raising an issue that would not come to fruition because the Constitution would not allow it. Now, are you going to suggest to me that people are not being stopped on the street and their citizenship papers being demanded by ICE agents?
No, that's happening.
And does that not concern you? Is that not a violation of the Constitution?
It concerns me that it concerns you, and it concerns me that people on the street who are American citizens are spit in the face of these law enforcement officers. Comply with the police, and there won't be any problems. We have a crime, immigrant, alien invasion on our hands.
Okay, we got it. Comply with the police, even if what the police are doing is unconstitutional. If you believe in that,
Censor!
guy.
Censor!
Dave, followed by Daryl.
Be very short. So Trump make jokes when he visited Malaysia, and he said all the Asian leaders are very distinguished except those from America. And then he said, no, I'm joking, and they all know. And then he praised Marco Rubio. He is born for the excellent job he's doing. So he's praising people who work for him. If he's so serious, want to continue third term, he will be very careful to give praises for those people who work for him. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Dave. Daryl, followed by Matt.
Hey, Gary, can you hear me?
Loudly and clearly.
So, it's this thing, like, people hear what they want to hear, right? Steve Bannon did an interview 2 weeks ago, and he said absolutely. He said Trump will be in for a third term, and he said people need to just get used to this and accept this, right? So you can hear this, and for some reason, some people will just say, oh, no, it's not possible, can't happen. The only thing that you need for it to happen is for no one to actually get in his way, right? I mean, look at what's happening, right? It's like the government's it's 20, I think, 26, 27 days into the shutdown. How many people are actually noticing it anymore? I had a conversation with a buddy of mine last night. They had a big charity thing at Cipriani's down by Wall Street last night. No one's talking about the fact that the government's been shut down for almost a month. It's becoming normal. No one's talking about the fact that, Congress has been gone for almost a month to keep simply to delay a vote on Epstein. So it was Scott who said earlier, and I think you yourself said, well, Gary, this is going to be, almost 30 days now. And, look at what happened yesterday, right? So did you see the report about Mellon and $130 million to pay the military guys? Did you read that? So think about this. Like, do we want our military being paid what's happening here? Do we go from an all-volunteer army to basically mercenaries who work for the highest bidder? And the things the United States government paid $130 million for a college.
That's really a very important and interesting question. What's the question?
Bailed out by people from the Gilded Age. I'm not saying that that's the best policy opportunity, because I don't think it is. But I am saying it's happened more than once before, and we have gone back to normal operation.
Yeah, but on the face of it, it's the face of it, right? On the face of it, did it happen previously when the government was shut down?
The government was shut down in the McKinley administration? No, sir. It happened because the government didn't have enough money to
Marshall the
design
historian.
in the way.
Okay, so what is it? Is it a? I don't know.
Daryl and Marshall, if you don't mind me interjecting. That's a real important question, and perhaps it's one that we should discuss tomorrow. But today, the question is, does Trump really want another term, and can Trump really get another term?
I think he absolutely won. I think he'll lie. He'll say whatever it is he needs to say. He just needs the folks around him to do what they need to do. He needs Stephen Miller to do what they need to do. Again, all you have to do is not have anyone stand in your way. That's if
Yeah, but do we really think nobody's going to stand in his way? Like, nobody from the court system would stand in his way. Like, the thing I read earlier said that he could go to court, but that he couldn't just do it because he wanted to. The implication by Ms. Brown, I believe was her last name, was that if the court fails to abide by the plain meaning, then we're in a really big situation. I want to know, under this administration, when the court has failed to keep the plain meaning of the constitutional text. They may have made decisions that favor the administration, but I can't think of a single decision in which an amendment read one thing and the Supreme Court said the amendment read another thing.
Supreme Court has ruled that it was legal.
Well, this is the thing.
When Jamaicans eat their shit?
Because
When Jamaicans eat their America?
Because of Jamaica's location.
Why do you care so much about Jamaicans? Why? You should go back to whence you came.
To secure America.
No, go and secure America by yourself.
Yeah, you're
not
the
greatest one.
Jamaicans.
Go, bye.
Are you going to tell Jamaicans where you're from?
Leave.
Are you going to tell Jamaica?
Okay, this has been the John Kitover Candidate Congressman podcast. Ben, hope you enjoyed it. Health, wealth, love.
Hyperconscious, which involves no type of government. Which requires deliberate amounts So once again,
Line left.
I just want to say 2 minutes ago, and that's for range. I think
You have none.
Mental health profiles. Like if you got PTSD, but you really want to go be a drill sergeant, and then like, no nigga, you still kind of crazy. You can either get a pro.
Hey, Marshall, you're all time. I am born in Thailand. My English will be with accent, but when it's with truth. I have a car accident 5 years ago, and since then I've become weirder and weirder. And I can speak 3 languages, human language, and I learn light language, and I speak frequency. So feel into my words and question frequency. And I am in Om, as my real name is Umaporn Sangchan. I'm born in Thailand in 1976 on the 17th October. I'm not afraid of you, afraid of God. Generator, operator, destroyer, hear me now. I am nowhere, but now here. I'm here for all children. Good of children. And it took either away and to restore it. 144,000 collect. I am this I am. Uma.
That was great presentation. Every fucking second of that shit.
What was the problem with anything she said?
I know, after everything that we heard in this
Hold
room,
on,
y'all
really quick. I don't get what the problem with what she said was. She told you she speaks light, she speaks frequency. Y'all niggas hear weirder shit in this bitch all the fucking time. Way weirder shit all the time that niggas can't even explain what they do.
We don't fuck with that shit.
GLB, please shut the fuck up and stop. Hey, somebody got you. Be real quick. I got you.
So you came in here with a K-pop.
What's wrong with you,
Have you been here for the whole? Have you been the whole thing? This is what.
Nah, I'm not. But at the same time, damn, somebody got to his ass before I did, you bitch. Sit your ass in a goof on me, dog. Like, I'll remove your goof ass from the room, keep playing with me, and I'll tell you.
bro.
Man, look, bro, you think any of you niggas gonna tell me not to remove that troll ass bitch? Anyway, like I was saying, like, she told you guys, you know, she was in an accident. We had the conversation about, well, I wasn't here for the whole conversation, so she said some off the wall shit. It can't be anything worse than what RJ said. That's first. Secondly, she told you guys she was in an accident. We talk about her when you have head trauma of any kind, your mind alters. I told y'all the story of how Tesla became a fucking genius, and that came from falling off a horse and nearly dying. Even though I think most of this shit, that's here nor there. The way they explained his genius was head trauma. All I'm gonna simply say is y'all write off way too much. We listen to way too many conspiracies, and I always tell y'all these shits merge together and blend together. We know about frequency, we know about dimensions, we know about light. Do I believe this lady? I don't know her to know if I believe her or not. Do I not believe her? No, because why would I? You niggas never receptive to any information other than the shit that y'all have in y'all heads, and wonder why all of these conversations are circular and we don't fucking get anywhere. Sometimes you just gotta take the information and be like, okay, this lady crazy, let me keep it pushing, and let that be that. Like, y'all don't always gotta, like, some people, I get it. You gotta tell them. Like, nigga like JOD, you gotta tell them. You know what I mean? With her, she ain't say nothing to warrant that response. Like, come on, yo.
Thank you for that, and you all are welcome to check my social application. I put my truth on my bio. Check.
I love what you said, Ty. I wanted to get your perspective on A3I Atlas because that's why you started talking in the first place. But you couldn't go into depth about it. But I kind of wanted your opinion on what 3I Atlas is supposed to do to us and our bodies, stuff like that. Ty.
Yes, king. And king speak king. Queen speak queen. Alien speak language. I asked already, do you all know what is the first language human ever speak? And that is Anuhasi language of the Radiant, language of the Founder. I am all the gold
She has an accent, you guys. She has an accent.
Let it rock. No, let it rock.
Because light and light is sound. If you close your eye, see wisdom, meet Sophia, Gaia, Terra, and then have no problem with noise. Feel into the frequency of me, meet truth. May I advise I hear to help?
So Chop, let me just say, for those that are feeling a ways about what she's saying or feel like it's nonsense, have any of you guys ever heard of Gaia?
Yup, that's Mother Earth.
Right, so of course. So what you should do, right, in the time that we have, where she is experiencing us and we're experiencing her, just do this thing, right?
Yes.
Where somebody from another land is telling you something that is relatable to things that you already relate to. What's their version of it? Let's just chill and fucking listen and don't be so disputive at first, and understand that even when any of these ladies, and I might be older than y'all, if you've ever heard of Gem, or Gem is a cartoon, but they had other cartoons when G.I. Joe and all that was out. They had conversations about Mother Gaia. It's so weird. They did talk about this. They tell it to you in the cartoons. And now that somebody's saying something that's in a relationship to the things that you've heard about, what's their version of what they heard about it? Let's fuck with it for a second.
I said Sophia, Gaia, Terra, because she has a name. Mother Earth has different name in different dimensions. And Gia is her name on 7D. If you don't know about dimension, you don't know about the shift, you don't know about the split, wake the fuck up. We already
Hey, T, I got a question for you, T. Who was that, bro? Like, come on, man. Hey, TA, you was about to get into the 3-Eye Atlas, and again, this is part of the just really quick, give me a second. This is part of the conversation I said the other day about the Tower of Babel. I said the reason we don't know if they're fucking Chinese, Filipino, Asian, Jamaican, well, no, Jamaican, I can't say Jamaican, Indian, like anybody who speaks a language that's not Indian, we don't know what their conspiracies are because y'all I'm not even gonna, just meet up real quick to you. I'm not gonna say that y'all shut everybody out, but just some of these questions, like pick her brain, like, yo, in your religion or whatever you believe in, what does this shit have to do with the 3-Eye Atlas? Who knows? Maybe she could drop a gem that we can all piece together and be like, yo, for the conspiracy, because these are just conspiracy conversations. Like, don't act like, you know, anybody in here is teaching anybody anything. As long as I've been in here, niggas ain't teaching nobody shit for real, for real. It's just a whole bunch of shit regurgitated and niggas having a belief and running with it and sticking with it. So those are kind of the conversations that typically happen unless conversations get moderated. So TA, based on what you just said, what do you believe the 3-Eye Atlas to be? And I'm going to ask you to respond and keep your response to 30 seconds or less so other people can speak.
Okay, thank you for the really great question. And I already have the evidence on my new PTR. You can all please click on it. You asked me about conspiracy, click on this photo and click it to expand the whole bigger picture, because this is about one world religions and my answer is in there. The secret religions is the oldest religion there is for now on human timelines. Time lies. There's no time. There's no space in my city. That is your thank you.
So the 3-Eye Atlas, it isn't coming here to do anything in particular, is what you're saying?
The 3-Eye Atlas are coming here to take the loose. And if you have 12D shield on, you are fine. But if you don't know about 12D shield, you're fucked.
What's the tweet? You said the shield? What happened, Michael? What did you say?
Hey, so she asked me if I was the golden child and if I had proof.
Yes.
I don't really. Never mind.
Oh, that's crazy. I thought we was entertaining.
Yeah, I thought we was about to have a.
Wait, child, please bring it back. But let her and Todd do that. But bring it back when they're done. Todd, TT, go ahead.
Yeah, so as far as the centering nature, right? So when you look into the Sacred Heart, they talk about being able to center energy on your heart and your meridians, right? It has to do with compressing or centering love. There you go, putting love into your heart, right? She asked me if I was show proof. I would say that the proof for me, genuinely, would be that when they fucked me, when I ran into the scientists, and before that, I had all this golden energy around me, and people were like, "Oh yeah, you believe in Jesus?" All this was happening, right? I run into this dude, and I have all the stuff that happens to me in my life, and at the point when I want to say that I am aware of the most manipulation, I'll just say it like that. I have this protection come out of what I would say would be I don't want to say my soul, but like my body, right? And to know that a lot of this stuff is related, I would say that that's proof, right? I would say that the proof is that even in my own experiences, even though the military or whatever was happening was going on, I decided to protect myself, and I showed myself proof by walking down this highway for miles with this giant aura around me, right? And then on top of that, just before all of this stuff had happened, my life was, everyone around me I was blessing, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, I pretty much focused on love my entire life. So
basically you're saying you don't know how to have proof of being a golden child, but I do.
Oh, okay. I mean, okay, that's sure. Yeah, go ahead. That's fine.
Okay, please check out and refresh your screen. I put my new PTR on, and in there is kind letter. And
can you
you can listen or you can.
No, I'm gonna ask you a fucking clear question, lady. I'm not these other people. I don't even fucking know them, right?
I don't know you either, sir. And I don't care who you are. I'm not afraid.
I mean,
you can speak.
Like I said, can you explain how you know if you're a golden child or not?
Yes.
And I'm not lying with nothing that you be saying. So I'm a true skeptic. So I'm waiting for you to provide something tangible right now.
I'm about to do that, and I already asked you all to check out my new PTR because that is from my knowledge, from my culture. That letter is in Thai, and if you click on it, you're gonna see, and if you translate it, it's gonna say your body produce gold through skin and hair.
I told the story when I was in the hospital and everybody was staring at me because I was shining. I done talked about shining gold and being inside of an MRI, and all the nurses were like, because they're like, what the fuck is going on? And the machinery started fucking up. I've talked about the fact that people literally in the hospital were like, oh, you showing your light now show who you are, literally. And then on top of that, they're like, oh yeah, but you see your lamp, see your light. She also said, like you're a warrior, but what was the last part she said? I forget what it was, but yeah, I mean, one more thing that was gonna happen, I was about to say.
This is state, or was this off the
hospital, my dude? So it was a hospital.
What hospital were you at?
Don't worry about that. So yeah,
okay,
so
you
as far as
you fucking lying.
I mean, you want me to say the actual? That's wild, bro. I'm not gonna sit there and say the exact hospital.
Act like you there right now.
So two things. One, let's wrap this shit up because I thought y'all was about to start talking about 3-Eye Atlas. Y'all just gonna.
So the last thing I was gonna add was that one of the abilities that comes from this is that through love you can actually telecommunicate with other people and they can protect you, right? So in this hospital, I actually had 4 individuals while I'm being wrapped in golden ore and all that shit. They started getting wrapped in golden ore, and they literally, it was a fucking simulation, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. They literally were going to get out of the hospital. They felt as if I did not deserve to be there, but all I was doing was thinking, hey, I don't don't want to be here, break me out. And I don't really give a fuck how you guys feel about this, but this is what happened. And then now I'm watching that the Merovingian bloodline has the ability to control people with their thoughts, right? Literally, this was in the movie Eternals. This man could control other people with his mind, right? I'm not trying to say that I'm doing this nefariously. I said that I did it with love, right? It wasn't me testing, oh, can I control people? I feel as if I'm linked to whatever the fuck is going on and what should be happening in the future, and I'm just figuring. So that is another ability that came that is linked to what she's talking about. So I'm not saying that it's proof, but for me, there's a lot of things that have happened to me in my personal life that show me there's more to what's going on than what meets the eye. So y'all can either listen to what I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, not that y'all are being rude, but I don't know. I'm done. I'm done. Alaya.
Can someone, can you please say, is she still here? Oh, is she gone? Oh no, she's here. She's here. Yes, boo. Okay, can you tell us about the people? Because when Chop asked you about Three Eye Atlas, initially you were saying it was the Lilith, like some people the Lilith did it. I can't remember. No. Or something. What you say? Yes, because extra test. Yeah, how do you say? Is here to help the one that passed the test, and is here to cleanse the one that's still not test.
Actually, that makes sense considering the video though. Like, remember what I said about... No, because initially I own it. Initially I wasn't sure because the beginning statement I was like, I'm not sure. But the more I listen, I'm like, okay, maybe there's... Look, I ain't got to vibe with everything someone's... But the point is, like, I can see that because I keep thinking about, you know, the blue and the red, right? And so one is the awakening and one is the cleansing. And so I do feel like that's what's coming, possibly, right?
Yes. If I may add that I don't live in fear. Since my NDE near-death experience in that car accident, I am getting more weirder and weirder. But I am love. I'm a golden child. Just as much as everyone can be a child of source, not just God, because I hate the God war down here. Believe it or not, God-fearing goddess are very cute, and the true source is here. We are being observed and watched all way possible because we are so loved. This event is disclosure of the time loop that I've been waiting for eons. You hear me?
She seems tapped in. That's all I'm saying.
At 0 point, I do this.
He tapped in, bro.
And all of this. I am at
to the spectrum of bro.
0 point, do not disturb me because I'm gonna fuck this shit up.
Hey, TA, so with that, like, I don't know, like, I would just advise you. Hold on. So this is what's about to happen, right? Because I'm speaking right now, right? So TA, I would advise you not to agitate the stage. I cleared the lane for you to give you the grace to speak, so nobody would disrespect you. You could get your point across out, and we can have a conversation. I ask you not to be long-winded. You abided by that too. What I'm gonna say to you is the whole stage will turn against you, and there's nothing I can do to stop that. So I wouldn't even engage with people who are trolling or don't believe in what you believe in. You just keep speaking about what you know and what you feel, and the conversation either shift from there or the conversation to continue, all right?
You shall begin. Holy Spirit asked me to go to the land of 13 in protocol and grade 4 of grace. Check that. That is on the world site preserved by the UNESCO. I grade that forward with DNA already years ago. So I'm not afraid. I'm going to speak me at all time. At all time. In truth, and only truth shall set us free.
What beings were you channeling with? As I see you say, Lyrans?
Lyra.
Lyra. It comes from the constellation Lyra, I know.
Are those the cat people?
The cat people,
yes.
Isn't that what you said, RJ? That's kind of...
And then is the lost song of Lyra. Do you hear that song? Because my name is Uma. My mother, pregnant with me, she dreamt of the goddess Uma Haima with thee. And this goddess is the mother goddess for the Hindu. I am ancient. I'm India already. I did the Buddha pilgrimage. I can wisdom of me. Thank you.
Can you channel energy through the phone? Because I need some of that.
Normally my bowl, my crystal bowl, but now it's feel into truth frequency. If you speak truth, you not eternal, and burn all lie. But if you are your truth, if you are your truth, just stand.
She's the second woman that I've seen explain that she can channel lyrics, right? And the thing about the lion face, y'all talk about these aliens, right? There's black aliens that they talk about look like they have cat-like faces, right? So I don't know, man. Like, I'm not sitting here saying believe in aliens, even though I have my beliefs. Look, for me, I'm trying to tap in because if there is somewhere that all of this stuff is from, and y'all don't even realize there might be stuff that there's somewhere that it's from. You feel me? That they're dealing with stuff that is from somewhere else. I'm trying to tap into that energy. Like, she's the second woman I've seen.
Yes, and I have an obligation. Thank you. I have an obligation outside the phone to do. I put a link about Hanuhasi. Read that or discern any information you didn't feel like you resonate. So I am in the teaching of the Guardian. We are watching.
See, because whenever we talk about some of the conjuring up all that stuff, right? Now she's talking about this, like, realize there's an organization to that shit. Like, the Lyrans could possibly be a civilization that is past us, and we have communicated with them, right? They talk about microwave beings. We talk about the Matrix. In the Matrix, there's microwave beings. What if they can project themselves from other planets? And that's literally, in my opinion, what the pyramids is all about. So y'all got it.
I think, and then a lot of us still, I know for sure I got that Lyran in my body.
I think all black people do.
I don't know about all black people, because some people evil as fuck. So I don't know about everybody coming from the same, because everybody don't come from the same star system. Everybody got different star systems, whether you Pleiadian, whether you Lyran, Tectoid, whether you be Unaki, Egyptian, whatever the fuck you is. There's different civilizations that come from the different star systems that you may come from, which is why I always say do your own meditations, past life regressions to figure out what star system you come from, because these beings are trying to come in contact with you right now because of the Atlas energy of the planet right now. All your ancestors, your people, your stars team, they literally here right now in the sky just waiting for you to contact.
Hey, listen, that's why it tripped me out that you said Lyran, because remember, I said, if I was going to associate with any of them, I think it would be Lyran, and that whole conversation, you're like, yeah. But I don't know.
Because I told you.
I know, it's kind of crazy because the conversation we had and then her saying that, but look, you know me, I'm one to be one for that.
Intuition, man. You gotta trust it.
Hey Tia, you gotta so you can say this, but you gotta share the mic. It's a lot of people that want to talk. I can't. That's light. That's simple. That's light. They sounded like God.
May I add something? Tia is very ancient. She's very, very ancient. A lot of us in here are ancient ones. You guys remember, if you remember, a lot of us were speaking those languages before, and people was not ready. You're ready now because Atlas has the code. That is why they are trying to block it with using CERN to go in to try to control that coding that it has. The codes are bringing it to where you're able to use those codes for the new transformation of your light body to return back to your original self. It is not that your body is going to leave your body. It's that your light body that is being transferred to be able to adapt with new energy. So that is the codes that Atlas has on there. You're remembering your galactic family. You're remembering the planets now. It is they're in position. That's why all of this is coming to a full circle. Yes.
Is Atlas here now?
It is. It has to be. Okay. I thought it was you.
I'm trying to trigger us.
And I like the sister that came on. Because remember, I tried to tell you guys before, the light languages are being spoken now because those are the codes that are going to open up and allow you to become who you really are. You've been visited, but you're also returning to yourself. So the light language that the sister was speaking, she is very ancient. She is one of us. You're going to find that a lot of you guys are the true, the original and enacted. But yes, Lyrans and all of them were here. We all roam this earth. Atlantis has returned. Many galaxies and portals are open right now. So they are parked here. They are parked here, and your families are here. So some of you guys are in both worlds right now. When you wake up, you think you woke, but you're really not. You're still there. So this, what I want you to do is really tap into ones who speak the light language. You need to speak those language. It is helping you to remember, and not only that, download the codes that Atlas has that is bringing to the children to remember. And not only that, is allowing you to not go back into the lower vibrate dimensional space. Because every time you come into these rooms that they said that the apps, what they do is they listen to you and they try to channel the ones who want to, let me calm down, want to attack the vessels, because you are the high technology AI. You always been. You always been. And when you speak your language,
Not more channeling. I rebuke it. No.
It's not channeling. It's not channeling.
Channeling.
It's not channeling. It is a language. They want you guys. Channeling do not. You have language in you, in your coding of your light code. Not these avatar bodies. Your light code.
One thing I will say.
You know, they don't do nothing. They don't say.
Hold on. Let it land. Land your plane.
She was done, yeah.
I was done.
So, it's crazy though. I don't be peeping, seeing nobody say nothing crazy to the church grandmas and your moms when they be saying, "Oh, short about the stop," and you know they.
Somebody literally said something.
I'm saying,
DJ will rebuke it all.
Yeah, and I was gonna tell her not to do it again if everybody not comfortable with it. Like I don't know, bro. Like some of the shit I be thinking about, it be like, man.
I just feel like.
You know what's interesting?
It's freedom of speech. I feel like if you don't want to hear that, you can just leave.
But I mean, people feel how they feel though. Like even with hypnosis. Well, yeah, I hear you. But
go to church, bro. The fuck.
I don't think
you gotta embrace to those people, RJ, like those people that speak in what's folks call tongues, right? It may not be for everybody.
Yeah, but
for those, and so for those that don't mind it, okay, cool. But you know, you're in a room full of people with lots and lots of people that don't want that to come over them, and it's okay. They don't have to want it to come over them. So at the same time, I would love to ask the question: what was everybody speaking before they were given English in this country?
Algonquian.
Did it sound anything like did it sound anything like? No, I'm just asking, like, you know, so like we gotta, you know, I highly doubt that she's trying to trans anybody that don't want to be trans.
I highly doubt it too, Butters, but that's not the point. The point is, if somebody's speaking something that's foreign to you and you feel a way about it, no one else.
You don't want anybody to suffer with that.
Yeah,
wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, but I want to add my 2 cents because if you don't like
it. 2 cents as soon as I finish. Like, you cut me off, and I respect everybody on the stage and in the space. I wouldn't do that to you. I would actually clear the lane for you. Had you said, Chop, do you mind if I get in there real quick?
You guys were both talking.
I mean, so we were both talking, and you said, hey, let me jump on the mic and say, fuck you guys. I'm not going to get upset. Nothing said or done is going to get me upset. That's not the point either. The point is, she literally just admitted she jumped headfirst into a conversation for no reason. Like, what the fuck do I be missing in here?
You're clear to go. So you're right that if respectfully some folks don't want it, be mindful of doing it because they don't understand it. So, ignorance is bliss. And some folks may not want to feel like they don't know and are surrounded by things that they don't understand. It makes a lot of sense. I would love to backtrack. Chop, did you see Candace Owens say that some folks are not human yet? Did you see it?
Did Nava want to say something though?
She left.
You were asked to say something.
Hey, bro.
She left? That's crazy.
Yeah.
So, hold on.
Damn. Shit's getting crazy.
Did you guys see that though when she actually said that some folks aren't human?
I'm trying to say something. I guess my mic wasn't working earlier. Y'all can hear me now or no?
That's just clear.
All right, cool. So just for clarification for the room, I'm probably the most fair moderator in here, and that's no bullshit. I salute all the other mods because they do their thing. Everybody holds it down. But as far as being fair, bringing conversations back, not letting shit get too chaotic, I'm probably the most fair mod in here. What just happened was we were having a conversation and she wanted to get in there. Y'all know normally I'd just be like, fuck it, like, okay, cool, do what you do, I'll mute up and I can when I'm done or when you're done or whatever. She literally just admitted that. Let's not make this a thing where, I censored anybody or I stopped anybody from speaking or anything like that, because this wasn't that.
No, she back.
I didn't bring it up because
She back.
I didn't bring it up because of that. I just thought there was a pause and like she should have gone at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody was done. And then we were changing gears, so I felt like Nava had a question about what we were just talking about rather than going before we go into Candace.
She was
Yeah, I don't know what happened and like now I got the red bar. I don't know what and like that's not even my personality to cut any off, so but it's good. I honestly forgot my question. So go ahead, but I don't know what happened, like why I got kicked out the room.
Hey, Mike's been real
If you got kicked out, you wouldn't have been able to get back.
What happened to Niles? Was Niles, where's your badge?
No, the app's been real glitchy today. I got kicked out like 3 times, so
Okay.
I'm not blaming anybody.
No, but it might not have been somebody. It might have been the app too. So guys, let's do this thing right real quick, Chop. I realize it's all coming full circle back to the fact that some people are not human beings, and some people are recognizing that those folks that aren't human beings are doing certain things. And so like, okay, boom. The same folks that told us that Pluto is not a planet, it's a dwarf planet, they're labeling things, they're deciding what's what, right? Am I wrong about that? No, they're deciding what's what. I can give you the institution that's telling you to tell your kids and forget what you were taught and tell your kids that this new teaching is what it is. They told us a few months ago that Earth had a second moon for a few days, a few months, was it 1 month?
It's supposed to be for like 20, 30 something.
Yeah, they said it was the size of a school bus. And now they're telling you that this new moon, that is Earth's second moon, is gonna be here until 20 whatever the fuck. So they are in dictatorship of what gets allowed to be told. What do we really think? What telling us, but what are we observing? Have any of you seen a second moon? I know a lot of you guys have seen a second sun. What classifies it as such to make you think indefinitely that you should go along with what they're saying it is? And I know, Chop, you wanted to, talk about this specifically because it's very important that we have this conversation because, not for nothing, some things that happen with the sea, the ocean, has anyone gone and observed it themselves, or are we too busy with our day-to-day? How many ladies have had 2 periods this month, menstrual cycles? Real talk, because the men don't understand, or may not know what I'm talking about. But if we've got 2 moons, are the ladies having 2 menstrual cycles in a month now?
I'll speak up. I have not had that. But yeah, mine's usually around like the full moon. Like
around the full moon.
Yeah, like pretty accurate or pretty like consistent or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And so, without us being embarrassed about talking as a people or a group of folks that are observing these instances, the moon affects the tide. That's what we've been told. And it also affects a woman's menstrual cycle, and which is what we've been told. Am I lying? So please, somebody tell me if I'm lying, or tell me if this is not something that you haven't heard.
So are people? I mean, are women getting more than one, or what's?
Not for nothing. Since they, I'm not gonna hold you. Like, I had 2 menstrual cycles in October. October's a very long month. Well, I'm guessing nobody else had. And I'm not trying to be like a fool and have everybody know my business and whatever, but real talk, October's a long month. And when these fools started about some second moon or whatever, I didn't know they was talking about a second moon or whatever the fuck. I just was like wondering, like, why is there 2 cycles in my, in my menstrual? And the women should be logging this information because we need to know, for real, is that really a moon that they're talking about? And Chop was talking earlier on that these folks spoke about it as an atlas, which is a guide. An atlas, in speaking the English language, an atlas is a guide that shows you where to go. Why did they name it that? How can we, guys, can we really dig deep and not be superficial about this? Because I think that there's something with this. The first one, they said it was the size of a school bus. A school bus is fucking small. That's nothing compared to the size of the earth. This next one now, they're saying it's the size of what?
I heard Manhattan, the size of Manhattan.
Yeah, it's the size of Manhattan. Right, and you know what?
What are y'all talking
compared
about?
Compared to the size of the earth, Manhattan ain't shit.
What are you talking about?
They're talking about the size. We're talking about the
big
size.
enough. You see a big ass spaceship as big as Manhattan in the sky.
Right, and so you're calling it a spaceship, love, but what these folks are calling it is a second moon. Yeah, but I mean, I think
I haven't heard that.
I haven't heard that either. The things I'll put it into the chat for you. So let me put it into the chat for you because I don't want to just be talking with people that haven't heard shit. Well, no, every time I hear about that part, it's being referred to as a comment.
Yeah. Some people have heard it.
NASA referred to it as a comment. When we checked yesterday, I think it was, someone put a link. I think it was Chuck. Put a link, and then when I looked, it said there's nothing to worry about, it's just a comment, right? But then there's these other videos that are indicating that it might be something else because everything about it is an anomaly, right? In terms of how it's coming here, its trajectory, all of that.
And then there's also, we went into the Hopi prophecy, which claimed that it was kind of a cleansing, like beings that are coming back to awaken, and there'll be a split and all of that. But I don't think any of us heard about this moon thing, so I'm not sure where. And the thing is, I hear how you can say that.
It's two different things.
It being a different moon, I haven't heard. Yeah, I haven't heard about.
Guys, one mic.
Oh, I know. I wasn't finished.
Let me just make a poll. So you mean to say that
Hello? Hi.
nobody in this room heard that there was a second moon?
No,
I did. That's what I was trying to explain.
It's the app. Like,
I
it's just
can't
not
hear.
even
It's
clear.
not the damn app.
Who was just talking just now? And this app not glitching for none of y'all to where people don't cut in and out and y'all don't hear them?
I could hear.
I know I'm not bugging, bro.
I keep getting the red bar.
Yes, and I keep getting a red bar. I know I'm not bugging. So that's probably what
That's why
that's
TT was talking off earlier. You're right, Charles.
But y'all was Miss Mello and Butters.
I heard about the other. It's two different things. It's a different celestial anomaly.
One mic on Mello.
I'm done.
He was talking about me, but I think I was done. I lost my train of thought. When there's too many voices, it threw me. I was just saying that we hadn't heard that, but it's fine. I can see how. Oh, I know where I was going with it, because based on how it's coming in, I can see how people might say that, because apparently it may get caught in the orbit of the sun and become part of our solar system type shit. But I didn't hear about it getting caught in the Earth's orbit. But I mean, I guess that's a possibility too. So why don't we go down that rabbit hole, since that seems to be where we want to lead this couple.
But it's two different things. And the one they were talking about being a potential moon, they pretty much decided that it's not, because it's not like orbiting the Earth for real. But it's like within our orbit. It's supposed to stay here to like 2083 or something like that.
Let me ask you, Melody, who is the they that said that?
Oh, well, I was just reading like the science article.
No, it's okay, and I understand that. So, like, these are the things that we need to stop doing, right?
I'm just reading the articles.
I love you for reading an article. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. But even when, as a teacher, I go into the classroom, I still have to cite my sources to whoever is listening to me to say it's not just me saying it. This is who said it, right? So I'm not upset at any of us that are presenting evidence. But when these folks say that there was one the size of a school bus and now it's gone, and now they say there's one the size of Manhattan, and when is it leaving? 2080, whatever the fuck. Who are they saying that, and where is their evidence? So guys, fuck with me for a minute, right? When your kids are making a science project, they have to prove it with a scientific method, and it's either it has to be an observation, there's got to be a presentation that shows what was observed, which is a procedure. Then there has to be a few other things, right? Materials. There's got to be the actual conduction of this project. So I'm not saying that these folks are doing a fucking science project, but what I'm saying is, what are the credentials of those that are presenting this to the public? So now here we are observing something that they're calling a second moon. And Chop, I don't know, you see me put a couple of things into the chat for you guys about this second moon. I think it would be more than consequential to us adults to take a look at the evidence or what is being presented to us as a reality. Because I grew up in a time where my science projects, anybody that presented the planets in our solar system, our system of the solar planetary evidence showed us that there were a certain amount of planets, right? And then eventually, recently, they took away Pluto as a planet. They said this is not a planet. They degraded that planet to a dwarf. Now they're telling us miraculously that Earth will have a second moon. We have been observing more than one sun for a long time, us Earthlings. Let's call us Earthlings. Many of us have seen multiple suns in the sky. Maybe the sun that we saw, we have seen the moon in the same time with the sun. Many of us have seen it. Who are these folks telling us human beings what we should be making as an authoritative nature for our thinking? When you start thinking like that, that's when these folks start to throw you away as tinfoil hat, blah, 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 conspiracy, blah, blah, blah. But guess what? Did you guys realize that these folks are even now contemplating gravity? They're definitely doing that. Telling you that the theory of gravity has to be contemplated because of all of the things that are being revealed to us right now about the sciences on Earth. So guys, don't limit yourself. I love you very much. I want you to know that your kids are up next to decide whether they're going to pay a carbon tax on their breath, a carbon tax on pollution, a carbon tax on their, based upon their social credit scores. And these things are very important for us to be thinking about in the now. Don't just throw it away as conspiracy. Is there a second moon? What have they said about it? How is it affecting the women on this planet, the human beings on the planet? How are we being affected by, yet it's the size of Manhattan? Who the fuck's seeing it? Can we talk to them?
You got those two mixed up. Three eyes.
Alright, let me.
Right, that's why I was only chimed in just to make that distinct.
Yeah, the second moon is the size of a bus, and it'll be here till 2082.
And they do have doomsday
They decide
video.
what year it's gonna be gone, love. You tell me?
Weight and trajectory and the strength of the gravitational pull.
They're contemplating
Nothing
gravity.
to do with the gravitational pull of them.
Yeah, so like, exactly. So like, if they're contemplating fucking gravity,
Of course
hun,
it does.
if they're
No, it
contemplating
doesn't.
gravity,
It's not even a true moon because it doesn't orbit Earth.
there we go.
Asteroid.
So if they're contemplating gravity, how the fuck are they gonna tell you it's based upon gravitational pull? These folks are trying to decide if grass real. I'm telling you, you can look it up. I'm not lying to you.
Yeah, there are new theories about gravity, and obviously the unit of gravity, which is the graviton, is 100% theoretical, but we can observe gravity in play and use it mathematically to calculate the rate of things falling to the ground, and it still works.
It's just a theory, though. All I know is
It is. It's the problem. Whose theory is it? Why aren't we giving them theory to contemplate as well? We're just letting them tell us anything.
That's not how scientific theory works, or that's really not how peer review works. Like, people try to prove it wrong.
This is
They
why
literally do everything they can do to actually try to prove it wrong. So everyone who disagrees is openly still able to still prove it wrong to this day.
I think y'all missing what she's saying, you know. She literally, I had to put it in the chat, Butters. I wasn't ignoring you. I'm making a ticket on FanDuel. My background is noisy. But, like, she literally telling y'all they clipped Pluto, right? This is shit that niggas been saying for years, that it's multiple celestial bodies up in the sky. Y'all all heard us say that, especially in flat earth rooms, right? now it's like they literally telling y'all the shit. We've been telling y'all the shit y'all called us quacks and said we crazy about. They're telling y'all about it and niggas are believing it. They clipped Pluto. That was that. After that happened, they told y'all we had a second moon. Nobody questioned it. And now they telling y'all about a comet that's defying the laws of gravity. Like, I don't know if it's just the way she worded it that y'all wasn't following, but she low-key cooking because that's exactly what's happening.
I don't expect anybody to question them. It's the weird part. Where is Neil deGrasse Tyson? Where is he? He waits on the low. He's teaching a master class right now, guys.
Where's the bone?
He's teaching a master class right now, guys. He's going to be very wealthy if he's not already so. He's the spook that sat by the door. That's how I can describe him. I've always, any time I've ever spoken about him in here and anywhere else, I've always said the same thing. That it's not that I don't trust him, but I trust him to be self-serving. Because throughout all of this, if any of you had the chance to serve yourself properly and make sure that your generational wealth was compensated properly, you would probably do it at 85 to 95%. Cannot tell me that when these folks get together, humanity always sits back and waits for the leader to tell them what's right and what is wrong. So we're here right now contemplating certain things, but I'm presenting facts. The moon, as long as humanity has known it, has always affected a woman's menstrual cycle. Where are the women telling me that something is off about what's going on with that? And I don't want to, I don't want to fucking cause a problem, but if the moon that you know, as your ancestors have told it to you, and it's been documented that the moon has a gravitational pull, if gravity is real, on the ocean and the tides, and when women have their cycle, menstrual cycle, if there's a second moon, who the fuck is doing the study on that to let us know that that thing is actually a moon if it's here? Anybody?
I could see them trying to make that as an excuse and trying to, purposely track our shit for that, even if it has nothing to do with it. I could see it having no effect on them, and then, them being like, oh, we need to start tracking you guys because we need to see if this is affecting your periods, and I don't know if that's really necessary.
Necessary, because all of our ancestors have always, they used to put their, okay, so while nowadays we use pads and tampons and things like this, sorry to offend the men, right? But back in the days, we used to bury our blood. Women used to be alone. Men didn't used to be around us during those times. And even then, nowadays, there are still some men in practice that do not come around women when they have their menstrual cycle. There were things, we give our blood back to the earth. Am I in the right place here? Or are we doing something that's wrong here with me talking like this?
No, you cooking, Butters. You cooking.
You right.
You cooking.
So, it's necessary for them to track it? I think you cut out a little bit when you responded.
I didn't cut out. What didn't you hear, Kesa?
I said, did you say it is necessary for them to track it?
I said that right now it's necessary for us to talk about it. Because if these fools are thinking that we don't know how our ancestors did it, we're not going to depend on them to tell us how it's supposed to be done. This is how it's always been done. So if you're going to give us a second quote unquote moon, that means that there's got to be something changing about us. We have a direct relationship with the sun and the moon.
Well,
so how you just going to give us a moon and don't tell the human beings what might be different about how we are operating for ourselves, our internal situation? The sciences have, and I'm sorry, I would keep it totally funky. Like, I'm not even going to say anything else after this, after I hear you guys speak on this. But when you guys have people teaching your kids about everything you've learned and what the new sciences are coming into right now, we have to be thorough about everything that we knew and what they now will know. Knowing what we know and not teach them what we've been doing all this time. There's a child today in a classroom with me. He was in detention and he did not know because of how I read the paper talked about the Emancipation Proclamation here with Abraham Lincoln, and they never said who were the slaves. Believe me, I've been honest with everybody in every space I've ever been in. I only know how to be me and be honest.
You're saying they called the slaves people?
They just said people, hon. I could bring you I'll go get the paper tomorrow. I'll read it to you. They never said who the slaves in America was. They never said. All it said was, the only time that they mentioned anybody black on these papers, guys, was when they said who was going to be the soldiers in the North that were now freedmen. They called them freedmen. And they said that these freedmen who were once slaves now went to the North, and then all of a sudden African Americans were 200,000 strong in the military, in the Union, and they helped win the war against the Confederates. But never once in any of the readings that I read did it ever say who was a slave. They just said people that were enslaved. So guys, please believe me, I'm out here with your kids. And I know that the same type of tomfoolery that they're doing to us is the same type of tomfoolery that they're doing to them. I will not allow it. I let my kids watch, what it was like to pick the cotton, who it was that what the homes looked like. I let them know about jazz and how jazz came about after Jim Crow as a freedom of expression. I'm a teacher. So for me, when these folks come through and just tell you that there's a second moon, I want to know who is allowing it. What is their theory? How is it real? Can they prove it? Because they taught us, when every last one of you guys did a science project, they said that there was a scientific method. Why aren't we following it anymore?
I don't know. But do y'all think that maybe the second moon, quote unquote, has pulled in or is pulling in this 3i Atlas? Because doesn't it, I don't know, I came in the room late, maybe y'all talked about it, but it has like a gravitational pull supposedly, right? And maybe it pulled it here, maybe?
No, so I don't think, I don't know for a fact, I know, no. The answer to that question is no, because moons, like Butters is basically trying to explain, it's like, how can you believe anything about this bus-sized moon? What she's saying is bullshit, what they're saying. So to me, I think, don't even think about the moon, because what Butters just said is perfect. Like, they're bullshitting about this fake ass moon is what I got from her whole summary of her speaking. They bullshitting basically. So anything with AI Atlas, which is why notice the NASA government is shut down, so we're not getting official images. We're not getting live information live right now. The only information that we can get is people who channel the information or leaks. That's all we get is leaks from other space nations across the country. That's the only leaks that we get because NASA's not releasing anything. So no, I don't think this moon pulled this AI Atlas at all because first of all, remember AI Atlas disappeared for 20 minutes. Forgot what day that was, but it disappeared for 20 whole minutes and then it reappeared on the radar. And they found it again. So when that shit did it, a lot of scientists was wondering what the fuck is it? Is it really a comet? And then I know the tail is supposed to be behind the comet, and it's not. It's actually in front of it and it's glowing. That to me doesn't have to do anything with that second motor.
Don't it sound like a headlight to a vehicle?
It sounds like headlights to a vehicle, and it's in the front. Notice if you look at the picture of Butters, it looks like literally headlights in the fucking car that's just shining in the front of the motherfucking shit. It looked like, bro.
But RJ, were you here when Chop dropped from NASA, the link from NASA? I think it was yesterday or the day before. Yeah, he dropped the link from NASA, and they had like an update of what was going on.
What they say about it?
They pretty much said that we don't have anything to worry about, but said we won't know anything until the
30th or 29th.
Yeah, until that thing comes
crazy
around that sun, and that it would be heading to, I believe it was Jupiter, and it'll get the closest to Mars. So how close it be to Mars? It says that we have some things on Mars that can take pictures of it. So they're saying that hopefully we'll be able to get pictures of it from Mars.
Niles, me and you both know that that's their deadline, right? We know that that's their deadline. That's their deadline. So think about it, right? If the sun is 90, that's the deadline they said. That's what they said.
Was it like the 30th? Is that what you mean?
I mean, I don't know what the fuck date it is, but I know that that's their deadline that they set, right?
Yeah.
So now they telling us that the sun is 93,000 miles away from Earth. Mars is how far away?
93 million.
93 million, right? So Mars, how many miles away is Mars? And so even, let me go a step further up. They told us that in order to get the visuals back to Earth, it takes a certain amount of light refraction to deliver the pictures. And even the pictures that they send back are not in totality what exactly it looks like because they still go back and they fix it up. And that's one of the reasons why this guy, Neil, that's right. I don't hate him, just don't trust him as far as I can fucking throw him.
Yeah,
he's in cahoots with the situation. So let me fuck with you for a minute now.
I just want to say, like, I wouldn't off-rate what Lando was saying because I don't know. Because, like,
I don't know either, love. We both don't know. But what we can do is question. So the thing is, now that you know that Neil deGrasse Tyson already said that he has seen where the galaxies are created. He has seen the birthplace of where that happens. He said that. He said it. Listen, I've been collecting the information, logging it. He saw creation begin. He saw that. He said he seen it. With the footage that came back from wherever the fuck they've been looking, wherever the fuck they fucking fuck at.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Give me a chance, love. He's saying that he's seen all of that and then presented it to us as a reality. I will put it in the chat. Where he went. Listen, I'm telling you, he went on TV. Who is this contemplating on, shorty, I'm trying to tell you. Listen, I'm trying to tell you that he went on TV and said
that.
I could show you where he went on TV. He went on TV and he said, okay, all right, like it's hot.
Put in the chat, like, cause I don't know, I think we cooking here, cause I hear what you're saying, Butters, about the second moon, and what RJ is saying as well, but I think Landa also has a point, because if there is a second moon, we won't be able to see it yet, but it could be a possibility as like.
And can I tell you something? I got that theory from my daughter. She was asking me last night. She said, "Mom, what if the second moon they talk about is pool?" I said, "That's a good. It might be." I didn't have an answer for her, but maybe. And I also want to say, slaves did exist because my kid's grandmother was this great grandmother was a slave, and I had photos because I do. And the slave owner, of course, was white. I have a photo of him as well.
Notably, Neil deGrasse, I was looking to see what he was going to say about the 3-eye atlas thing, and he actually said, specifically a month ago, he said he knows that it's, entering the galaxy or whatever, entering the solar system, and he said, straight up, I don't know. Like, he doesn't know what it is all the way. There's data, there's whatever, but there's a chance for more data, and he straight up just does not know. So he didn't make any, he said, people are saying aliens. He's like, he hopes that it's aliens. It would be amazing if it was aliens, but he is strictly at, I don't know, and he's not doing any more videos that I've seen. I keep checking, but on everywhere else, everybody's saying, it's aliens, it's this. They're putting up 21, 30-something fucking videos, a video a day for a month, saying it's this, it's that, it's aliens. Motherfuckers really don't know, but they damn sure trying to get your attention, which is get your money.
Well, I think that NASA. See, what's throwing me is, and I think it was this link that we have up here, because we watched the videos. There's that one Harvardist who may or may not be compromised, depending on who's talking about it. Avi Loeb, or whatever. And so there's all these different ideas, but apparently within the scientific community, and I guess astrophysicists, all these different people, right, are discussing this thing, and they're saying that they're unsure what it is. It's NASA, because I went to the website. It was this link for sure, yeah. And it basically says, it's just a comet. There's nothing to be worried about. We will be monitoring. Stay tuned for pictures. It's just crazy because, it's such a different narrative than, apparently the scientific community is having. And even, some of the things that I like, some of the interviews and the scientists talking about it were saying, they were waiting. Even the video we watched, they're waiting for this footage that NASA already got, and I don't know if it's already been given to them, but they were initially they weren't giving it out because they were like, we need to review it, and because of the lockdown, because of the shutdown, we don't have a lot of people and all this shit. So I mean, honestly, I don't know what to think about this shit. Because, I get it. People want to say that it's going to be, Project Bluebeam or, it's this or that. But, I mean, I feel like not that many people know about this shit. And then I feel like there's different...
I don't know is a really great answer. It's the bravest answer that you could give is just say, I really don't know.
I don't know, but I think it's important to at least discuss the different points of view on it. Now, in terms of it, I missed some of the convo about how this is going to be the second moon when people have been already claiming that they saw another moon, but maybe I was confused. I mean, we ain't got to go back to it if you guys already walked through all that stuff. If it hadn't came into our solar system yet and people are claiming to have seen a second moon already, I don't understand how that could be the second moon.
I'm saying,
is it replacing a second moon? Is it going to be a third moon? What are we doing?
These are other entities that are floating around you. They've been floating around us for a long time. Now you declare it as a moon. It's the size of a building in New York. That's what it is. It's not a moon.
That's what I put in the chat, yo. People don't. It's so easy to just fucking Google some
it's what it is.
It has no gravitational pull on Earth. It basically, I guess it fucking orbits the sun, not even us. It's just gonna be in, I guess, I don't even know the term, but, I mean, it's not here to stay.
This is the moon, right?
The second moon, it's called a quasi-moon. It's not a true moon.
Yeah, the only reason they call it a moon is because it does sort of cross us for a certain amount of time, but it doesn't orbit the Earth. Like, it has to orbit the Earth to be considered a moon. And they are saying that it is orbiting the sun.
And it's supposed to be here in 2083.
So, I mean, it's just kind of boggling how many different narratives there is, like, especially with the size. But,
how the fuck they know it's a bus size? Like, that's how I know.
I think people are confusing different stories.
I think so too, because the bus size thing was something that happened a while back, and then now we're talking about a new thing that's supposedly coming in. So that's where I'm getting confused, unless they're all the same thing, and I'm the one who's just lost.
Mills, can I real quick? Can I play this TikTok real quick, just 2 minutes?
I just wanted to finish one thing before you played that, RJ. Or is this all like social media propaganda?
I dropped the link in the chat a while back. If you want to scroll up, like, it's from ABC News and it's quoting, I believe, NASA.
Okay.
Okay. It's going to be the aeronautic department. That's the whole thing. Who is controlling this observation right?
Right, exactly. Because I tend to be careful what goes around social media, you know.
So,
all right,
I can do it.
Well, I was gonna say
Now, this is why I'm trying to have everybody understand that when these folks show us these things for the mass,
I kind of see what
the mass interpretation, I go to the root of where it came from and who those folks are. I don't want them to play around with me, because, like I said, women that know that this moon that has an effect on the tides and the menstrual cycle, if you're gonna call it a moon, shorty, let's do a study on what's happening to women's menstrual cycles in that time, and to the men that know your woman, whoever you lay with, something's going to be different.
That's not even true. If you look it up, it literally says that this quasi-moon has absolutely no gravitational effect on the Earth. No, it's too far away. It's too small. It doesn't even go around. It doesn't go around. It doesn't orbit around the Earth. So in order for it to have a gravitational effect on us, it would have to. It orbits the sun.
Right. So who set that rule? Who set that rule and precedence that in order for it to have an effect?
The scientists.
Okay.
Study this.
Just so long as you know.
I mean, it's that's just the definition of a moon.
Just so long as you know.
We can refuse to believe anything scientific.
All right, so I want to get.
I ask a question.
Go ahead, darling. Go ahead.
Thank you. Does anybody in here suffer or know anybody that suffers from vertigo?
Yes,
I do.
But you know what?
So hold on. I'm gonna tell y'all why I asked. I asked because you're asking about the gravitational pull. There's your answer.
Well, I hear it.
And you know what? No, that's crazy, because I've never had vertigo, and that shit, I would say this year sometimes. Like, I feel like it was like maybe June, July, that I started getting vertigo all of a sudden. I didn't know what it was. And I was like, what the fuck is this? That shit's crazy.
I started getting vertigo when I was getting messed with. That is a part of like them they're trying they don't, get weird with it, but they're trying to use sound energy to penetrate your body. And when the built up energy leaves your ears, built up heated air leaves your cranium, it leaves through your ears, and that's where the tinnitus comes from, right? So that vertigo that you're talking about, I used to get that a lot back in the day, and I feel like it happens whenever either this is starting to happen to you, or
you know what?
Let's say.
Oh, I think you're probably I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right, was like, I get it. Like, I personally, when I do feel something like that, like I feel like I'm being like attacked from different angles, and these things are happening to me. I send that energy back with love. and it's funny because, like I said, it did go away, but like I had it for a second, and then even like I haven't really had the tinnitus either, but I have had it. Don't get me wrong. Like every now and then I'll hear the ringing, but it's not like constant, which is interesting. So I always feel like it's a signal of something, but I mean, I get it. It could just be tinnitus.
I think they are targeting you. When you talking about this stuff too, it's going to help it activate, right? So they want to deactivate the people.
The more you talk about this shit, it's gonna activate more of these. And I heard like
I'm trying to activate as many people possible. I feel it.
So look, let me get into the video, and then y'all can keep talking. Cause I want y'all to keep talking about it.
No, I mean I feel you, and I'm gonna just say this thing, but I also put a video in the chat where this doctor that talks about nuance and stuff, he's talking about the 3i Atlas gains energy behind the sun, that there's extraterrestrial intelligence. He's literally publicly saying that he wants to study. So go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
No. We're gonna play a video real quick, and then you can ask your question. Hold on one second.
Mic open. I'll play it.
Three-eye atlas is and what it's not. I chatted with a couple weeks ago, and I made notes here because there's quite a bit of information. I also have my whiteboard here as well. I didn't know. I was sitting on it for a while. My guys told me it's time to share. This is the 4th time I've tried to make this video. There's something that really doesn't want this information out, so let's hope this one works. So 3i Atlas, when I was shown, I sat in for a meditation. I sat down, cleared my mind like I always do, cleared space. And the first thing I do when I seek it just for myself on my own is I clear my mind and I just wait for something to come in. And what came in, 3i Atlas. And I said, you want to talk about 3i Atlas? And they said, yes. And I saw something that I've been curious about. I have seen videos going around about it. So I said, okay. And I said, well, what is it? I used the word relevant several times. They said that it's something that's always been here. It's not ran by anything. It's just something that's automatic and kicks on at a certain frequency level. So what is 3i Atlas? It is a frequency device. It is an amplifier of frequency and vibration. It's been here all along. It's supporting the awakening, you could say. It's a threat to the powers that were, and it brings trepidation to the powers that were. They actually said trepidation a few times. And what they showed me, what they meant by that, is that the powers that were know there's things like this here. I had no idea there's anything like this here, but there's more things like that. They're saying there's other things going on here that we have no idea about. And now that this has become relevant, it's coming into our awareness, and we're talking about it. And they said that there's a lot of misinformation out there. Specifically, they're reminding me of a video right now that I watched.
RJ is not playing.
Let's take it off.
Can y'all hear? Is that me? RJ, we can't hear nothing, bro. No, you got muted.
Can't hear you. RJ, you playing the video? Where's RJ?
Let me set a noise off.
Yeah, can't hear you, bro.
Yo, RJ, we can't hear you,
bro. Yo, you muted, dog.
Aliens.
This nigga.
He got raptured.
I think I heard this girl speak before. If it's the same one, she had some pretty interesting stuff to say, but I'm not 100% sure if that's the girl he's listening to. But she was talking like, I'm gonna ask him when he gets back. But damn. All right, shit. I don't know. I guess we'll wait till RJ gets back, but I know other people had a couple questions.
crystal, it's everything, right?
Can I make a quick
Like
comment?
an alien sending a data center through space and shit.
What is vertigo?
I can go in there.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
It's
so fucking easy.
Just when you get dizzy.
It's a vestibular system issue.
Dizzy. It's an inner ear issue.
Yeah, it's the crystals in your ear. Okay, so the definition is that the crystals in your ear become dislodged. That's one of the definitions. All I can tell you is that I felt nauseous. I was dizzy, like wobbly a little bit, like in terms of like because things would be spinning or everything felt like it was moving. It was very weird. And at first I wasn't sure what the fuck was going on. And then I was talking to my best friend and she was like, girl, she's like, oh yeah, that shit is birds. Like, what the fuck? So, I mean, I don't know. All I know is that, you know, a couple weeks, like, before that shit went away, like, it didn't go away. Like, it got better, but it took a while.
Also, is it disease?
I wouldn't say. I would say.
So if you scroll up in the chat, there's multiple different causes for vertigo, and there is a disease that can cause it. So not everything associated to it is caused by the disease. You could have an ear injury that causes it. The disease that I dropped up there is Meniere's disease, which is the buildup of fluid in the inner ear causing episodes of vertigo, hearing loss, tinnitus, that ringing in your ear, and ear pressure.
It can be age too, right, Casey?
I mean, I wouldn't say younger people really get it. So, but, you know, when we all get older, I mean, yeah, people have more medical issues as they get older.
I had vertigo for like 4 years, and only 4 years I experienced severe vertigo because of what they were doing. And I'm just gonna say, like, if you ever experience that stuff again, or you ever notice like things accelerating, like your thoughts accelerating, or you know, like the environment looks slightly different. I don't know. Pay attention to that. Just step outside, open the door, because they're trying to bombard your body with vibrational energy that can drive you to different places when it comes to what they target. It's really a science. Like, honestly, just hearing you talk about it, like I know what's going on. So go outside, open the door, make sure that the bouncing in your room or in your house isn't locked in. Like it's not gonna bounce off. Anyways, I'm just saying because
I kind of get you because I'm just saying, you know, even though I get it, there's people who are like, okay, well, logically, I mean, look, I do believe, like, they even had that whole thing with, what was it called, Havana syndrome, where, like, they were, like, fucking targeting people. So, like, I get.
They? Oh, she's really talking with the Russians, huh?
I think it was one of the best ones we had. Oh my
God. Superman, you mean the most recent Superman movie? Because that was a good one.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, I don't even watch it.
Oh, psych, you love it.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, no, it was actually really good. Like, I liked it.
I heard he just fucking gets me watching that shit.
Well,
he
gets beat up. I have a question. Can I do this?
He only got beat up.
It's just gonna be crazy. Like,
Well, first of all, but wait. Can I give a small spoiler to see if it makes it up for you?
Go ahead. He gets what he wants, though. That's the whole thing.
That's what I'm saying. I know. Well, what are we doing to prepare for this? Because I don't want to see a bunch of people going to jail. And I don't want to be like Lisa and them. They was talking about people, you know, stealing groceries and stuff. After they stood in line for an hour, and then they come out, and then their groceries get taken away, and you know, people taking purchases and stuff. I don't want to deal with that. Like, that's the reality that could possibly become true.
But yeah, I think that all this is about prep. I'm sorry.
I mean, maybe that's one thing that they're trying to do, like cause like chaos, so they can start saying, "Oh, look, we need to send
the National Guard, and you need to see the military.
That's what it's preparing for. That's why he's doing it. This is all exercises. Even the ICE agents is exercises.
I want to say
People don't have to steal food. Come to us so you don't have to steal or end up in jail. Because I'm going to tell you, Texas, no. It's just not the place to steal food or anything.
You get there, Ashton.
Yeah, so what Toon Thurston said is exercise. I wouldn't necessarily say at this point, in my opinion, it's exercise. I think this is part of the phase, or the first phase. No longer exercise.
Correct. And then they already proved what they can do and take away your Second Amendment rights during COVID. So you can't have more than 10 people. Forced vaccinations. I mean, whether you feel about vaccinations or not, they forced it for you to take it, regardless if you wanted it or not. So, I mean,
that's not true. Please don't do that.
I'm sorry, Ellie. I wanted to ask.
They forced people for work. I mean, you didn't have to take it, but it was going to affect your livelihood.
Okay, so that's a total difference.
I apologize for if I misspoke.
No. You don't have to apologize to me. That's not necessary.
Nah, I want to be politically correct.
No, you don't have to. No, that's not
great.
Oh, that was so funny. Let me turn down the
I got
Kardashian
forced
show.
to take mine today, Lisa.
You know, I still have the gunshot wound for me having been forced to have to take mine as well. So,
I just happened to walk by and they grabbed me and said, "Here, take this."
Did they sit on you? Because they sit on my chest.
Yeah, y'all knew what I
And
mean.
then they put the
I
barrel.
apologize, but you going to grind.
The jack that came out was good. He was Lisa. He was buff.
Now, wait 1 minute. Wait now. Wait.
Hey, bro, did you get his number?
Listen, I'm
Lisa, they sat on you. They sat on you. They sat on you.
Sat on me chest.
Oh my gosh. See you lying girl.
Yes, they did. No lies in here. Oh, let's not do this again. Oh my God, they got a bad. I'm sorry, Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Pass it.
They got some bad keys.
Yeah, we need to be.
Didn't they force the pilots, and then the pilots didn't know, they let them go, but they ended up giving them their jobs back? They're the only ones I can think of that were forced.
Still wasn't
And the medical people.
Let's change the rhetoric. Let's change the
Ma'am,
it's not forced. They gave you a choice. They did. The choice wasn't forced.
I think the only relevant comparison, though, but with the pandemic is really just the shortage that you saw, like in the stores, and the breakdown in the supply chains. The fact that people were literally fighting, like there were people that literally threw bottles of whatever over people's head to steal their toilet paper at different grocery stores because there were so many shortages. Remember that one at a time, or you can only have one, and people were getting into fist fights or stealing it out of people's carts. It doesn't take very much to break the fabric of society, and this is sort of pushing it. However, a lot of states are stepping up. So I know, for example, Vermont is trying to at least ensure that people that qualify for benefits have food on their table for the next 2 weeks. And when you think about the air traffic controllers not getting paid, and the fact that Thanksgiving, one of the biggest travel times in the United States, is coming up, I don't think that this shutdown can last beyond that. If it were to last beyond that, we would see cancellations of flights, we would see complete chaos in the streets, and with already this SNAP benefits not getting covered.
They don't care. They don't care.
I think they do. They will care because it will be like their constituencies. It will be all of their constituents suffering. And
They might care about it because they might care, but Trump is their fucking leader. They answer to him.
She's not talking about Congress people in general. She's not talking about just Republicans.
It only takes Congress. It only takes Congress to
rousing from their districts. Almost all Congressmen are shout to like the Biden bypass. If from like time in memoriam, if there's a critical mass of people in a district who really genuinely don't like something, Congress people tend to listen. Senators are a little harder on that.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, what I've seen over this past year, which we're coming up on, I've seen Trump say, hey, listen, he'll call in. They play a little bit, and then Trump like, yeah, y'all better stop playing. Y'all remember when he came in, was like, y'all better pick a speaker. You don't remember when he came in, was like, y'all better get this thing closed by July 4th. Do y'all recall these different things? Well, no. Yeah, if he wanted this done, he could call it in, and it'll be done.
I don't think.
Done.
I don't think Trump wants it done. What I was referring to is it only takes Congress to pass a continuing resolution, at least to the holidays, to get people paid, to get people benefits. Yeah, but within Congress, essentially. And so it doesn't, the president signing the bill, it just takes the continuing resolution, people agreeing on it, they can pass it, even if the president were to deny it. They would have the votes at that point because they would see the chaos that they would see the chaos that it would create, and they can still overturn it if they have 3/4 majority.
I think it takes a critical mass, which is what Outlook is referring to.
Well, Glistening is correct 100%. She's saying exactly what I've been saying. Is that you don't necessarily need, like Marshall, you don't necessarily need, Marshall, you're going in and out, bro.
Hey, go ahead.
You don't necessarily need, you don't need to have Trump come in and saying, the senators, Chuck Schumer specifically, is we realize that this is having a deleterious effect on his midterm goals, as well as, any idea of supporting.
See, I got time today. I'm just gonna let you know. I got time tonight. See, I don't play with you during the daytime because I'm at work, but I got time tonight. I'm not gonna allow you to do this. We're not doing this. We're not putting this on Chuck Schumer. We're not talking about the fact about him wanting to have this political game and this leverage bullshit tonight. We're not doing that because that's not it. And as long as we're going to keep on arguing about why these people are doing what they're doing, and we can't come to a common conversation and ground on that, it's never going to get resolved, TC. It's literally about the people not having their benefits. What's happening? Why can't you get that through your thick skull?
It's also
Shut up! I don't want to hear from you. I ask him a question. Go ahead, TC.
I really do have a call in 1 minute, so I gotta jump.
Oh,
I will be back. I promise you, I'll be back after I close this deal.
See, when I got y'all on the tight,
I got $18,000.
Y'all want to
I'll
play.
let y'all know if I close it or not. I will be back though.
You know, only 18,000.
Only 18,000 tonight.
I think your deal is like only 18,000. Move on.
We
about to square up, yo. We about to square up.
I also had put statistics in the chat
You ain't squaring up nothing.
related to the hospital closures that would stand if the big beautiful bill were to pass, and the vast majority of those are in Republican states, and it will be the Republican representatives in those districts whose hospitals will close. Those hospitals closing mean thousands of jobs, thousands of people out of work. Where do you think they're going to go? These are healthcare professionals. They're going to leave the district. That isn't good for the people there. It isn't good for the economy there. It will be very detrimental to those individuals. So I think what the government shutdown is doing is it's giving people an ability to highlight that. So I'm wondering if Marshall is still on the stage. Texas faces the most number of closures. Has anyone in your state even mentioned it? Has it been on the news?
Yes.
Are you even getting that message?
Hospital has already closed in Texas.
Yes, it's been on the news. It's been widely publicly available. The person on the opposite side of the aisle who has the largest voice about it is a gentleman named James Tallarico, who is one of 3 people in the Texas Democratic primary to challenge John Cornyn in general.
I like him. I think
Texas edged down a little bit on the billionaire talk. Not much, just a little bit. Because there will be people even in major cities in Texas who like he'll take action. It might be something that a state on the East Coast or a state in part of the South might take, but Texas is a little weird about that stuff. It doesn't take that kind of stuff kindly.
Remind me, what are we talking about? What are we talking about right now? Yeah, but the hospital's closing. Right, but we're talking about the overall subsidies and the fact that the people not paying into insurance. Okay, they're going to close them down. But the hospitals is one thing. We're talking about right now with the people not getting paychecks, not getting benefits. That's what we're talking about. Can we have that conversation?
So can I just say, First Lady, what I mean is you want people to contend with the uncomfortable, painful truths that people are facing a lack of funds where they're not going to be able to buy the basics. Is that right? You want people to actually contend with that instead of talking about anything else but?
I mean, as long as we bring it back to that, then fine. But I don't want to get too far away from, that piece of it, because really, ultimately, we have it where we continuously see that the American people are seeing that they want to blame the Republicans. The Republicans want to blame the Democrats. I'm seeing the polls go up 53% that the Republicans are, the reason for this, and 43% that the Dems are. Okay, those are numbers. I don't want to worry about that because I understand, these people, they're going to fight and they're going to argue their points. I want the people who are on the opposite side to understand why it's being closed. And so maybe you can start actually talking to your constituents, but the more that you continuously keep saying that this is about leverage and people trying to win their next seat and so on and what have you, that's not the primary reason. It's not. And I don't understand for the life of me why people cannot focus on the fact that people are losing their health insurance. Maybe you don't care about the health insurance. Maybe you don't care whether people get their medicine and their medication or being able to go to the doctor's office. I don't know. Maybe that's it. So if that's it, then let's have that conversation.
It's all actually related. So the health insurance, people not getting Medicaid is what is leading. It will directly lead to the hospital closures. And in those areas, that's also employment, like gainful employment. It is, in some districts, it is the primary employer. And so all of the small businesses that exist, they only coexist in a world in which there's gainful employment. So it has a domino effect in those districts.
So First Lady, I think what you don't have is you don't have enough people angry on the Republican side yet. And it's because what they're not seeing the things that you're like, they don't see that pain. That pain point that you're talking about, they don't feel it or see it at the moment, right? And so if people are not seeing it or feeling it, and they're not going and calling their particular congressman, or at least in high numbers, then you're not going to have people, like you mentioned, polls. Well, the new AP poll that came out in October had 67 said Republicans and 63 say Democrat. The numbers are still small. Quinnipiac, right? Quinnipiac has 45, 39, right? It's just not that far of a gap between the two sides yet. So until Republicans start coming on the Democrat side and start saying, hey, Republicans, open it up, we're just not going to have that agreement.
Why can't we just do this? Instead of saying, come on this side or that side, just doing what's right for the people and understanding mentally that, okay, this particular administration has a new thought and process. They have a new vision how they want to run the government. I can understand that. All I'm asking is the fact that you give the people time to catch up with your vision. The vision that they have is going to cause destitution. That's what I'm talking about. And until we have that conversation, all the rest of the other stuff is bullcrap. That's what I'm trying to say, because I see where they're going. asking for a handout, this is how they think, okay, fine. But at least give a process so that people can prepare themselves for it. This is not how you do things. That's what I'm talking about. Does that make sense?
It does. If we call it project management, you don't want to boil the ocean, right? So when we're doing like any type of process improvement, you want to just try to figure out where's the low effort, high impact areas where you can find some improvements. Definitely. I can agree with that. You put it that way makes sense. So
that's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm saying we need to have these conversations because this has to be flushed out. I don't want it where the people have it all one way on one side or all one way on the other side. No, I understand there has to be some changes because, things are being revealed. I get it. Let's do that. But let's find a pathway forward. When they created this big, beautiful bill, I think that they just went for the gusto and was like, we cutting this shit. We got the time. We can do this now, right now. Let's just do it. And it's like, yo, really? These people, you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to say these people, but I'm just saying we the people. Because I don't want to separate myself because at any given time, you can be high on the hog and then tomorrow something might happen. So I'm going to always stay humble.
Ain't that the truth? You can be doing real well one moment and be in the gutter the next. Ain't that the truth, Lisa?
But I mean, budgets are priorities, right? And these people just passed a budget, right? Or they've passed bills that demonstrate what their priorities are that are part of a budget. And we know who they are. They do not care about hunger. They don't care. And the game that the Republican politicians play in the whole Republican echo chamber is to have you thinking about the game and make it seem like that as long as you're owning the libs, that's going to keep your belly full. Eventually, that's not going to work. But it works a long, long way. And that's the reality of what you hear when you hear, these megafools come in here. And, they've been listening to their propaganda on their side. And they act like there's just no consequences to anything that ever happens, with government. The government hasn't done a single good thing for anybody ever. Except for, Medicaid covering half the births in America. Social Security, as weak as it is, keeping old people housed and fed. Outside of those kinds of things, what has government ever done for any of us?
There seems to be a real lack of trust between the two sides. And my friends across the aisle, I don't think they trust that if they put together a clean subsidy bill that is just subsidies, that the Republicans will pass it. I think their thought is the Republicans have had more than a decade to deal with the ACA and their criticism of it. They continually come to the table with nothing. Why would we believe that they're going to abide by this argument on subsidies? Now, somebody correct me, is more economically astute than I am. But don't subsidies have to keep pace with the economy? I'm not trying to make a partisan point. I'm just generally curious as I understand them. Subsidies have to keep rate with market value, which means it goes up or down depending on the economy, at least as I understand. If I'm wrong, please someone correct me. But if I have to give it to my friends across the aisle, they don't trust that we're going to be honest about subsidies and the need to put government money into that. They think we're going to make a debt argument, which on our side is bankrupt, because our president, during both of his administrations, spent like a drunken sailor. He hasn't spent a balanced budget. He's talked a balanced budget, but he hasn't actually spent one.
But Marshall, you're acting like they only need to look forward when they just passed the bill that didn't include the extension of the subsidies in it. They just said they don't care. Just the other day. It's like if you're dating someone and they say, I don't love you, and you break up. You don't come back to them thinking, oh, they love me now. They told you they don't love you. They don't love healthcare subsidies that address these people who are in this basically donut hole in the
so then
they don't like those people.
So then I should revise what I said to say the Republicans don't care for healthcare subsidies. And I think that's where the sticking point is. Democrats think they're a good idea, and if somebody would be affected by them, I think they're a good idea. But apparently the Republicans do not. And that's a bad place to be for the country in general, but it's also a bad place for my party to be. The fact that it is unwilling to have a discussion about continuing subsidies, despite the fact that the prices may rise. I think as a compromise, we would just genuinely need to be willing to make that compromise with the other side. It doesn't seem like we're willing to do it.
But Marcia, not even no Republicans, this is not even a Trump Republican thing. The Republicans are not for what you're saying. For what
I'm not saying they are.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to say this is a MAGA thing, but this is a Republican. They don't even.
I'm saying I think that particular place has a deleterious effect on the public. Most of the public, regardless of what we like, think that the ACA is a decent thing. Agree with subsidies. Do they always make financial sense? No. But as the House is the body that allocates money and is the body that's proportional, it's the body that should reflect the will of the public. And the Senate is entitled to be more partisan or in nature because of the way it's been set up. But the House should genuinely be reflective of the sentiment of the public. And while I think there's a significant sentiment of the public that does not believe subsidies are there I think is a larger portion of the public that genuinely believes that those kinds of stuff matter. And I think that means that the Republicans are going to have to compromise on what they believe is financial well management. But here's the other part about this, right? We don't have the legitimacy anymore on monetary issues. If we tell the Democratic Party, hey, we need to spend within our means, all they have to do is look at us and go, but you didn't. Why should we? We're not the party that thinks confining government is important. In fact, we're still in large part the FDR party that says larger presence of government in your life is not a bad thing. Right? So why should we expect that party to be the financially stiff party when we're unwilling to be, despite the fact that we preach it? It seems like we're just being hypocritical as all get out. And I say this as somebody who genuinely thinks we should try to spend within our means and that money is not endless. But I can't have that argument in real genuineness with somebody in your honors place, for example, in Texas, with any kind of legitimacy on my side. I just can't. It's not there. So
Republicans want to end healthcare subsidies of all kinds.
Yeah.
How many times did they vote to repeal Obamacare? Is it 60, 70?
Over 100.
So over 100, right? A billion, basically, a bajillion.
That's exaggeration.
A bajillion times. No Obamacare with us. States like Texas have never expanded accepted the Medicaid expansion dollars, right? Like they just passed a bill that let these subsidies expire. They think if you are too poor to afford it, or actually it's weird. They think if you're too rich to get Medicaid, but too poor to pay for it yourself, them's the breaks. If you get sick, good luck. Maybe your church will help you out. That's what they think. Let's just be honest about it. They voted that way over and over and over and over again. Who cares what they say? It doesn't matter. It's not worth the damn. I don't care what they say. I care what they do. It's really, really simple. If you vote against healthcare, you're against the healthcare. You vote against healthcare subsidies, you are against healthcare subsidies. Like, there's no wishy-washy, like, oh, I'm for it even though I voted against it bullshit. Like, that doesn't mean anything to anybody. So, I don't, respectfully, I continuously hear Republicans, whether it's the professional ones on Capitol Hill or it's other people who are trying to, thread some sort of needle where they can be pro-healthcare but also anti-healthcare subsidies. But we all know that when we buy things, if we don't have enough money, we don't get those things. And there are a lot of people who don't have enough money to get those things. In part because the one part of healthcare that Republicans seem to like is setting up structures where insurance companies can make a shit ton of money off of us, basically using our sickness as a profit, making vessel. But that's who they are. They haven't shown themselves to be anyone else, and it's been a very, very, very long time. This fight has been going on since long before I could vote. I'm a middle-aged man. This goes back to Hillary care in 1993. Even
since Harry Truman, actually.
Yeah, there you go. That's who this
Harry
party
Truman is the first person who proposed some sort of more nationalized healthcare system for the United States in the Teddy Rooseveltian thing of you can't have a good population if they're not healthy.
So Marsha, First Lady, one of the things that's in the bill that they want to subsidies.
Wait a minute. We're going to continue in just a second. We're at the top of the hour. It is 8:01, and we are taking a field trip today, guys. Yay! A field trip is coming. All right, so get your blankies, get your cups, your sippy cups, your bottles, whatever it might be. Get ready for the field trip. It is coming. Thursday is going to be a very special night. I have got confirmation that we're having a special speaker. I'm not sure if Patsy would like to speak on that now, but I want you guys to stay tuned because it's going to be an amazing conversation. So that will be on Thursday. There is a field trip coming. I'm sure the school bus will be heading out real soon, and we'll be taking that field trip. Yeah, so that is the reset for now. Patty, did you want to say anything, or you can't talk? Okay, I can't. Okay, all right. You know what field trip, girl? What's going on? What you saying? You don't need no permission slip. It's so hard. You guys are funny as hell. Listen, the people tried to take the field trip yesterday. I tried to get them on the bus, and the place was closed, so I couldn't take the people.
Okay. Jesus Christ. But you know what? That's a good segue because I was trying. There's people are doing their own personal videos coming out of Jamaica. You guys, this is not good.
Yeah, over 539,000 people have lost electricity thus far in Jamaica currently right now.
That's what I'm over, girl. I'm addicted now. This is crazy. I feel really, really bad. And my question to the room and to the house is, do you think that Donald Trump is going to send any recovery relief?
Paper towels.
To Jamaica?
No. They don't even get paper towels.
So picker-uppers?
Nothing.
You may not know your job.
Casino over there.
No, I'm serious because it's kind of like a quandrum. If he sends money over there, in which I wish he would, then how is he going to explain to his own people? It's just a big mess.
He's going to slap the tariff on
help.
I tell you, Lisa, don't worry about a thing.
Listen to this.
No, this is not facts.
Every little thing is gonna be alright.
I'm about to have tears. Let me see these.
Don't worry
About a
thing. I won't worry now.
Trump will respond if China steps in.
What? China?
Who said that? I said that.
I believe Trump will respond if China decides to step in. China already
You know what? That's a good point. I think China.
Jamaica.
I think China will send some money or some food or some relief over there. That's a good point. I feel better now because I'm thinking, who's going to help those people over there by tomorrow morning? This is crazy. But anyway, I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer.
Our government is shut down.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what we can do right now.
They have investments out there. So.
Well, they sent aid to Alaska during the shutdown.
Alaska is a part of America. What's going on?
I'm saying they're a red state. He's saying the government shut down, but they still got aid when they had the floods.
But that's in America. Jamaica.
Okay, First Lady, I know, but it's still a shutdown time. He just said the government shut down. I'm saying yes, but I'm sorry. I go on mute. I'll stay down here in my little pink earmuff.
I like your new PTR, bro. That's
Wait, you got a new PTR? Let me check it out.
Yeah, it's kind of dope. She blinged out.
Wait, so I don't see you on the.
I identify as a cat.
Oh, what a cutie pie!
Hilarious. For a living, I do my best. That's a fact.
That is so cute.
I like it. I like that car.
One day, First Lady, I'm gonna have that car one day.
Oh, I'm not gonna go that far.
So
I like it.
So one of the things First Lady and Lisa and team is that in the bill what the Democrats want subsidies, they want to also fund PBS and NPR, right? Every year. I think they could negotiate that out of the deal. Why keep that in there?
What deal is this? Where's that at?
One of the things that they want is to restore the funding to PBS and NPR.
Where are you finding that request?
It was in their request when they were saying about in the budget what the Democrats want. So First Lady, I can send you the information, but
when was this demand asked?
I'm sorry, was that Marsha talking to something? I can tell.
Well, obviously, go to Lisa first. She's the head honcho here.
Marshall, my name is First Lady. I am not Lisa.
Oh,
I know I don't do a lot of talking. I get it, but this is like the second time you've called me Lisa, and I let it go the first time.
I will do much.
That's fine. No worries. But I understand, but you know why? Because Lisa's usually the one that's talking, so I get it. Everybody, because I don't do a lot of talking, I do a lot of yelling. So I get it, Marshall. That's fine. Omar, hello? When did this happen? When did they make this request?
Before in September, during the shutdown, and part of their request had the funding for public media. They wanted to restore money for PBS and NPR, which provided educational programs. That's crazy.
Okay.
They want healthcare for people and Big Bird.
Oh, well, you know what? Take it off the table. That's fine. My rich uncle can help them pay for the PBS. That's fine. Okay, so you got it. What's next? Can we get a deal on the healthcare?
I mean, I'm looking through it. I'm trying to find some areas maybe where they can negotiate, but it's not too much. It's kind of still expensive. I mean, it's over $1 trillion over 10 years for a broader.
That's $1 trillion a year. That's just $1 trillion a year. Your president, my president, said, "Hey, listen, we banging right now. We the baddest country on this planet. What's $1 trillion? What's going on?
I think
we got money.
I don't think it already added to the deficit. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, I haven't checked that. I don't know if the deficit, if they've done enough numbers this year yet, but I can tell you that he has signaled to the Democrats that he's willing to have a brand new, somewhat Obamacare if they are willing to, look at what's wrong with it and change it. So he has provided that olive branch.
He said he only had a question really quick, a concept of a plan.
Can I ask Marshall a question really quickly?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, brother? I hope all is well. So Marshall, I'm under the impression that the last time these things were negotiated and extended was in 2022. Why was it only extended for 2 years? If it was 2022, why was it
21, 4 years?
2020. Okay, 4 years. Okay, there it goes. Was that a limit to how long they could extend it for? Did they not have the votes to make it permanent? I'm just trying to
reconciliation, going back, reviewing to see if in fact, it needs to stay. Does it go higher? It was a way to be able to get the Republicans to be able to vote on it. So they came up with a limitation and put an expiration on it. I'm sorry.
That was the expiration was the Republican piece of that agreement. Together, they had to agree that they were going to be temporary.
Gotcha. All right, that makes sense. Thank you for explaining that. Thank you, First Lady. I appreciate it.
No worries, brother. Is that field trip? Is the bus getting started? The wheels on the bus go round and round.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there.
Wheels on the bus go round and round all through the town.
And I have to pack my lunch. Okay, I'm ready. Pack my lunch.
Big wheels keep on burning. Ow!
Right now, it's just getting hot.
Oh, it's my bedtime, girl. You know I get silly when I get sleepy now.
Subsidies if they kept the public option, right?
Oh no, Jesus Christ.
I think to Amari's point, like Amari, you're not going to get a more generous benefits package from the CA out of the Republican Party. You're going to get a less generous benefits package, which goes back to Aaron's point, which is Republicans.
Okay, see you guys in 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
They're not interested.
See you guys in 5 minutes.
You better open?
Yeah, babe.
Oh, we taking a field trip. Yay!
Oh my God. My tummy.
I'll spend some baking soda.
You know, we would have never needed these subsidies if they would have kept it public.
Yeah. If they had kept the public option in and they kept the penalty would have paid part of these subsidies. It would have paid most of them. In the ACA originally was part of the pay for, because it got passed under a pay for option.
That's a fact. Because when you don't have enough people paying into something, then guess what happens? The person that's giving you the something is going to go up because their overall margin is not being met anymore. Hello? So if people continuously keep meeting,
doesn't that mean subsidies have to keep pace with cost of living?
Exactly.
For farming subsidies, I'm just like.
Yeah, but it costs more using the subsidies. If we would have used the public option, at least they would have been able to negotiate prices. So it would have been cheaper to have the public option. And now we have to have subsidies because Republicans want to like.
That just kind of sounds like a sneaky way to like undermine the ACA in the first place. Since you couldn't come up with an adjustable option that made sense, like let's just undermine it as much as we possibly can.
But Marsh, I didn't know Haitian could sing.
That's not Haitian. That's my affinity. You trying to get a beat. Now, Affinity, you know you can't do what I did. Like, you know.
I'm being Ike Turner, but so one of them. Whoa, oh shit! You heard that too, huh? Whoa. So one of the things that people didn't really like the penalty to have to pay for young people who are not sick. They didn't like that. I'll say that. But first thing, one of the things, the rules. I mean, you can't cross state lines. You can't buy insurance. Like the way I remember going back to hearing like Republicans. I'm going back to the Mitt Romney days, right? And they were saying that the way that the policies were made, they didn't actually get more choice, and that was one of the problems they had with ACA. There wasn't enough choice. It was actually closing, and doctors were leaving.
That's not true.
That's not true at all.
But that's what they were saying. Though. You remember that?
Well,
I'm just saying that's what they were saying.
Remember that. Nobody told me those.
I remember them saying it, but it wasn't the truth. I do remember that being put out there, but it wasn't the truth. And not even just wasn't the truth. It is not the truth. There has definitely been them, saying that crap, but no, that's not a true statement. Child.
I'm only when I'm going 15. It's content.
I know you are. I know you are. I know what you're going by.
You say one thing and then the group just lose their shit, man. These are the most unhinged people in the world.
Well, you know what happens with that? People hear what they want to hear, and then because they're not actually on stage to express what they really need to say, then sometimes the words get all misconstrued in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I just ignore it, or at least I try to ignore it. Somebody said that I was mean. I said, okay, thank you. I appreciate you. Love you.
I can take that advice. Thank you, First Lady.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they were saying which doctors are doing what now when it came to ACA?
So one of the Republican talking points, and again, this is when I was saying that basically that the ACA was actually hurting doctors. It was hurting them because it was basically picking winners and losers.
Are they talking about specialists? Because they can't be talking about primary physician.
Yeah,
they can't be talking about primary care. No, that doesn't make any sense.
I mean, this is like someone said. You're going back to the 2012 election, right? We're going way, way back. That's what their talking points were. I remember listening to who's the guy that died with cancer, the radio host. Was it Newt? No, the white guy who died.
Fat Boy.
Rush Limbaugh. Yeah, like him and Sean Hannity would just rail on Obamacare round the clock. I don't know if y'all remember that. That was their talking points. That used to piss me off. I used to get so triggered by those two.
Well, why? They were rich. Why do you care about what they say?
Because I felt like they were. I felt like they were spreading like how y'all would say that we do misinformation. So I mean, I'm going back to my hardcore den days where I was like, man, this is misinformation. So. But unless people watch different media sources, then you probably wouldn't. Like I used to listen to all of them. Larry Elder, because when I drive home from work, they'd be on the radio, and then you turn to your other networks to see what other people are talking about.
Why do you put all that negativity in your life?
Because if you don't hear what the other side is saying, then you just hear one flow of media, and it's never good. It's called programming at that point.
Good for your soul.
I mean, the reason I know it's the people who watch he's on the stage. People like Matt, he listens to both sides. He's able to counter a lot of Republican talking points because he knows what they say. People who don't watch Republican talking points don't have an ability to debate them because they don't know what the other person says. They just only know what maybe come on the stuff like that, like urban radio or something, or whatever other news channel. Like that Stephanie lady comes on somewhere. She's her dad's in politics.
Stephanie Mills. All right, I got the ticket, y'all. I got the ticket tonight. Look above my head. Yes.
Well, what song you want to hear?
Oh, you got your equipment hooked up today? Click
No,
the link at the top.
No, I'm in the street. Sorry.
Click the link at the top. Click the link at the top. Click the link at the top. Click the link. Hey, Quinn. We are moving. Get on up. Hey, She-Wolf. Good to see you. If you haven't already, we are flying to another sky. Click the link above my head so you can get there before I get there. Don't meet me there, beat me there. Let's go. Click the link at the top. Click the link at the top.
And for your field trip, the Bronx Zoo is free on Wednesday, so let's do it next Wednesday, okay? Perfect trip.
Bronx Zoo in the fall.
Are y'all coming to my hood? I'm in the zoo. I'm out here pumping a pack. Yeah, I'm out here pumping a pack in the zoo.
Okay. We'll be there. We'll be there next Wednesday. Click the link at the top. This room will self-destruct in 10 seconds. Please click the link at the top. Guide yourselves accordingly. We thank you for flying with politically correct skies. It's been a great day. We appreciate you. Please click the link at the top. Click the link at the top. Reform is sleep. Click the link at the top. Click the link, click the link, click the link. Link, 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 link. Are y'all asleep? What's going on? All right. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Blast off!
is evidence for that. He doesn't have any, except for the fact that he says gold has been wrong a lot and he made money on them in the past. And that seems like bullshit to me. Goldman Sachs looking stock today is trading an all-time high. They're considered the world's leading thought leaders in investment space. I mean, I think that's a weird flex to make in the first place. I mean, you might want to say something like, I really believe in this tariff phenomenon, but we know he doesn't. I got an investor letter of his where he talks about how tariffs are going to be incredibly inflationary. I mean, he actually bet on that when he was running a hedge fund, that tariffs would be inflationary. So I don't even know what I'm talking about now. Yeah. I guess the question is, when you look at somebody like that, do we think that he is just desperate for this business and wants to have it and was excited to get it, obviously competed with others for it and got it. And maybe he's figuring, I don't know, maybe the Supremes will bail me out on this and they'll overturn the tariffs and I'll be able to kind of have an excuse for why this didn't happen, and that way I won't get crossways with Mr. Trump. Or do you feel like is there a cohort of people that are true believers that this is a good economic program right now? What do you think's happening? Not that I'm aware of, but I think one of the big questions we've been asking ourselves, and everyone's been asking ourselves, is why is the market holding up like this? I mean, just see, he's playing right now. It has nothing to do with his plan. This has nothing to do with his plan. Go back and look at history.
Okay, I'm done. So, Anthony, the claim that we made that he was not a great hedge fund, he was a C player. By all intents and purposes, he had a track record to lose 90% of his
He
funds
plays
value.
this thing for 10 minutes and then he starts talking. I would like to respond.
No, he said that. No, because what are you going to say? What are you going to say to refute that?
Because it was like a 10-minute clip. Go ahead, because you've been biting at the. Go ahead. I want to hear this.
All right. Thanks a lot. So, Key Square Group, that's the name of the Cent's hedge fund. The Cent left SPM in 2015 to launch Key Square Group, a hedge fund named after a spot on the chessboard. Let me get to the point. It received a $2 billion anchor investment from George Soros. Key Square uses geopolitics and economics to make macro investments. Its main fund returned 13% in 2016, but declined or broke even every year from 2017 to 2021 before making major gains in 2021, 2022, and 2023. The inconsistent track record scared away clients. Assets under management shrank from 5.1 billion to 577 million in 2023. So he did not lose the money. The investors pulled out money. ML is making yet
lost the money in conjunction to that.
ML, as I was saying, ML is making
that's what
yet money is. That's not losing money.
When there's a run on the bank,
why is there a run on the bank? This is asinine, and it's embarrassing.
Anthony,
answer my question. ML, you constantly lie.
Anthony,
That is not losing money. That is not losing money.
Anthony,
you are a liar.
You say I'm a liar. That's why you.
Thank you. One at a time, y'all. We can't hear. So Trump. Okay, so the bottom line is because he sold it or whatever. That doesn't make. Redo that, Anthony. Rewind.
No, Lisa. Anthony's saying that people pulled out their investment. That's how he lost the money. That's how you lose money by making people.
I want to be clear about something.
That's how you lose money.
JD, respectfully, all right? You lose money.
He lost 50% of his bets while he was there.
I'm talking.
Because you bullshit and you couldn't call me a liar when I literally fucking played the game.
You are lying.
Was that me talking or fucking professional talking? What are you talking about? No, I played the fucking tape. You heard it from a professional talking.
Let Anthony talk his bullshit for a minute. That's how you go ahead.
Okay, cool. I'll talk my bad investments. The money went away. It's not, if a hedge fund, if the investors decide to pull out their money, that's not a hedge fund losing money. If he suggests otherwise, as I said, he's a fucking liar or he's ignorant. It's one of the two.
TC, if you don't, hold on, if investors pull out, y'all just back up. If investors pull out, right, of your hedge fund, that's literally losing the money. The point is, they don't feel like they trust your investments anymore, which is why they pull the fucking money. That's how you lose money.
So hold on. So Anthony, who do you have to corroborate what you're saying? I literally played a professional analyst who runs another hedge fund, who talks about Besant's performance. Those words came out of his motherfucking mouth. So you trying to call me a liar like somehow, why the fuck do you do that? When I literally played what the fucking man said. You want to fucking call me a liar, and I literally played what a man said. Are you fucking okay? You a fat motherfucker.
What I said.
Heart attack.
Post the picture. Post the picture, ML. Post the picture, ML. Post the picture. Post the picture, ML.
Yo, besides, can't even fucking, you gotta fucking
I have to mute the whole stage. Y'all chill out. Come on, let's go. One at a time.
Can I finally? Okay, so I'm gonna squeeze in here while these guys are fighting. So here's the thing, right? Like, when you look at his record, right? The first half, this first time at the Soros Fund over his first 4 years, right? He averaged 13%, which is actually quite solid, right? When he left and started his own enterprise, right, where he was doing his thing, Anthony's partially correct, right? The average return is about 3 to 4%, which is extremely weak. But it's not considered.
That is fucking horrible.
You relax. Take a breath. Take a breath. This is
10%, bro.
You do not need to be screeching every time someone says something. Like, take a breath in and breathe out and relax. This is literally not that serious. The second thing I was gonna say, right? I don't know why you're in your fucking vagina today screeching. Relax. So fuck. I forgot what I was gonna say. Shit.
You said something about 3%.
He averaged like 3% over the second half of the period, right? You have the instability with COVID-19, the market being all over the place during COVID-19, COVID-20. And on top of that, his last year with his own private investment, he had like a 27% return. So investors got spooked and pulled out money halfway through, and they're not playing the long game. That's on them. Like, I do think Anthony is partially right, but I also don't think he's the best investor either, or the best leader of a PE fund. That's why I called him average in my initial statement, right? That is literally I'm done.
Marshall, and I know you don't like me, so you're gonna say this bullshit. But the fact is, 3%. If any fucking fund that I invest in, any ETF or any index fund that I invest in, is bringing back 3%, that's not even fucking matching annual inflation of 4% per annum. What the fuck are you talking about? He's not a good fucking investor. He's actually fucking horrible by every standard on fucking Wall Street. I fucking beat that listen, I'm not even a fucking professional, and I beat that every fucking year. And you tell me he's a professional and he gets to lose money at 3%? That's losing money. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Stay in your fucking lane, because you don't have no fucking idea what you're talking about. 2% of the value. He lost 50%, and then the funding tool lost 90% of the initial capital in a couple of years. It went from 5 billion down to 5. But he also lost, the guy said he lost 50% of the plays that he made during that time. So he lost people money. That's why they pull their money. And you saying he's returning 3%, and you said Anthony's right? How the fuck is he right when my initial premise was that he's a mediocre investor, he's a C player? That's all I said. And I said, that's the reason why he is. And I've been able to corroborate it and provide the evidence, yes, from another fucking professional on Wall Street who assessed his performance. And they said it was fucking investment. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's an inconvenient piece of information that doesn't align with what you want to say, right? You're not
I was talking about his fund performance. You want to cherry pick certain years? You do that. But I was very specific. I was talking about the fund that he ran.
I don't know why you're screeching again and fucking in your panties.
I'm not in my panties, bitch. I'm not.
Right?
No, I'm not.
You're a 60-year-old man screeching every 3 seconds because someone has a different point of view than you.
spare you tonight.
Breathe
Because
out.
my beef is with Anthony. So you could shut the
Breathe
fuck
out.
up. No, I am fine,
Woosah.
Marshall. I am fine.
All right, class. Let's go into Angry Dog or Angry
All right, brother. We're gonna move on. Yeah,
the cops is screeching over anyone who would have
Can we
different
move
opinion.
on? You're just triggering
No.
and pressing the button.
Y'all are mad because Emma literally interrupted me and now you want to move on. Why can't I finish my statement? Emma was on mute. Why can't I fucking finish what I was saying?
Wait, no, wait. First of all, you weren't making us mad. You were spending all the time trying to tell him to whatever. Breathe in.
Yeah, well, he was still screeching over.
All right, so make your statement.
You didn't mute him.
Make your
Why did you mute him?
Make your statement so we can move on.
Yeah,
Go on. You bitch ass.
When did we start here, JD?
I don't even know how we got here and the significance of it.
Dilapidated ballroom and it went crazy.
What's the significance of the arguing back and forth anyway? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, he did
from both of y'all.
It's history.
All right, so we gave Mother an opportunity. He muted, so let's.
No, I got muted because one of your fucking mod fucking hates me. I keep getting muted every time I try to talk.
Okay, so let Mother finish his thought.
Yeah, my initial position, right? My initial statement was that he was average, right? I don't think he's the best in the world. But if you look at his entire track record, it is unfair to omit the portion of his record that you don't agree with when he averaged 13% and just ignore that over like those 5 years didn't happen when you make it. That is my entire point. I'm not saying he's the best fucking investor, but what I'm saying is that sometimes you people are so fucking biased, you ignore pieces of information that doesn't align with what you want.
So Marshall,
Anybody
Mother.
want to do a 30-minute?
We're not going to do this. Please don't do this.
So the point, no, I'm just going to make one point of clarification. So the point here, when we're talking about it, I looked at the last because you judge by your last year on Wall Street. You're not judged by the previous 10, 15 years. Those are bygone years. You're judged by now. What have you done now? I went to the latest period in his life where he ran a fund. I'm not talking about when he was part of a team. He was a program manager, a PM, as part of a team working for Soros, because you get to make decisions as a group there. And you get input from your different bosses. This was where he ran the fund. I'm talking about a specific period in time where he ran a fund and ran it into the ground. That was my point. Why he's viewed on Wall Street as a fucking C player, as a horrible investor. That's the performance. So you obviously talk about bias. What I'm saying is actually factual. I'm not cherry picking from like his whole career. I'm saying the period in time where he's failed, that's what I'm judging him on. The 5 years where he managed the fund, more than 5 years actually, that's what I'm judging him on. He lost 90% of the fund. People pulled out their money, and he lost 50% on the bets he made. That's like a monkey throwing a dart at a fucking dartboard, and you go 50 in or out. That's horrible. Then you said he averaged. Hold on. He said he averaged 3%. On Wall Street, what is the fucking standard bearer of a return on investment? You have to beat the S&P 500. So that includes you have to make at least more than 9% or 10% to actually be a viable fund where people actually trust you because you beat in the market. If you can't even beat 4%, which is the annual rate of inflation, then you're a horrible investor. And that's it, bottom. So when you guys talk about being biased and whatnot, I'm cherry picking. No, I'm judging him by a fund that he owned. He didn't own a fund 15 years ago. He managed a fund. That's what I'm when he was the boss. That's what I'm judging him by.
Okay. All right. Y'all got it? Good. All right. Can we move on to the next benefit? There's so much stuff going on with the food banks not going to be able to help, that restaurants are now starting to offer free food. And we're giving this more as informational. Restaurants are going to start offering free food. So you guys, places like, Subway, there's certain restaurants who are going to start offering free food. So if you having a problem eating, or you're not going to be able to make it to the food pantries, look out for offers from restaurants. This is starting to get very, very real. Okay. Also, there's this thing. Anybody want to add about the food? Can help
piggy bank in this room. I don't know how that's gonna go. I'll just put it out there, and maybe somebody can think of something, a way to enact it like a piggy bank. Like there's people who really are gonna be affected by this. I'm not talking about scammers. I'm not talking about people running to Walmart and putting steaks in their drawers and shit and running out, whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if we have a penny jar, cookie jar, whatever you want to call it, every program, and then we give it to see in the room. I mean, $1, $2, whatever. You might need gas to get to work because you paid. You might need to go buy something to eat. Nobody's trying to judge nobody, and it could be anonymous. Like we give the $1, $2, $3. Somebody else has to set it up because I don't have Cash App. And then at the end, anonymously, that whatever amount we have in a cookie jar could be given to somebody who really needs. I know what it feels like to need gas money. I've been there when I was in college. Oh my God, if I had to go under my seat one more fucking time to try to find money to put in my Fiat Spider, I was going to have a heart attack. No, I don't want to say that, but yeah. So I know what that feels like. So maybe we can start doing that. Does that sound like a good idea to everybody? Yes, no, maybe?
My piece of
Huh?
It's for the public.
I have a job. Is he talking to me?
Yeah, we don't have to send to me in the conversation. Go ahead.
Mike P. You made a post.
Yeah, we don't have to send to me in the
Okay,
conversation.
I told all you I told all you kindergartners to chill out, grow up, and stop with the ego. It's ridiculous now. Y'all too grown for that. Cut it out.
This is like a serious thing. How you guys turn this into some bullshit that quick?
Stop acting like kindergartners. Cut it out.
Kenya, use your green bean to move people that talk the way you don't like Kenya. Make sure you use that green bean.
Okay.
Like I said, stop being kindergartners.
You know, you
Get
guys
old and tired.
What do you guys thank you up there with the green beans? I'm not right in front of the phone. So yes, no, maybe, because we can move on if that doesn't, because I can see right now that people in here don't have the gravitas. I don't understand what's going on.
Lisa, as long as my information stay private, I'll work with you.
Me too. Maybe like a food bank.
We'll figure it out in the back channels if somebody wants to do that. It don't have to be a lot of money. I'm just saying, some people, you guys understand, they're not getting paid. People that we know are people in our room not getting paid. So, but they still got to show up for work. So maybe if that's needed, hey, if they don't need it, fine. It'll just keep every day, keep adding to it, whatever, and then we'll find a way to disperse it. No one's trying to be heroes over here. We're just trying to be helpers. That's it.
Hey, Lisa, do you know if GoFundMe would support, just people who are out of work and somebody wants to set up a GoFundMe page for somebody they know, a family member? Is that still a thing? Do you know if that would even qualify to go under GoFundMe?
Somebody's gonna have to help her with that.
They take too much out.
Nobody always takes someone directly. Like if someone comes in here and they're down and out and they have a Cash App, and if someone can actually verify this, I'm that person directly. But people are real shy; they're not gonna say in a way about saying I'm hit right now, or maybe they won't. If it gets to that point, somebody could come in and say, "Yo, I'm really messed up, y'all. I tried, but I got it." Something like that.
If they're willing to say who they are, Zell is gonna be the best thing.
JD, thank you. JD, I could really use the help, JD. I'm down kind of bad right now, JD.
Anthony, you guys are gonna stop this shit immediately.
So childish.
It's just getting stupid. We're trying to help some people in here. Just because you are fat on the hog and you live in the life, there's some people that's going to eventually try to make this a
JD
charity.
said he got me, and I was thanking him. That's what happened. JD said he got me.
Oh my God.
And I was responding to JD. Listen, you fat.
Okay, I'm done with that as well. Yeah, this is just like playing with monkeys in the zoo. I'm just good with that. So let's move on to something else. What?
That sounded like a little bit of a racial epithet, but it's all good, Lisa. You got it.
Are you a monkey?
Man, it doesn't matter if I am or not, man. Again,
am I a monkey?
Why do we have to put?
Am I a monkey? Am I a monkey?
I didn't say you were, man. But why do we?
Okay, so then no.
Zebra have been better.
You gotta
would you stop talking?
He does that on purpose.
Wow. Okay, so if I offended anybody by saying monkey, let me just go back and redo that. I can't use the word gorilla.
Lions in the zoo? Zebras? How about zebras? How about zebras? Tigers or bears or lions?
At this point, we're good.
Okay.
So, other breaking news. There is a major, right now, hurricane, and people are sending over, I guess this is on WhatsApp, what's going on in Jamaica. This is supposed to be the biggest hurricane ever in the Pacific. Is that true? In the Pacific Ocean?
Yeah.
Wow. That just me saying is scaring me.
The winds are 185 miles an hour.
Whoa.
500 millibars, that's really bad.
Whoa. I guess morning we're going to see the aftermath of that. And all I can say is we have to pray for those people. There's no way that, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, but it already went to Jamaica. Now it's moving. So you got
it's past Jamaica?
Yeah, the brunt of it, they got what they're going to get. Now, you know what I'm saying, it's moving over. I think they're worried about Cuba now, and then it'll be Bahamas, Haiti, and Dominican Republic eventually. So.
Did it do a lot of damage or mild, you know?
I didn't hear anything as far as anything major.
Can you guys imagine winds at 175 miles per hour?
85.
Oh, stop. Okay, I'm good. Imagine that. I mean, that is just insane. Wow. Okay, and the houses are not really that,
Yeah, and the power, too, is going to typically goes out already anyway, so it's going to be worse.
And isn't this the time where usually it's tourist season, right? Around now in Jamaica and places?
Right now, it's not tourist season.
Cruises and everything are cheaper.
Yeah.
It's that type of season, and you can go for little or nothing.
Listen, my manager is actually going on a cruise to Jamaica next week. So
I bet you they're not.
Well, I hope it's calm by then. Like it doesn't take a week to pass through.
Left, ma'am. If you
Jamaica
island that 185 miles.
It's
gonna be some damage. It's going to be
right. Or she won't get off the boat. I don't know. Her choice.
That's the thing.
Man, you ever seen those boats that when they be in hurricanes, they be swinging? That shit is crazy.
The water is very rude.
Yeah, you don't want to be in a hurricane, be even close to a hurricane, even on a boat.
I have been through countless hurricanes. This one, as we know, is catastrophic. I have people that live in Jamaica. I've actually lived there for 3 months at a time throughout my life. And the place that hit, one of my friends, his mother, they just finished a house, and it's just a complete wash. She lives right off, if you are familiar, it's like near Treasure Beach. And what Sai was saying is true. You can get there to next to nothing if you live in Florida with a cruise. And it is a time that a lot of people still go there, but we're in trouble for quite a while. And so, I don't like the, pray and whatever. There needs to be action behind it. But I say do pray, but take action as well, because this is real. And I was on the phone all through the night. He's just trying to get his mom home. He lives in LA, and he's just trying to get his mom home at this point. After 5 years of building a house, and it's just out in one night. And
that's sad right there.
Yeah, I can hardly talk about it. He was just in tears all night. So But as far as the damage that's done there, there's damage all across. But from what I've been able to understand, Kingston looks rather, because there's cameras that you can look at. I can put a link. I can find one if anyone cares.
I saw one on YouTube. I don't know how. You guys have to find these cameras. I just don't believe it. And plus, people are putting stuff up on WhatsApp.
What are they putting on WhatsApp?
Video. I've seen video.
Oh, okay, yeah.
People being.
No, I meant like a live cam. It's a live cam. It's not just videos, but a live cam. Anyway, yeah.
Okay, so last one I saw, I don't know who it was, a man, a boy, a teenager, actually being blown down the street. He rolling like a tumbleweed. I was like, what the hell are you outside? Well, I guess outside is everywhere now.
It really is, and when you're going through a hurricane like that, and if you don't have transportation, and say that you're just trying to get some food, or you're trying to check on a family member, that's what happens. And it's true until you've been through a hurricane. I'm from Indiana, and I went through major tornadoes, but until you've been through a hurricane, there's no way of understanding it. Yeah.
Okay, so we are concerned, and I don't want to say thoughts and prayers because it sounds so empty, but yes, right? But I'm praying for these people tonight as in my comfortable, warm, dry bed, I'm going to be praying for these people because, we just, I don't want to get into it. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. We just take so much for granted, and now we're getting ready to be starved out in our own country. So, one more thing, anybody want to keep commenting about Jamaica while we go through the breaking news and stuff that's going on?
Yeah, y'all need to be praying for Cuba at this point. Like I said, Jamaica is passionate.
Well, you know what I mean, though. I mean, we got to pray for everybody. I mean, I know Cuba's going to get it, but the winds are still at 185.
Yeah, they slowed down, but they're still up there.
Yeah. The last I checked, it was still even going over Cuba. It's like a Cat 4, which is still catastrophic. I mean, Cat 5 is like off the charts. But yeah, but a lot of the area, I mean, people are going to be going through a lot in Cuba, but a lot of the area they anticipate it to hit is not going to be as populated, I don't believe. I could be wrong, but from my understanding.
Yeah, somebody has to look up, track it, and see where it's actually going to hit and whatever, and update us as we go along tonight. But hopefully we won't be here till sunrise, and people are, I just don't want to get any more heartache in my heart. But not saying, but anyway. So they're bombing in Gaza again today, you guys. And then Hesef came out and said, the ceasefire is holding. He literally can't, they're bombing over there. What's left to bomb? I don't know.
You mean Vance said that, right?
Who did I say?
You said Secretary of War.
Oh, okay. No, it was actually J.D. Vance. He said the ceasefire is holding, and they're literally over there dropping bombs again. I don't know what else. All our money is just going down the fucking toilet everywhere. Okay.
And people will think JD's the best thing since mascara was invented and will vote for his stupid ass if he runs. That's what's crazy.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about that before we get too far off of it. So, they're starting to talk about a lot now. A lot is Trump's third term. So, I have to talk to, was it you, Omari, who came in and told us how it was going to be done? And I was like,
no, it's not me. It's Manfinity. And
Manfinity. Oh, it was Manfinity?
That's what you're referring to.
Yeah, but I got it from somebody.
Manfinity has his whole plan on how he was arguing that, they was trying to tell him the 22nd Amendment. It was like they've been going back and forth on this in the spaces for some time now. And,
but I think it's pretty clear, like the 22nd Amendment does not prevent the Vance Rubio ticket running on a platform that they will nominate Trump as the Speaker of the House, right, which is a nominated position, and that is the third.
Go ahead, finish. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That was all I was saying.
Yeah, that's wrong because even if he became Speaker of the House, in a issue where he would need to be a successor, they would skip him. So it would let you go to the vice president. They would skip the Speaker of the House and go whoever else is in line. If the Speaker of the House does not qualify to be president, I don't think Trump is in good shape. I mean, I know this is it's good talking, it's good entertainment.
No. This is not. Listen, we're not doing this for entertainment. The reason I brought it up is because Steve Bannon. Okay, let's get this together. Let's tighten this up. So Trump himself is talking about it. Somebody asked him on the plane to Asia, well, did he have any blah, blah, blah? And he goes, well, I'm thinking about it. And then he said, let me see if I can get the exact quote. He said, I have to paraphrase it. He said, I would love to do it. When they were asking him on the plane. So then who follows that up is White House Chief Strategist Steve Bannon. So this is not for entertainment. So you got Trump saying it on the way to Asia. Steve Bannon comes in and says, he told The Economist that their Trump a third term. So people are saying, don't dismiss this as trolling or attempt to shake off the lame duck label. What it is, if Trump can figure out a way to do it, then he will. Then this guy is saying in The Guardian, even though I think it's truly extremely unlikely that there is a path to Trump 3.0, here's a very simplified version. All right, so what they're going to do, step one, obviously, is to figure out a possible legal basis for the third term, repealing the 22nd Amendment ratified in 1951. The next is step two, Trump to declare a state of emergency and postpone the 2028 election. Trump loves a good fake emergency. He's already used it, at least 10 emergency declarations to justify his tariffs. And then the last one here, hold on, y'all. Finally, you got to neutralize your opposition. Unlike the previous two steps, this is easy since there's no opposition. The Democrats are still floundering around trying to figure out what they stand for. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, who appears to surround herself exclusively with sycophants, is threatening to run again. And the last one is Manfinides. Manfinides said that, I'm just shocked I'm even using this as an example, but I've heard this part too. That Trump is going to run, J.D. Vance is going to run, Trump is going to be the VP, right, on the ticket, and then once they know he's going to win, J.D. Vance is going to win, so once he is inaugurated, he's going to step down, and guess what?
Yeah, Trump's back again. I gotta say, this is bad form tonight. I mean, BCU, I love listening.
I just read from your fat ass, what's his name? The one that doesn't date. So don't start putting all this shit on me tonight.
Hey, we Trump. Hold on.
Don't start putting this shit on me.
This is what they do, Lisa.
From The Economist. So The Economist and your House Chief Strategist, Steve Bennett, do not dump this shit on me like he did in that airplane. I'm just reading.
You got Trump booty clappers like Christian, Amari Anthony, Mike, especially Mike, who bottom line is they literally believed everything that came out of Trump's mouth. And now they want to sit here, don't believe this. The bottom line is, this is now coming out of Trump's mouth. And you know what? Rather you think he's trolling or not, you idiots find this acceptable. You idiots find it acceptable.
Not really. This will be my
President of the United States.
But okay.
Yeah, you got to, because you know what? You want to know how I know you all. Hey, y'all, mute up. You want to know how I know you all accept this? Because the first thing that comes out of your mouth is, he's just trolling. Why y'all believe him? How about you change that rhetoric around, say, you know what? Yeah, this is strange. The only strange way is you. Why don't you guys just literally have a complaint about it? You know what? Why the hell is the president of the United States trolling? If that's what you really believe this is, why don't you guys have a issue with the president doing that? You guys don't. You guys don't. And so the last thing we're gonna do is listen to a bunch of idiots that believed everything this man said.
But not this.
But now y'all want to pick and choose. Come on.
You're projecting.
This is bad for
my question is, why?
Mike, you're going to get moved to the audience if you come off the mic again and talk shit.
I'm serious about that. If you say it one more time, I'm going to slap you with this iPhone.
GD, can I ask you a question?
You know you would have thought it.
I am not in here making shit up. Don't tell me about bad form. Then you go and you call your goddamn chief strategist, because he's the one who's putting this in The Economist. So either he dumber than you or he's smarter than you. I don't know which one it is.
Why is it a troll, Mike?
Why are you guys arguing among yourselves? We're trying to have a conversation. If you want to talk to the rest of us, that'd be great. But you guys are talking among yourselves like that, like Dumb and Dumber, when they be having conversations with each other about a situation that 5 or 6 people are involved. Stop it.
Well, Miss Lisa, you should listen to us. We are the
Why not you call the JD name? You know, Trump whispers in the room. Let him see.
So you should listen to us. We're telling you that would be a bad thing. That would be my red line. So you're hearing from a Trump whisperer that if he tried to run for a third term, that would be a red line for me.
But it's a red line for you. But that doesn't matter.
Can I get a moment?
You having to tear about it now.
You can go. You can talk to Kenya. Stop talking to me. If you want to talk,
Can I talk to the room?
no.
Robert, you pass the mic, please, sir. Who's saying that?
He's the head moderator. What are you talking about?
What are you doing right
We don't
now?
know these media.
All you men better shut the fuck up immediately. Okay, so the thing is Kenya, Amari, and then who else?
Nikia is pretty sick.
Please don't test me, because you got me in a bad moment here. My stomach is growling. Don't test me.
No, I was gonna. Can I go now before I lose my thought, please?
Kenya, hold on.
It's about to escape me.
Kenya,
Yes.
it's you, Amari. Who was the third?
Mother.
I want to get in here.
Okay, Mother. And
No, Jeremy was actually talking, and then you got interrupted.
Just let me know when I can speak, Lisa.
All right, you can speak right after Kenya. Go ahead.
I don't even know if I want to speak now, but what I was going to say, Omari said that would be a red line for me. It doesn't matter what you think about it, it's the possibility. Everything that he has come up with, he has executed. So let me correct that. Everything that has been presented to him in that plan for years and years, he is following through. Steve Bannon is not lying. He's not trolling. I've seen him in interviews. I've seen him talk to many people. They're going to find a loop and they're going to go for it like they've gone for everything. Has Trump been stopped yet? No. So if he thinks he can get away with what he's getting away with now, what makes you think he's not going to get away with a third term? Because he's a narcissist and he always plants a seed or primes the pump. That is his mode of operation. So it's not about your red line. He's going to try it if Steve Bannon says, this is what I think you can do, and this is how you can do it. How do you think we've gotten this far? Yes, sir.
In the chat from Steve Bannon's his comments on regarding a third term. Please take a look at that link. It's his words, so I'm not even going to repeat what he said. You guys can go and listen for yourself. Also, I've noticed on the news today, yes, Mr. Trump has echoed a desire for a third term, jokingly, and there's this thing where they're saying, well, there might be some possible conditions where that might happen, or it might be possible. This is the language coming from his cohort. So, yeah, they actually, I believe people. I mean, Mr. Trump and MAGA has shown us who they are. I personally believe them. I don't think it's funny. I don't joke around with it. I don't have a red line. Even joking around it and talking about it to me is a red line, right? And so it is underway. And I forgot where I was going to go, but breaking news, White House fires agency advising Trump on construction projects. So the group that's responsible for construction and changes to the White House, I think there's 6 individuals, he just fired them all. And so the behavior that has been demonstrated clearly indicates that, you just can't trust these folks. They're going to do whatever they want to do, try to figure out any loophole, any gray area, and exploit the fuck out of it. That has basically been their modus operandi. Alain.
So, real quick, I was going to say that I actually mostly agree with Robert. Wait, it was my turn, right? Did I skip? Okay. Well, real quick, right? I do think that, everyone knows inflation is up. The economy's not doing super well. We just gave $20 billion to Argentina. We're about to go to war with Venezuela. Like this whole making the entire news story focus on Trump's third term conveniently when everything is going poorly, really, for Republicans. I just think he's where people are getting played. This is a major distraction, but it's everywhere now. People are no longer even talking about the economy. They're talking about Trump running for a third term, and that's on every news channel, right? So I think he's smarter than you might give him credit for, because now this is all the focus. This is the entire focus of politics today.
Lots of distractions. They work on people who are easily distracted. Let me just make one other point. Oh, no, Omari, no. Omari, go.
Oh, wow. Hold on, y'all. Please, let's bring it down a notch, okay? Wait, go ahead. Whoever is next, go ahead.
Mother pretty much, said what I was going to say. I think this is a distraction. You're right.
and it's just kind of weird. Again, it would be my red line. People don't believe it's a red line, but I think a lot of people don't want to see a third term. He's already looking old as old. I don't know if I want to see him hobble on, 4 more years, even if he did a great job. I want him to pass the torch to whoever is next in line. If that can be whoever it is, whoever wins the election in 2028, and whoever wins. This is a republic, right? People will go out and vote in November, and that person in 2028, and that person is going to be the next president on January 20th, 2029. Let's not do this, folks. I mean, I get it.
Remember that's what your daddy said?
Don't say let's not do this, folks. This is your people talking.
I'm talking to everybody. Call anybody out.
This is your people talking. This is not no conspiracy room. This is your people speaking on it.
And now that the replay has been turned off, I just want to say, Lisa, that this is the same thing that they said about Project 2025. Go ahead.
House of the God. That is so true. They want us now to shut up to talking about. No, we ain't. Guess what? We're going to talk about it every damn day.
And where the Epstein files?
Shut up. And let me just give you your morning master right now. So let me, you see how they try to twist this? You got to go to the simpleton room. And the simpleton room is down the hall when you get to the first door on your right with the padded doorknob. Open it up, and y'all guys going in. But this is not the simpleton room. So your people are talking about it. It is nobody on the left talking about it. It is the fucking strategist. So let me let you guys hear it for yourself one more time.
So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president 28, and people decided to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is. But
okay, sorry, y'all. I accidentally hit my mic.
So are you. So you've never heard any.
No. I want this to play out because looks like he needs a bath. But I'm gonna go ahead and I'll just cleanse my. Shut up! You go look at it. He looks like he needs a bath.
Yo, he looks like he's about to explode.
So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president 28, and people decided to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. Trump is a vehicle. I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine will. And you can tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right? And he'll get that in 28.
You're not driving me crazy. I'm trying to understand the coherence of the things you've just told me. On the one hand, you've said the Constitution is fit for purpose. Secondly, you've said that President Trump needs another term, even though the 22nd Amendment makes pretty clear that he cannot have a second term.
Why does it make that clear?
Because he's on his second term already.
At some point in time, we will make sure we go through Zanny and define all those terms.
But you'll be undermining the spirit of that amendment, even if you find some way around it.
If the American people, with the mechanisms we have, put Trump back in office, are the American people tearing up the Constitution? Would that be tearing up? Would the American people be going against the spirit of the Constitution?
I think yes, actually, because I think what you will end up with is a populist justification for a quasi-dictatorship.
That's not true at all. Trump
is what it sounds like.
Trump is a dictatorship. Did you see the compromises he had to make in the big beautiful bill? You see the compromises he has to do on everything, on accommodating Zelensky, on what President Trump is nothing but a series of negotiations to kind of keep this thing rolling forward, where he's having trade-offs all the time.
You just spent the last 20 minutes telling me we have to smash the other side. There's no room for debate. There's no room for compromise. We must smash them. And now you're telling me this is a negotiation. And that's
no.
I guess that's why it seems to me some kind of disrespect.
The only way President Trump wins in 2028 and continues to stay in office is by the will of the American people. Okay? And the will of the American people is what the Constitution embodies. So I think we're going to be in good hands there. We need to finish what we started.
What is that?
Okay, that's some scary sugar honey
All
iced
right,
tea.
and that's Steve Bannon.
Oh my
That's
God.
scary. What do they need him for? What do they need him for? We need him at least this one more term. To do what? He is the vessel for what? What is the end result?
Providence. We need him. It's divine providence.
That's
He
exactly what
needs
he
to be
said.
president again. That's why we need him.
Oh, and you need 3 years to do that? You crazy person.
Yo, it's a pay to compromise. There's nothing you can do about it.
Bow to the kid.
Time. Did you just hear this crazy shit right here? Let's get
On the stage.
I don't want you guys jacking each other off all night. I just want to figure out what do we need him for? What do we need him for?
What do we
We need him to stop the left from destroying this country.
Okay, you're the one who just said that the thought of him having this term was appalling. Now all of a sudden you found light at the end of the tunnel.
I mean, I'm just playing.
I know. I'm convinced. You know what, Lisa? I'm completely convinced they just trolling here. They just try to push buttons. Because their responses, their responses are responses from mature black men in real world. I'm serious. And I deal with professionals of all levels, black, white, Asian. These are not mature black men's responses. It's just not. Even when they're triggered, I don't. Even when they're triggered, the responses is just something's off. They're doing this to get us all riled up, and I'm over it.
But y'all the one that brought up the topic.
Okay, so are you speak? Wait, hold on, you guys.
What we do? Kenya's done with.
Okay,
my point exactly.
JD, if they keep coming off the mic, I'm not playing anymore. You guys acting like free range chickens. This is not your fucking chicken ranch, and you're just walking around free ranging. There's gonna be some order in here, or not at all. So nobody's bringing up anything. It's on the news everywhere. What the problem is you guys don't want us to talk about it. So who wants to be in the queue first?
There for a while.
My friend Jeremy. Go ahead, Jeremy. Thank you.
I appreciate it. And by the way, I'm blown away that Amaria is here talking about the red line being if that man decides to run for a third term, and not the fact that a sitting president is wearing a Trump 2028 hat in the Oval Office. Right? That's horrific. Right, to JD's point, and this is actually a question more than a statement. JD, my understanding is in the U.S. that the Constitution prevents any vice president from being a candidate if he cannot be eligible to be president, which would deny Trump the ability to be elected as a vice president or a vice presidential candidate.
Right.
But when you say that, like, they would skip over the Speaker of the House in a scenario where Trump was Speaker of the House, is that called out in the Constitution or in an amendment, or is there
I'll look it up for you. It is in the succession plan, so he can become Speaker of the House, but in like a type of succession, they would literally have to skip him because he does not qualify to be president. But I'll look it up. Let me
that part that I'm missing, that's the part that didn't make sense. And I think, and I'll land with this, is that I think Lisa and First Ladies are right. Like, this is like Project 2025.
But think about that, Jeremy. And I didn't mean to cut you off. If that were a thing, if what you're saying wasn't a thing, like that, what I'm mentioning, then how easy would it be? Why wouldn't Bannon and Trump and all them troll it or not? Why wouldn't they just simply say that? Well, we can make him Speaker of the House, and he can be succeeded. They're not saying that because that's not a thing.
And I think it's exactly the question. I'm glad you said it. It's exactly the question. Hold on, I'll end with this. I think that's exactly the question I was saying. If you listen to what Lisa played, Bannon said there'll be a time for that, and we'll walk everybody through it and explain how it can happen when it's the time.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah. And so they don't want to drop it now because that's going to give the Democrats time to start defending and preparing against it. That's why they're going to drop it last minute. But that's also why the left has to start running through these scenarios in their heads. We've got to figure out how to block this and how they're going to try and do it.
And
I think we kind of missed this in the other room a couple days ago. What they're going to try to do is question pretty much the language of the Constitution and probably have the Supreme Court interpret it a certain type of way. That, maybe that's something like the route they would go. But I like I said, let me look up that succession thing because I'm 100% positive. Speaker of the House, even though he can become Speaker of the House, he cannot. It would have to skip him if it ever got.
I think it's the Secretary of State. I think it's the President, the Vice President, and then I gotta look it up. I believe the Secretary of State.
No, Speaker of the House. Speaker of the House is third.
Speaker of the House is third.
Secretary is fourth. I forgot.
All right, you can get Johnson. Go ahead.
So, but this notion, someone just said, why wouldn't they just say it? Like, really? If you think they're gonna just tell you that? Like, come on.
The reason I said that, Robert, is because it's simple. I think about it. If everyone, a lot of people believe that he can become vice president and then Vance would just step down. I mean okay, so if you can't do that, well, the next line is to become.
Wait. He's thinking. Oh man, I was gonna play a clip. Pardon me. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To me, that's the reason I said that they would just say something like that. Because if that were the truth, they wouldn't be able to fight it. That's what I'm saying. If someone can simply become the Speaker of the House and then become a successor, you're saying what kind of strategy would it be not to say it? Because if that's the way the law allows it, then what can anyone do to stop it at this point, right? They control the House, they control the Senate. If that's the way it's written, I wouldn't see a reason that the Supreme Court would overturn that if that were the case. So I would see no reason for them to hide if that were a thing.
They would overturn what? Because you remember, there's an amendment. You can't overturn anything.
No, Roy, you're missing. So I said if it were fact that Trump could become Speaker of the House and then become president again through succession,
he can't,
right? Okay, that's why you gotta listen. I said he can't. I understand that, and I was explaining that to Jim that is not a thing. And then I said, if it were a thing, and this is what I was explaining to Jeremy, this would be something that they would just simply say because it's simple. If it were a thing, it wouldn't be able to be something that could be overturned. So they would have no issue. It would be no reason for them to hide that as a strategy because it wouldn't be able to be overturned. But, Roy, I got it. It's not a thing. That's my point in the beginning.
Okay, so I have
some timing-wise.
Hold on, wait. Go ahead. Thank you. So the current order of presidential succession is as follows: Vice President. Hold on, right. Vice President, the first in line and only person who could become president outright through succession. 2, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the highest ranking member. 3, President pro tempore of the Senate, a high-ranking senator. 4, and this is what I said earlier, 4, Secretary of the State, the first cabinet member in line of succession. Then it's the Treasury. And then number 6 is Defense. 7 is Attorney General. 8 is the Secretary of Interior. Then there's Agriculture, Commerce, Labor, Human Resources. So they're like, it's laid out. It goes like 18 levels down. And the last person on this list would be the Secretary of Homeland Security. So we do have a current order of succession. I just read the first couple of levels. So now we go.
Number 3. Yeah, the important thing there, Robert, is number 3 on the list does not have to be an elected official. Lord.
Y'all okay?
Yeah, I just spit up my drink. It's crazy. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Bad form tonight. There's literally a Robert Dupree test, y'all. If you agree with Robert Dupree, you guys need to check your position.
So like I said, that is not true, Robert.
I'm gonna hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Because what Trump was telling us before this nutcase got into this office, that we were what you call
So the thing is here, you guys remember they told us we were fear mongering for 2 years. I don't know how many Anthonys and Amaris and all these people that came in. Half of them I can't find anymore. I got my Trump list over here, and it's down to like 4 or 5 people. But remember, we fear mongering. We don't know what he's talking about. He's not gonna be doing that, and everything. Haven't they finished to like 60 or 70% of the 2025 doctrine? So I don't give a damn what you guys say. I'm gonna do like this. I'm gonna do like this journalist says. I'm going to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst, because these people are they're running roughshod over this country. You guys haven't done anything but create havoc since he's been in office. There's nothing positive, and if you say the border one more time, I'm gonna take your ass down to the border and chain you to it and coat you with fucking syrup, Omari. So border, and then what?
There was a lot
on top of that.
There was a lot made earlier. There was a false statement. Someone said it doesn't. The third level, again, just to be sure, the third level, President's pro tempore of the Senate, a high-ranking senator. So they have to be senators.
Talking about the speaker, Robert, I was talking about the Speaker of the House. The Speaker of the House, if the President disappears, Vice President, if the Vice President disappears, then Speaker of the House. And the Speaker of the House can be nominated, does not have to be an elected official. And so, and I know JD was going to get the article that says...
What it says is the highest ranking member, as far as the House of Representatives, it says the highest ranking member of the legislative branch.
The House doesn't have to be elected from the House.
Water's going to be a speaker. We're going to nominate Water.
Yeah, the Speaker of the House is elected official. The Speaker of the House is an elected official.
No. I think you missed
Robert, you're missing the point.
Wait, Robert, let's break it down. Listen.
Okay, help me out.
Listen. The party that has the controlling members could elect me Royal to be the Speaker of the House without me being elected by a constituency in, let's say, my district. Let's say I am not in Congress. They can say, we want Royal Singleton to be the Speaker of the House, and they can literally appoint me to be the Speaker of the House. And if I accept, I'll be sworn in as the Speaker of the House. You get it?
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah, he has to be appointed, though. The position has to have appointment.
No. The House of Representatives vote as a fucking body to nominate the Speaker. The Speaker has to get 218 and they're Speaker of the fucking House. That is how it works. You can be me, you, any American citizen can be the Speaker of the House. Therefore, if motherfucking JD motherfucking Vance dies after Trump's cackling knees knock him off earth, nigga, I can be motherfucking president, bitch. That's what I'm saying. The fuck? Let's all continue circling this drain, right? Because this is getting a little stupid. It is not hard to understand this. Now, the pro tempore of the fucking Senate, that is a person who is in the Senate. So Chuck Grassley, right? That's a seniority-based position. Like, this is not, did y'all not take civics? What's going on?
Okay, I got two more things to talk about on this thing, and thank you so much for that, Matt. But let me tell you, Steve Bennett, your strategist, says the third term is already planned out. I'm going to listen to this before I bring it to the room, but let me let you listen to your President Donald Trump first, because y'all aren't paying me no attention. Y'all trying to talk about this is what you done. This is important. Steve Bannon and your president. So y'all need to go and start sending emails off to them and stop talking to me, because I'm bringing you what they're talking about. You understand? So here it goes one more time. And then I got a breaking news about your president after this. Hold on, let me play this.
What are we talking about in the third term now? Because no matter how you look at it, you got a long time to go. But despite that, so many people are saying, you've got to run again.
Can President Trump actually run? The Constitution is pretty clear. Under the 22nd Amendment, no one can be elected president twice. Some have speculated about loopholes. The amendment only bans a president from being elected more than twice, but doesn't explicitly prevent them from becoming vice president and then assuming the presidency.
That's the plan.
Congress could also change the rules, but that's a long shot. A Republican proposal was introduced in January that would allow non-consecutive third terms. Senate is unlikely to go anywhere. But what if somehow Trump did get a chance to run for a third term? That might open the door for other past presidents to return, including Barack Obama. When asked about the possibility of facing off against Obama, Trump didn't hesitate.
That would be a good one. I'd like that.
Yeah, and you include. Okay, so that's the only good to me. The only lining in this crazy thing of shit is that Obama could come back, and Lord knows we need Obama back.
So you are for third? So you are? Oh, okay. My bad.
If it has to do with Obama, yeah.
Oh, right.
Obama needs to stay retired.
This is crazy.
Hell no.
You can ask me that.
Obama say hell no.
You can ask me that. Oh, look, Puddington. Ask me that question again. It's gonna be the same. All right. So I don't know what you think you're trying to prove right now and gain any brownie points by acting like a feminist. Just go ahead. I got another breaking news. Y'all want to keep talking about this, or you want the breaking news?
Breaking news.
I just want to make one statement real quick. So here's the crazy thing. Even if you were to try to run, remember, you got all of these states, right, who are ran by Democratic governors and houses. They are not going to certify who's elected. So how's that going to work?
But so when we were talking about the vice president part, if JD Vance or whoever runs and he's on the ticket, he's going to the person who won the presidency. Why wouldn't they be?
They're not gonna put him on the election ballot.
Why not?
Because it's against this.
It said nothing. No, that's not true.
Yep,
What we just told you wasn't true. Okay, so you put all that information for us so we can research it. And I'll do more researching myself, but this is what's happening in the world of news tonight. I'm not making the news, I'm bringing it to you. Let's get it all together, y'all.
It's a troll, low-key, Lisa. Come on.
Who's a troll, Bennett?
They're trolling you guys, and you guys are falling for it. Y'all got bigger fish to fry.
You got bigger fish to fry. You should know. You should know. A troll should know a troll. It says I'm not a troll.
I mean, Lisa, you can take shots, but again, Democrats
it's not
have
taking
bigger
shots.
things.
This is the way I communicate.
Yeah, but you guys have bigger things. No, but that's fine. You have bigger things to worry about than to worry about.
Right, and one of them is you.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Okay,
it just doesn't make any sense at this point.
Well, then you need to call Steve Bannon and Donald. Why are you talking to me about it? They're the ones talking about it, so it's all over the place. And if they're trolling, was he trolling when he was talking about denying people their civil liberties? Was he trolling then? Hello?
What civil liberty have you been denying, man?
I'm talking about people who are deported without having due process.
You mean the illegals?
Okay.
Illegal asshole.
No, by the way, Obama did the same thing, and it was way more. But
classroom. How that classroom?
When Obama does it.
If you don't let them land Kenya, it will continue.
It's not about it. The truth is the truth.
No, it's not.
Obama supported more.
No.
Obama. That's not true, ma'am. It is, sir.
It's not true.
Obama supported more illegals than Donald Trump.
No.
That is a fact.
That is a fact.
I know it hurts, but it is a fact.
He did it legally, Mike B. Tell me if
you really believe that you feel good about it, okay? Tell me goalposts every single time.
Okay, tell me if you saw
You guys are going to talk one at a time. When someone else's voices, you hear it. Please, who is keep flicking their lighter or something?
I don't know.
Don't pull yourself up over there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, you have not seen one video, one accused of ICE agents during the Obama administration beating up people in the street, just taking up random people, asking if they're, legal or not. None of that happened under Barack Obama. Barack Obama did not separate families, right? He didn't sell. No, we didn't put kids. We did not put kids.
Oh my God.
I'm so sorry.
This is horrible. Right. Horrible.
He did not. He definitely didn't do that. Okay, you didn't get any of that when he was the president.
So families were separated under Obama.
So
That's the juice thing, and then they weren't separated. The legals that were deported.
Okay, so
Come on, man. This is bad, folks.
can we land though?
Goodness gracious. So what I'm saying is, you did not have Barack Obama put kids in one cage while putting their parents in other cages, and perform medical procedures on mothers or non-mothers, right? Some random women that will not allow them to have children anymore. That did not happen in a Barack Obama. Okay, so what are we talking about here? They went through legal processes. They went through due process before the people were deported. We all know this. And it's not like they didn't get it's not like he didn't get called out for it. He did get called out for it. But he still did it with due process. Why are you pretending as if what Barack Obama did resembles anything that Trump did when it came to immigrants? Stop this.
Did you mean to say that and come off mute, Brian? Okay.
All right, so good. I'm glad I can move on to this next piece of breaking news. Now, I ran across an article about Donald Trump. It says Donald Trump admits he needs extra care as he's seen clinging to the handrail on Air Force One stairs. President Trump is sparking major health concerns once again. Following his arrival in Japan for his 5-day tour of Asia, footage from his arrival shows the 70-year-old obese man with big cankles looking frail as he moves slowly down the stairs of Air Force One, firmly gripping the plane's handrail with his fat, bruised hand. Another video showed the president cautiously exiting his car to meet up with Japan's Emperor, I can't pronounce this, I say Emperor N. Upon leaving the meeting, the president was also seen dragging his right leg and favoring his left side. Let's see, there we go more. The president's slow walking and careful demure further raised eyebrows after he admitted to undergoing a previously undisclosed MRI, which is you know what it is, during his recent visit to Walter Reed Military Medical Center earlier this month. Trump himself told Marines this month that he takes extra care going down steps and shouldn't bop down the steps, describing his need for slow, deliberate steps. Let me see. I got an MRI though, y'all, and it was perfect, Trump told reporters. I'll give you the full results. Wait a minute. Can you mute yourself for just a second?
ML.
You guys mind?
ML.
All right. Give y'all a full report of the results. We had an MRI and the machine, the whole thing, and it was perfect. So they had an MRI and the machine told him it was perfect. I guess that's what he's trying to say. When asked for additional details, Trump said, you can ask the doctors. I think they gave me a very conclusive report. Nobody has ever given reports like I gave you. And if I didn't think it was going to be good, I would let you know negatively. Neither I would let you know negatively. I wouldn't run. I would do something. But the doctor said some of the best results they've ever seen for my age. Some of the best reports they have ever seen in their whole career as practicing doctors. Okay, that's the end.
I believe him. It means nothing. I believe him, by the way. No, but that actually means nothing. Okay.
Oh, wait. Okay, I'm sorry. But he said his ECG showed him to be approximately 14 years younger.
Hell to the no. He said he believes. I believe him. But he has the best health ever. He's the greatest ever. I believe him. That's why he's running for 2028.
That's why he had a
The trolling is
very strong.
doesn't even work anymore.
And he's challenged AOC to a mental test too.
Omari, the thing is, Omari's trying to troll, not working anymore. It's so hard. You can give it up.
Too many people are talking without waiting for her to finish, though. It's you, Amari, and Mike, the usual suspects.
Yeah, but it's because they're triggered when I'm trying to help them. Like, Omari, like, seriously, you're a cool kid. Like, just be yourself.
He's a grown man.
Just be yourself.
He's not a kid.
Because, you know what? And I said that just to see if that's what someone else would pick up on instead of the message I'm trying to give. Typical. But Omari, you don't have to do this anymore. I'm serious. It's so obvious now. You're acting, and it's very obvious, sweetheart.
Okay, so Omari, the truth.
Hold on. Go ahead.
I was going to say the truth is, Omari, I'm going to be honest, he does look like he has some type of some incident, and it could be stroke-like. Not aneurysm, definitely stroke-like. I'm being serious, too. And I've spoken to other, like my colleagues. They've all said the same thing when they look at the videos of him, how he's walking, the way he's slurring, just everything looks like he has some type of stroke, maybe minor, but he definitely had something, because that's not.
I agree. Lisa, may I respond, Lisa, if it's okay with you?
You can respond. I just ask you one question while you add this to your response. Why is he admittedly and on camera dragging his left leg?
You're talking about when he's doing the line.
No. When he was walking.
I know what you're talking about.
The vehicle.
Yeah, I saw that. So before, again, you're right, Kenya. I'm trolling because what I said earlier when people were talking about third term, I said he doesn't even look healthy enough. I clearly said he doesn't even look healthy enough to run a third term. That's why I think it's fake. But I don't know, Lisa. He doesn't look healthy. Something does seem off on him. Will we ever find out? I don't know. He has a lot of money, and he might be able to get through it. But I said that, but no one picked up on that. No one picked up on anything I said. But hold on, Haitian. Hold on, Haitian JD. Hold on. Yeah, I agree. If he's not healthy, step down. I agree. But when I say that, you bypass that and act like I didn't.
Because they don't believe you, bro. You're over here getting ready to watch kids go fucking without eating, and you don't give a fuck. Your red line was this motherfucker running from
Haitian, you're making shit up in your head, man.
Not when I have a health kid. Come on, y'all don't believe
Haitian, you're making things up.
Nah,
that's
bro.
Not how
I'm saying what you're saying.
If I say something, I don't need to go on your side. I'm not looking for brownie points.
You on my side, bro.
So if I say I think he looks unhealthy, I'm saying he looks unhealthy. Why do I need this? Why do I need to lie about that?
Why should you lie about
What's the point?
If you follow a man who lies every fucking other word.
Don't mean I don't like his policies. I'm talking about just black and white shit. This is just ABC 1, 2, 3, Jackson 5s. Come on now.
Yeah, sure.
This is a horrible form today. I mean, god damn.
It doesn't make any sense because again, in one hand we're saying that the man doesn't look good. I mean, this has to be a troll. I'm dead serious. This has to be a troll.
Omari just said that. Right, your butt just.
Okay, so I'm gonna change my PTR.
I know that's on y'all's mind. The gayness is
all right. One mic on Lisa. Right.
I'm just gonna post a picture that somebody took, or I don't know if it's real or fake, without his orange makeup on. And you guys can decide for yourself. I'm gonna make it my PTR. So go ahead, keep arguing.
Hey, so the man that's dragging his leg is the same man that's gonna run for a third term. You guys don't hear yourselves. You
don't hear Steve Bannon, and you know what? I don't know if your name is Mike or what your name is, but I'm just telling you. You sound crazy because you're president. So everything else he says from this moment on, I want that same shit to come out your mouth. Because your president is saying it. Your chief strategist is saying it. JD Vance is saying it. It's like a whole bunch of motherfuckers on your team saying it. So the next time something else comes up, I want want you to have the same energy. They're saying it. Nobody here is making it up.
Yeah, but you're falling for it.
Don't tell me what the fall. You fell for it and you voted for it.
But what's the falling for it? So okay, if it's not true, what are they covering up for?
So who's the dummy?
It's just peaceful Democrats because
Yeah, right. Okay, so
you guys fall for the fear-mongering every single time.
Yeah, fear-mongering from
It's fear-mongering.
Okay, so be quiet. You said it 3 times.
Absolutely, we have a right to speak.
Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
So hold on. Can I go?
I did ask to speak before you. Okay.
Wow, this is insane. Okay, go ahead.
You don't want me to speak?
No, I'm talking about Mike. I'm talking about Mike. You guys stay focused, okay?
Somebody dropped him. Okay. So he's down there. You can listen down while in the group. So usually, right, when a human being, whether it's a toddler to older adult to seniors, I'm not even going to clinical. Let's just say I'm not a clinical person. There is something wrong with that individual from a psychological, and when you look at them, you can just see it, right? The signs and symptoms are the person slurring speech. So if they're slurring speech, there's something neurologically wrong with the individual. So Mike, you're so smart, right? And your lack of common sense. Can't you even realize that there is something wrong with this person? When Donald Trump speaks, he makes no sense. None. He can't even formulate like a real concrete adult point for a first world leader. So what's going on with you, Mike? Why you can't live in reality? I'm trying to understand. And then Omari, I'm starting to realize you hanging on his nutsack. What's going on with the both of you?
What are you talking about? What did I got to do? And Dap, the conversation to
Dap, this is exactly the point, Dap. I think is that when I hear people on the right say like, "Oh, you guys are all falling for it. You're falling for the troll." Like imagine if like Clinton just came out and randomly said, "Oh, we're going to roll back civil rights. We're going to go back to segregate." Oh, and everybody was like, "What the hell did he just say?" And then it was all you guys are just falling for that troll. Like, why is your red line like, oh, we have to see him do it? Because when he just talks about it, he's just joking. Why isn't the red line like, how dare a sitting president even joke about a third term? How dare a sitting president and his advisors and not even joke, because Ben's not even joking. What the hell?
Listen, man. We're pretending like this is a Washington or Lincoln or Reagan type of president. It's a reality star. Do you know what the first part of the conversation in this room was about? The Apprentice. How terrible it was. How broke the things are. You hired someone that was on Howard Stern. You're in Canada, right? I mean, Justin Trudeau was horrible. Let's not talk about that. But we'll leave that for another day. But we hired someone because other presidents cost a Trump. They did such a shitty job, nobody liked them, that people wanted Trump. And then when they got him out of office, they said, damn, Biden is a fucking piece of shit. We gotta get Trump back. There's plenty of videos of people like, hey, who you gonna vote for? Vote for Trump. It's not a loss or win, because when I say that, it's not about winning or losing. We'll just say that people failed, and you're the reason why. Because this kind of like snobby type of, vibes that you give the American people, you're going to continue to lose. And I land.
About time. So hold on.
Yeah.
So the point that I was trying to make is that you guys you guys were on your high horse about Biden, how he was, just being run down before us. We knew that he was his diminished capacity, mental and physical. He was just old and frail. And you guys, he was suffering from dementia, blah, blah, blah. But crazy shit. He's incoherent. In Japan, he gave a speech at a Navy base in Japan, and it literally made no fucking sense. But yet, I don't see you guys hammering to say, hey, he's not cognitively there. We need to get him out of office. He's a danger to us. He was walking with the Japanese Prime Minister. He was totally lost in the sauce. He had no idea where he was at. He literally crossed. He was walking to her right. He literally walked in front of her and crossed over to her left in front of her, then crossed back and was just dazed and confused. He had no idea where he was at. But he's the leader of the free world? Make that make sense. Y'all have nothing to say about that. But if it was Biden, all of y'all motherfuckers would be just beating that drum right now. But when reality hits you guys stay on mute. That's some fucking shit, y'all.
We could play the clip of the Japanese, the one when he's speaking to the troops. I mean, you could play it.
I already did.
Yeah, you played it from end to end? For the room? Because what you
did, yes.
Okay, I must have missed that because he didn't sound bad to me.
We played it yesterday. There are the good parts, obviously, and there are parts where his brain freezes like any other person who suffers from
And the troops.
Wait. I'm sorry. People, hold on. People get so distracted and don't even focus on the freaking dot. The dot was that, Omari, did you hear the whole story and the theme? And who this person is being right now, they're not well. But yet, when it was Biden, he's talking about hypocrisy, if I have to give you the answer. You're not focusing on that. You just focused on, I thought he was okay in this little dot of an event here. You don't listen for the bigger picture. You listen for something that you can tear apart. And you miss the whole point, which is why we're in this situation to begin with. So can you please learn to listen instead of just listening to respond? Give me a break.
Well, I couldn't, I'm taking one dot at a time, it's called connect the dots. That's what I'd be doing, Kenya.
Omari, sit your dumb ass down. We heard enough.
Okay, so I was trying to see if I could find some audio on Trump falling down
and he did it
in Asia. Unfortunately, he didn't make a sound, so I had to look at just the words. But something is going on with him, and regardless, they don't care if it's, how they were saying, calling Biden weekend and Bernie's. He's past weekend and Bernie's. You know what I'm saying? He's like he's a crypt keeper at this point. Y'all, we should have kept Biden. I don't know what were we thinking? This is crazy as hell. I would have took Biden on a fucking respirator at this point because everything is upside down. You got the Walking Dead running the country, and you got idiots on the stage talking about all he's doing is you say that every damn time, okay? I don't want to just hear it for this. If he's trolling on this, he's trolling on everything. That's what I said. You know what I'm saying? Once somebody does you, they'll do you again. So that means everything is suspect at this time, right? Or no? Or we just pick and choose what we believe from you guys?
Here's the scary thing, Lisa. Like, everyone's saying, he's dragging his leg, he's 80. The oldest leader of the world just, some people say stole an election in Cameroon, 92 years old. 92 exactly, Haitian, and that guy's going to be in there at least until 100. So don't sit here and tell me because he's got his diapers changed and make it That's it. Just because he's got cankles and he's dragging his leg, don't think he can't do horrible things at 85 or 87 in his third term. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. Do you
guys know the elderly get?
Kenya, do you guys know what's going on in the nursing home after the lights go out?
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't know. What the hell are you guys talking about?
That's a fact, Lisa. I used to work in nursing home.
Sexual assault, STDs out the ass. Yep.
So they just, this is the crazy part with them. They want us to believe and they want us to dictate how we, on our side, who we should vote for, who we should nominate, who we should do this, who we should do that. They're constantly trying to tell us what to do. Y'all won. Sit down and shut up. It's up to us to critique now. Sit down and be quiet and watch the world burn. That's all you gotta do right now.
Ooh, go, Felicia.
Don't look up. Don't look up, though.
And don't look up. Do not look up. That's
Right,
a good
'cause
movie.
the plane might be coming over with a what do they call that place underneath the bottom of the plane, full of diarrhea, courtesy your president. What president would do anything like that, even in jest?
Not a sane one.
On contingency.
Not a sane one, Lisa. Not a sane one.
Crazy girl. That's almost like you having a business, a restaurant, and then you laugh at the people because you know you didn't put rat poison in their food.
So Lisa,
Hey, Lisa, I'm ready for that. That hurt.
And you know the first time you saw that video, he was like, "It's good."
Yes.
But can we do it? Can you do it with a crown on my head?
so
You
Lisa,
know that's exactly how it happened.
so Lisa, Kenya, and team, I just posted, quite a few videos. He's having a good time out here partying with the people. I don't see what you see. And
I forgot and moved on. I don't even know what you're talking about anymore because I moved on. I don't know what you're talking about, Omari. That was like 10 minutes ago in my mind. I've forgotten about that already.
You know, Omari, you can post all the videos you want. It was your president who said that his damn leg was dragging and he needed extra care. Why you keep going against your I can't even say it. Why you keep going against
the omnipotent one?
It don't make sense. It's coming out of his own mouth. He says he needs extra care. Was he talking about something else? Maybe something a little
Lisa, one question. How many years is Biden older than Trump?
I don't know. Tell us.
4 years? 5 years?
I believe 82 and 80, I think.
No, Trump's 79.
Yeah, Trump is 79.
Yes, so he's deteriorating at a faster rate than Biden.
Hey, that's what happens when you don't add the formula.
Well, we talk shit.
When you don't involve it right away.
So I don't think, like I said, I don't think Trump is going to make it to the end of his first term. I think he's going to die in office.
This is scary. Okay, I'm
okay, can we not? I don't want to go that far. Can we just respectfully?
Right now because I don't wish.
We're not gonna do that.
I don't wish demise. And I like the.
No, I'm not wishing demise. I'm just saying he's.
No, don't even bring it up, sir. Please don't do that. For everybody,
we can bring up whatever we want. I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just praising my opinion. If you, I respect
your opinion. I appreciate you and your opinion. I just got to do the sign of the cross, and then I also because they got this little. If you don't stop it, child, is it past your bedtime? Oh God. So what I'm just saying is now they're calling people instead of dead, they're calling people expired. So I think that's what's going on here. The expiration date is come and gone. And we just need to add a little bit of embalming fluid. Maybe they're giving a little bit at a time every day just to keep the flesh fresh. I don't know what's going on, but I don't think if he runs for a third term, good. I want him to run for a third term. Y'all know?
Can I ask you a question, Lisa? What happened in Texas, or JD or anyone, what happened in Texas with regards to the kind of redistricting that's going on and the California response? And what I've heard is now it's starting to happen, like every state is getting in there and kind of doing it. Virginia's next, exactly. Like, the right response, does every state have to go in and because ultimately every time it happens, I think it takes away the power of the individual vote in America a little bit.
I didn't know.
That's the point. That's the point.
Because Lisa, everybody gets to pick their own voters versus the voters getting to pick their representatives. And that's what America's come to, the gerrymandering. You get to pick your own voters. And it's not like in the past when people gerrymandered, they gerrymandered and it was not scientific. Now it's fucking down to the person. They literally have all the data points. They have all your metadata. They have all your shopping data, all your credit card transactions, who you donated money to. They have who you registered to vote as. They have everything about you. Even though you register as an independent, they could tell where you might lean on those particular personal factors. So when they're literally using, AI to determine how to draw those lines. So this is high technology time. So they get to choose their own voters. They get to carve districts in manners where they disenfranchise the geographical group, like we'd always keep as a cohesive unit, and then they get to slice and dice which sections of that geographical location they want to partition over to other groups to dilute their vote. So this is real. People don't understand the ramification of repealing the Voting Rights Act and what is going to happen. Black folks won't have representation in any endeavor, because the fact is that the district's going to be so gerrymandered where black folks, they take 25% of all the black folks in a particular geographical area and they disperse them amongst the other areas. So therefore it dilutes black voting power. So black people cannot, and also, even though they live in a geographically distinct area, they won't have representation. And that's what's going to happen.
Hold on, you guys. Let me reset the room. Hi, April. Thanks for coming. Resetting the room, please. This is the 420, and tonight we're talking about Trump's 2028 run. The term has already been planned out per Bannon. I have one more 3-minute clip to play on that, and then we'll start talking about other stuff that's surrounding that. If you have a pink ticket, y'all, please just check it in. That's all I gotta say. Who's in the queue?
I just want to say this. Can I get a real quick moment of silence on my born country, Jamaica?
Oh, we were just doing that before you came in, so we did do a moment of silence. So we're trying to figure out how we're going to be able to help, and I think we can't come up with no way.
Thank you for saying what you just said.
Praise and love, Dap, and love to you, Lisa, and to all the mods. Love y'all.
Yeah, my family. Thank you, Ruth. My family is safe. I have more than 5 family members back home. And yes, I am a born Jamaican person.
Have you heard from them, Deb?
Yes, I did. I spoke to my uncle, my mother's older brother. He's still back home with my cousins. They are safe. My cousin, one of my other cousins on my father's side, they're safe. And 4 of my other cousins, the neighborhood is flooded, but they're not.
Well, the houses were able to withstand 180 miles.
Yes. So this is the thing. So it's more of the more when you're more close to the ocean, those are the communities that are being affected more than inland. Most of my family members, they're inland. So they're more like, I would say, like further in the mountainous areas. So there's more mudslides and those type of things going on in the inland. But on the outskirts, they're the ones that's more affected. And by the way, it's the strongest hurricane in history.
That's what we were saying. In history. Oh my God, that is unbelievable. God bless and God keep, because that's saying a lot. The strongest hurricane since they've been recorded, right?
Yeah, you know what's about that? Like scientists were literally saying this year that due to climate change and all that we were going to see the strongest hurricane in history. They predicted this, like well in the beginning of the year. Also, I have to say shout outs to DR and DR on Haiti and Cuba. The Bahamas too. By in the morning, they're gonna get the brunt of what we got as well. Haiti and DR, they have been having a lot of flash flooding, right? Ishan.
I'm scared to see the pictures in the morning. I'm really dreading seeing what the island's gonna look like in the morning. I'm dreading and I'm praying. You know what I mean? I really am.
7 fatalities, so
7 fatalities so far. Wow, you guys. Okay, so when we have the room tomorrow, maybe at that point we can move forward and troubleshoot in our brains. The people who are serious in the room, the other ones, y'all can just stay on mute about how we can help and whatever way that is. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it looks like.
When I get the information, I'll post it. Believe me.
I will.
Yeah. Okay. Those of us who are willing, and those of us who can, and those of us who knows the difference between empathy and sympathy. Because I was about to lose my mind today on that one, but I let it go. So tomorrow I will definitely speak up, and we can do something. It just any little bit. Your heart is in the right place. So okay, you guys. I didn't want to make the room a charity room, because I've been talking about giving the whole night. So I forgot what I was going to say. Anybody else want to jump in and talk about the third term? We talked about his medical condition, which is obviously there's something going on with him. And he said, what really made me know something was definitely wrong, because he said, if it was something wrong, I would tell you. I was like, okay, there you go. There you go. You're on your way out. Because you would not tell us nothing.
Lisa, I got breaking.
Wait a minute. That tells you that there is something wrong. Because if it's not good, well, he's still alive, so yeah, there's something definitely wrong with him now. Absolutely.
People on the street who are Americans.
He's on the plane when he spoke to reporters on the plane. So that's what I thought was kind of telling. Is when they asked, hey, with regards to this VP strategy, it's too cute. Like the people wouldn't like it. And when Neil Bannon, who says, hey, we'll reveal our plan when the time is right. And JD, this is what I was saying in the chat. I think the time is after the midterms. And what he's really saying is, hey, if I were to come out and say my plan is this VP strategy before the midterms, they know that would kill them, the midterms. So I think after the midterms, when there's no repercussions, then his team goes and says, okay, this is our strategy. Let's go play it out in the Supreme Court and let's get the ruling to get ready for the election.
Well, and I don't disagree with you. You know, a lot of people in here are saying he's trolling. Look, everything he said, he's done. I mean, in period. I can take that at face value. Everything he said he was going to do, he's done. Now, all of a sudden, I'm supposed to understand that he's trolling. So
that part.
Insufficiency says otherwise.
But you didn't hear the other part, April. He was dragging his left leg, when he was trying to get over. And then he said, I need extra care now, especially when I'm coming down the stairs, you know. So he's walking. He said, I'm walking like this down the stairs because I need extra care. Oh, that would be a sight.
You know, it's funny on aisle 4. The big cankles is a lot.
Clean up on aisle 4, please. Extra Lord has just spilled. Bring the super sucker.
You know, it's funny how he didn't know about Project 2025, right? Remember this? He didn't know anything about Project 2025, y'all. So remember when all the pushback was happening and they didn't know a thing about Project 2025. So this is the same strategy, y'all, the same exact strategy. And they're going to play this like a fiddle. And this is what is happening. They throw a little bone, they pull it back, they throw a little bone, they pull it back because they want to get a feel for what MAGA is feeling. And as soon as they get a feel for what MAGA is feeling, and if the country's sour on it, they know we're not going to all the way throw it there. But they are plotting for 2028, y'all. I want y'all to understand. I said this, and I can bet y'all any amount of money. They are plotting for him to stay in for 2028. I'm sorry.
Rez, you're right. Wait. Let me go, Jeremy. You know you're going to get in there. No, I agree, Rez. And Emma, what you were saying earlier about the seats and the gerrymandering, I'm just going to be honest. Never in history have our Democratic, Republicans parties been this strategic. They're not that smart. I'm just going to say it. All that has happened up to this point was not like instant, as we've said. All of this is part of the plan because you can't set something up that fast. The Republicans, look at the true Republicans, they're floundering because they're waiting for what is the puppet masters under Trump to say what the next play is. That's why they need him for another term. Everything is strategic, and it's nothing that Trump is doing. It's everybody who is pulling his strings because he's the puppet. They're not that smart. What's going on, Bannon and all the others, Steve Miller, listen, we shouldn't be surprised by anything. They're carrying this out.
That part, Kenya, that part.
The government is not that bright. Really?
I'm sorry, Jay, and they're going to. I'm sorry, Jay. They're going to fight against it because we all know this man wanted to be a dictator. We all know this man was a fascist, the whole authoritarianism. But somehow they want us, this part's a troll. I'm like, you're not going to change our minds by even coming up here talking about, don't listen to the troll. We've already made our minds up on what type of man this is. It's clear as day what type of man and what type of people are backing him. And so for you guys to come up here, so even if somehow the Supreme Court decides not to interpret it, it doesn't matter. It's the fact that they tried. It's the fact that they tried. And you guys still won't get it. I mean, that's the fact they're trying this. Go ahead, Jeremy. Then I think Matt is next.
I'll be really quick, and I think Rez brought up a great point, right? Like when they talked about Project 2025, what did he say? I haven't heard about it. What's that? And just recently, when they said, hey, the people are talking about your third term, what was his response? I haven't heard about it. This is a man who got a picture taken in the Oval Office with a Trump 2028 mega hat on the Resolute desk before he said, I haven't heard about it. So I just think it's a great point, Rez. Like when people said, you guys are freaking out about 2025. You're just freaking about a third term. No, it's the same thing.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this much. There's no trolling. Like I said earlier, it's priming the pump. You're getting your base riled up to continue to support you because you've brainwashed them. So it must follow through. They must make sure they show up to vote because he's planting the seed now. The 2028, you don't spend that money unnecessarily to troll. He is strategic. It's like subliminal messaging. He's messaging now. He primes the pump. He doesn't surprise us with anything. He tells us, and then we don't believe him, and then we see he actually follows through. So why wouldn't we believe him this time, as well as his base? He's going to run for 2028, and they already believe him, at least the not so bright ones.
But do you believe that Trump says that so you can continue
You're no longer breathing. I'm just gonna say that.
It's the grift.
Or those that
I hardly think it's the grift. Trump is grifting. He's telling that, and people are donating. They're buying the stupid ass hats 2028. It's a troll and a grift all packaged into one. Yeah, and that's what's happening.
Okay, so but hold on. Is that Kenya?
No, not me this time.
Oh, go ahead, jump in, and then I'm gonna play this clip. But did y'all see the list of the donors for the grand ballroom?
Yeah, sure did. Not surprised.
I'm gonna read off the people that I'm no longer gonna do business with.
The greatest donors of all time.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. Where's yours? I didn't see your name up there.
He ain't give nothing, but
check.
Hold on. After Halloween, have you guys seen a pumpkin like a week after Halloween? Old and moldy, nasty. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, I direct you guys to my PTR if you need to refresh it. This is what Trump looks like without the orange makeup. I don't know why he bothered to show up.
Jesus. Ooh.
Look at his skin texture.
Ooh, baby.
Ew.
He's waxed.
Ew.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on.
That's scary. Makeup? Is that what you said? He has no orange
makeup. This is Trump without the orange makeup.
He's so old.
Yeah, he's decrepit.
This is behind his tail from the clips.
I mean, he actually looks better to me without it on. I don't know about you guys. I think he looks better with just
you saying he looks more human? Is that what you're trying to say?
All I need to do is touch him one time, and you will no longer be in the room, biatch.
Oh, Netanyahu. Okay, all
That's what
nasty
you
out.
want to do. Let me know.
Okay, yeah. Please do not come to the bed. Never mind. Without your makeup on. Okay, so now let me just play this quick little clip, and then we're gonna talk about how Trump said that the military will be paid despite government shutdown. He is directing good old Petey to release some funds. I don't know which funds they're talking about, so maybe you guys can help us in here after we read the article. But let me play this, and then we'll move on to that, because that's amazing.
Bannon insists that Trump is going to be running for a third term, even though it is a direct violation of the Constitution. You got to hear this.
Well, a man like this comes along once every century. If we're lucky, we've got him now.
term is or something like that.
We'll say what the definition of term limit is.
These people do not learn their lesson. So this, crazily enough, would not be the first time that we had somebody serve 3 terms. It has happened before, which is why we put in the amendment, because we realized, oh, they're just going to keep running. It was always sort of a gentleman's understanding that nobody would run for more than 2 terms. Once they did it, then they realized we have to enshrine this. We did enshrine it. Play the Bill Maher clip, because this is exactly how I feel.
The Constitution. Can I read a passage to you?
Here we go.
Amendment 22. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. And yet you keep talking about Trump's third. Maybe you should have this. President Trump is going to run for a 3rd term. President Trump is going to be elected again on the afternoon of January 20th, 2029. He's going to be president of the United States. Okay, but the thing I just read in there, it seemed like there was no wiggle room there. It seemed like it was just, and we had said only 2 times. We have a team of people that are team. How can a team do something about that? I don't care if the team is 12 trillion people. And we're just still federal courts right now. In federal courts, there's 120 lawsuits on what President Trump's doing for his Article 2 rights. Wow, that's on the unified executive theory. But he's chief executive, he's commander-in-chief, he's chief magistrate, chief law enforcement officer. There's 100, and they're running the court every day. But it's been President Trump, all because the interpretation of this. The interpretation of this is open for interpretation. We open it. Can I have it back?
If they're able to get a constitutional amendment passed, cool. I stand by. Obviously, there is a way to amend the Constitution. We want there to be a way to amend the Constitution. But there are things that are interpreted by the court where it's like, okay, admittedly, like this one's maybe not as clear as we want, like take the Second Amendment, for instance, for a well-armed militia or whatever. There's a lot to talk about with that. This one is pretty clear. So this feels like people are trying to skirt it. I don't think people are being honest about why we have term limits. The whole structure of the U.S. government was to stop power from accruing too much. That power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. And if you let a monarch happen, over time, that power just solidifies. This is why I think deep state is the right word.
And that's what I think they're trying to do. To get absolute power. And to keep that shit. If he doesn't, somebody mute his mic. You can hear that?
Yeah, what is that?
Life on the monitor now. And dogs and seatbelts.
The dogs and the cats.
You know what I find interesting, and okay, my brain is going crazy, and I'm just gonna let it go. But language is important, because when Bill, I'm assuming that was Bill Maher or whatever. Maher. Yeah, he said no person shall be elected a 3rd term. And I heard Stephen, come off mic after I'm done, please. Don't come for me yet. I heard Bannon say he will run and be elected. The Constitution doesn't say you cannot run. Trump has a lot of power and a lot of money. You think if he doesn't show up, if he shows up, they're going to turn him away? He's building his army now. That says elected, which is an outcome, but who says he wouldn't still try to run? That's just like he didn't want to leave the White House. He should have, but he didn't go gracefully, and now he's tearing up part of the White House. Somebody who does that does not plan to leave. He'd rather die in that White House. So all I'm saying is a matter of interpretation. You said can't be elected, but didn't say I couldn't run. And then once I run, then I can do what I need to do. So listen, Trump is stupid, but Russell Vought, Steve Bannon, Steve Miller, they're not stupid. I'm just saying. I'm going on mute now.
I just want to say this, right? The first time around, he didn't have the cronies that he needed, right? The Bill Barrs, the General Millies, the people in the world, they were willing to go far, but they weren't willing to go the bridge so far. They weren't willing to break the law. They weren't willing to take it to the limit. That's the difference. This time around, the people that he has are loyalists. They are willing to go
state's laws. I want y'all to understand this. It is not even about running. Bannon is strategizing a way for him not to even have an election. I want y'all to think outside the box. If the country puts themselves in a position to declare a war where there is not a way for an election to happen, he could be a sitting president without an election to happen in this country and create an authoritarian situation. They are strategizing to that point. It is insane, but I want y'all to understand how deep this shit goes. I'm going on mute.
Wait, Rez, isn't that what Benjamin
You
Netanyahu?
can't talk after every speaker. Can you please? Just one second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had anything to say. I was just clicking down on what she said before it got changed.
Cool story. Hey, April, I just want to commend you, April. Thank you for being the voice of reason tonight. Well, you know, like, it's just so, like, we go from a story about him running for a third term to a story about how sick he looks. And then Dap comes off his mic and says, you know, whatever Dap said, you know, like, talking like people are sycophants or whatever, not understanding. Maybe he had just got to room. He didn't understand the context of the, you know, how odd this is.
You know, I was in the room prior and I heard everything.
Dap, I said, I don't know. The keyword thing, I don't know. You're my guy, Dap.
Go ahead.
You're my guy. And Dap, man, you know, anything I can do to support Jamaica, I'm there for you, brother.
Yeah,
so, you know, just put that out there.
All right.
No doubt, brother. Anytime, man. 100%. I got you. So, you know, but it's like, it's not about like the sycophant stuff. It's just that when I spoke to Lisa this morning, Lisa has a little small room in the morning and she played the clip. And my whole thing is, I don't even see this man making it through these, you know, 4 years. I don't see it happening. And I couldn't, you know, April and I don't agree on shit. But this is something I can crystal clearly see. Like, it doesn't make sense. They can do whatever they want to do. Unless they can resurrect the dead, there's no way this man is getting another 4 years in office. It's just not possible. And the amount of time, energy, brain cells that we've killed discussing this, it's a travesty. But God bless you guys. It's all good.
Well, Mike, tell your president to stop talking about it then. Stop making national news. Tell your chief strategist to stop talking about it, making national news. That's what I think you should do, really.
Thank you, Anthony. And we'll say Bannon doesn't work for the White House, by the way.
No, I'm just saying. So you guys are in here perpetrating and trying to make it seem like all this stuff is something that we made up. Like we got the tin hats on and we're sitting up here. That's y'all's job. I can borrow your tin hat tonight. I'll be fine because it's a little chilly over here. But I'm going to tell you one thing. None of us here is making any of this up. They're the ones putting it out there. So have you got on your 5 calls app? Have you bullshit? Have you guys emailed him? Have you went on Truth Social? Have you started an account on X? And with all the gall of it all, did you start that account? Can you tag me in? Did you go on Blue Sky? Have you made a room on Club Hate? Have you done any of that?
Yes. And I spoke to Bannon's CFO. I know Bannon's CFO.
Are the replays on?
I personally know Bannon's CFO.
Are the replays on?
They're trolling you. Trust me.
No, you're not answering the question. So you said you have room on it?
I talked to Grace Chung, which is one of his CFOs. They're trolling. They're trolling. Trust and believe.
Can we wait till you tell her to come on in or either put her on 3-way on your phone and let us have a chat? Because I'm insulted. I'm insulted that my president has nothing else to do while I'm over here starving and I don't have any food stamps, any health care, that he's trolling. I'm appalled that I'm about to lose my job and I'm over here not knowing if my kids are going to have a quality education. I'm appalled. So can you please get him on the phone? I'm appalled that Social Security offices are almost shut down. I'm appalled that we have troops who are trying to serve this country on high alert and they're not getting paid. I'm appalled that 11,000 air traffic controllers have not gotten their check and working for a second week. I'm appalled, but he's trolling. And y'all trying to talk me off the cliff. Y'all better let us hold, you guys, because he's gonna get Chung on the phone, and we're gonna be able to.
Wait, he posted a full video, Lisa.
Lisa.
Come on now.
Lisa,
come on now.
If all else fails, Lisa, you can try Polly. There's always Polly.
Okay,
all right?
But Anthony, your response to Lisa. Your response to Lisa was, he's old. He's old and he's not going to make it. Like, what is it?
There's always Polly, Lisa. Your food stamps.
I'm embarrassed for y'all. I'm embarrassed for you guys. I really am. And it's getting so to the point now where I'm worried. Well, I really don't care, but I'm worried that you guys' mental state is about to snap, because now you're in here going against your own stop saying that. Your own leader, your own king. What's going on here?
But Lisa, here's the problem with this conversation, right? This is the same man who literally said, because this is their king, their person they worship, who literally said he is the healthiest man alive, who literally just had a doctor's appointment, who had all his shots to say, right, to boot. Am I wrong, Lisa? Right? Tell me if I'm wrong. And how is he, y'all MAGA followers, that he's the healthiest he's ever been? He's in the best health he's ever been in. But he's dying in the next breath. Make it make sense for me. Because I don't know which one y'all following. Are y'all following a dying man?
But he's not healthy.
But wait a minute. It doesn't make sense for me. Because either he is the healthiest president ever, or he's not. Because this man literally just had shots. He just had a literal, what you call it?
He had his shots.
He had his shots. And not only that, he just had his, what you call it? He just had, not just the MRI. He just had his annual health, and your secretary.
That's also his annual, wasn't it?
He just had his annual.
That's
like
the second one this year, though, Rick.
Yes,
Something wrong.
Okay,
This is the second one this
hold
year.
on. Yes. He just had the annual. Karen Levitt came out and she said, not me, not Therese, she came out and said the president got a wonderful rating, that he is.
Who cares? We have 2 eyes just like you do.
Excuse me, but you can't come out in one breath and say that he won't make it through his presidency, but then in the next breath, you are saying that your president is the healthiest he's ever been. Make up your
Nobody
mind.
never said that on the stage.
But that's what you just said. He won't make it. You won't make it through the presidency.
Why can't we all agree on one thing?
No,
So Anthony, they want us to defend everything.
Why are you talking to Anthony?
Because this is crazy.
You guys.
Because he wants backup. He always got to get
No,
his
because it's
backup.
like
Always gotta
y'all
get his
y'all jump on our neck, and we're telling you we're agreeing with you. Why can't you just take the fact that we're agreeing with
So
you?
Amari,
and
can I ask you something?
Amari booty buddies?
Hold on. Anthony, let me ask you something. When Patty brings that list of things that are going on right now that are affecting so many Americans, right? And your response, or Amari, your response is not, hell yes, Patty. Your response is like, well, he's so old, he probably won't make it through the term.
That's a totally different subject. We're talking about his health right now. Stop moving the goalposts.
I don't mind being petty.
Jeremy, literally, one thing has
He's moving the goalposts.
There ain't no goalposts to move. The field is so big.
They don't, Omari, they don't only move the goalposts, they move the entire stadium. That's what they do.
Change the whole subject.
How did I change the subject when I was talking about his health?
Your name ain't Jeremy. Your name is
I'm talking about you, Rez. I'm talking about Jeremy. Jeremy was the one that we were addressing. He asked me and Omari a question. So, Jeremy, here's what's up, man. You know, we can have ideological differences. Patty's entitled to her opinion. I'm entitled to mine.
That was Lisa. Stop calling her.
No, Jeremy mentioned Patty.
I meant Lisa. I misspoke. My bad.
I don't mind
All right. So no, I was just addressing what he said. Jeremy,
doesn't make me right. Okay, Lisa, you win. Yeah, Jeremy, it doesn't mean that my point of view is right. Jeremy, I don't have any special knowledge. I don't have, sight beyond sight. I'm one man with one opinion. I could be wrong. I might end up on the wrong side of history.
This motherfucker ain't long for this world.
No problem. Yo, April, that's amazing.
You're welcome,
if you can, no doubt. If you could give me the lottery numbers, for the upcoming lottery, I appreciate it.
Because if I did, I wouldn't be giving nobody
Try AI.
Try AI. All right, cool.
Yeah, somebody
Here's what's up. It's all we doing right here. Like, we don't have to demonize each other. We don't have to say, how could these people this, that, the other. Let's not vilify people for thinking differently.
Anthony, you do that every second. Why you?
Exactly, and in the chat too.
Do it all the time.
Yeah,
It's just hypocrisy.
I want you guys to observe something. I want you guys to observe something. And they'll say the most dramatic stuff. Yo, ML, how many times have you insulted me today? Tell me one thing I've said about you today.
You started calling me a liar.
Okay, that's not an insult. What you said, I said to you, you're either...
And I called you fat.
No. It's not calling to question...
I called you fat. How am I insulting you? You are fat.
ML, literally I'm not. But that's neither here nor there, ML. You want to take a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old picture and standing with you want to take a picture.
Is this victimization? Do you feel like a victim, Anthony?
Yeah, you're very welcome, Kenny. Anyway, so
Lisa trying to talk and y'all are all over her, bro. Give her back her room, please.
Thank you. It's Lisa's room.
No, I was like, I'm not really close to the phone, so I can shut you guys up. So that's why I'm asking them mine. So
I'll shut them up. You just tell me.
Oh no, she just wanted me to have the mic, y'all. That's all she was trying to say. Give Anthony the mic.
That's all, Anthony. I wanted Anthony to speak because sometimes in the context. But
that was good.
That shit landed.
No, much love though, Anthony. But
and brother, I do hear you. Let me rephrase.
When I go after Anthony's when he goes out of pocket. For him to say he doesn't go out of pocket, it's a lie.
Go out of pocket. That's the lie.
Let me tell you. Lisa, you finished talking?
Yeah, I'm finished talking. You guys can keep going because I have something really important. Hold on, let me just finish. After you guys finish this round, I have something really important to play from a retired 4-star general. So go ahead, when y'all ready. Let me
know. Man, I'd rather hear that first.
I know exactly what you're gonna play, Lisa. That's a good one.
Can we play it now? Can we just play it now, please? Please.
Okay, if you guys are done with your round, with your back and forth round robins, okay.
Taking cash apps, yo. Alicia, did any
how much you need? I'm gonna cash app you some. How much you need, Anthony?
Lisa, did any maggers remove Kenya? Agree with a third term?
They're in here. Let me tell you what they're doing. They're in here accusing me of bringing kind of like crazy tin hat Rick being irresponsible. That name. Okay. Just all kind of crazy. They're blaming me when it was their president who said it. I played his own voice and they still tried to blame me. Then I played Steve Bannon's voice in 3 different clips and they continue to blame me. They are blaming me for what their president, their ruler, their king, their Allah is trying to make this move. How did I get in it? I'm just giving you what he's giving you.
Lisa, unfortunately,
Lisa, you always in it. It's always your fault. It's always your fault, Lisa.
Lisa, unfortunately, when you're dealing with maggers, actual offense. When you're dealing with maggers, and for the record, maggers are Black MAGA supporters. When you're dealing with maggers, they tend to deflect 5 more times on facts. You got a new word. Yeah, maggers.
5 more times, Rob. You got a new word. Go ahead.
All right, just want to say it. We're gonna do like Trump does and reap.
April, Rob is my friend. This is my brother. I ain't mad at you.
Yo, dog, you know you. Yo, dog, you know you my nigga, man. But I just it's sometimes, man. I was just hoping that y'all wasn't in here saying that y'all support a third term, because anybody that supports a third term, let me stop trolling. If you believe that a president deserves a third term, you don't believe in the Constitution. It's that simple.
And this young man explained.
I don't support a third term, and I don't think there'll be one.
And the young man explained it to us brilliantly about the concentration of power. That they said that it had happened once before. At first, it was under a gentleman's agreement. Now, what president served more than 2 terms? Quickly, somebody, because I don't know.
There's a bunch, but that was before they changed it.
That was before they changed it. Before they changed the Constitution.
That's why they did it, because they're afraid of absolute power.
And George Washington stepped down voluntarily.
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
So that he wouldn't set a precedent.
Was the last.
Roosevelt was a different set of circumstances.
That's under the war. Correct.
Yes, it was FDR. And it wasn't just simply the war. By going through the whole New Deal thing, like that was just a different set of circumstances. So like it's un-American to even talk about this. And I think that's the problem. We should not even be discussing the idea of a third term on a president. I don't give a fuck how much you love him.
Is Trump saying it?
Lisa, I want you to listen to those strings. Lisa, I need you to listen to the string of words he just put together. It's un-American to even be talking about this.
It's un-American.
It's un-American to even. Yes, it's un-American. Yes, it's un-American. Let's not. Anthony, let's not distort freedom of speech. Let's not distort freedom of speech with me saying it's un-American to even suggest that we should have a president with a third term. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, that's un-American for a president to attempt to be a third president.
It's un-American.
So, and also, please don't tell other Americans what is and is not American. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to get in the
No, I'm just saying, you see how Anthony is twisting everything. Who said it? Who said it? The one you guys sitting in the White House is saying it. There is no one else brought it up but him. And you keep trying to turn it on us. Anthony, you're not that good. You know, I like you and everything, but you're not that good. You're not that tight. Because he said it. Do you want me to send you all the articles? Do you want me to send you all the clips? Do you want me to send you the actual video of him saying it? And don't talk to me anymore about this. Go call your boy. You got your other man on stage talking about he got a direct contact. Why we waiting for her to come into the room? What's taking so long?
I'm not saying anything like that. Again,
that's what I'm saying, though, Barry. You shouldn't even be trolling like this, though, Barry. We should not troll. Steve Bannon isn't trolling. The thing Steve Bannon is saying isn't trolling.
Rob gets it. Rob, you can say.
Oh my God, I can't tell. So we've been in this room saying this whole time.
Baby, I've been here far longer than you.
Oh no, we've been in this room the whole time. All the MAGA said this is ridiculous. We don't agree.
All of MAGA have not said that. That's not true.
The MAGA's in this room listening. Did Rob say
no, they said I should shut up talking about it.
I know we said the word shut up either.
It's not true.
Lisa, nobody talks to you like that, Lisa.
We trying to tell Lisa, nobody talks to you like that.
He didn't mean literally. Gosh.
So Lisa, we never talk to you like that. But we have the utmost respect for you, Lisa.
Okay, Lisa, we agree with you. We agree with everybody on the stage. We are not for that. Why can't y'all give us a hug and be like, yo, that's
here's
Omari.
If you want a hug, go find somebody that wants to hug you.
you guys are actually.
Why y'all always want us to love on y'all? What is this?
But maybe he feels like nice and fluffy or something.
No, it's not about that. That was just. I don't need that. What I'm saying is that you always say that we just over here booty clap. We just said we agree with you, and you can't even take the fact that we said that.
No, but you prefaced it with you telling me, "Oh, how could you?" And this is such a beneath you. Don't try
to say that.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay.
What I'm taking away is not
with April. I think that he's not going to make it. That's all. Yo, if Trump was in perfect health and we had a crystal ball and said he's going to live to be 100 years old, I would disagree with him running for a third term. I would think that's a horrible idea, and I would think it's the worst thing ever. So nobody here is co-signing that. Nobody. We don't like the idea, but we don't even believe it's possible. That's it.
And that's where the disconnect is. Listen, that's where the disconnect is. Can I say something? That's where the disconnect is in this whole conversation. It's not about you all saying, oh, we don't think he should. It's us saying, you say that, but everything that we didn't think he should, he has. It's the fact that there's an attempt. It's the fact that they're talking about it. It's the fact that they have supposedly a plan. That is scary. It's not what you guys, listen, it's not what you guys think. It's the fact that you're dismissing our concerns and saying, oh, y'all are crazy. But yeah, all the crazy pants up to this point have proven true. So why wouldn't we believe this is true too? You keep telling us, oh, he's trolling. He's been trolling a lot, and the troll has become a reality. And that is the disconnect. That's the disconnect. You guys are too simple in your thinking.
I don't think he ever watched. I don't think he watched Trump.
Your thinking is too simple.
So now we need to play the
Your thinking is too simple. It's too small. Way too small. Way too small. Elevate your thinking. Black man.
We are actually going to hear from the general. Let's see what they do now. Okay, because we hear all of a sudden, we just have so little brain cells. So let's listen to the general and see what he says. Okay? Pressing play.
Japan, President Trump delivered remarks to 6,000 troops aboard the USS George Washington in what sounded more like a campaign speech. President Trump touted his political achievements, condemned Democrats in Washington, and criticized the media. But he also delivered this message on future U.S. military operations.
We will not be politically correct. You don't mind that, do you? When it comes to defending the United States, we're no longer politically correct. We're going to defend our country any way we have to, and that's usually not the politically correct way. From now on, if we're in a war, we're going to win the war. We're going to win it like nobody ever before. You know, we'd go in, we'd blast the hell out of countries. You shouldn't have gone in. By the way, if you don't go in, that's even better. We don't have to go in peace through strength. But, you know, we'd go in, we'd win, and then we'd leave. They used to say, to the victor belong the spoils. Well, we'd be the victor, then we'd leave. Because we had people that didn't know what the hell they were doing.
Oh, my God.
Joining us now, retired four-star general and MSNBC military analyst, General Barry McCaffrey. Also with us, co-host of Morning Joe and staff writer for The Atlantic, Jonathan Lemire. Jonathan, what's with these political speeches in front of troops?
Oh, it's hardly a new phenomenon for this president. Unheard of for any of his predecessors. But President Trump treats these sort of speeches as he does a campaign rally. We saw it even today on foreign soil that used to go, in that meeting convened by Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. So there's nothing new there, but it's interesting. The timing of this comes as the U.S., of course, Katie, is deploying more and more of its ships to the Caribbean towards Venezuela. The Secretary of Defense announced a few more strikes today. International, there's been almost a dozen now in recent weeks as we've been with The Atlantic and here on MSNBC. There have been suggestions within the administration that some of those strikes could move to land now. Now, the president, as you well know, Katie, you and I were both covering the 2016 campaign. He was really forceful, and it was a message that resonated with potential voters when he criticized the Iraq and Afghanistan forever wars, pledged he'd never do the same. He's not saying he'll put boots on the ground in Venezuela, but there does a suggestion the U.S. may involve itself more militarily there and do it soon.
Yeah, it is strange because that was a pretty clear message being sent
his supporters, we don't want to be involved in everybody else's wars. We've got enough going on here. We don't need to be America or the world's policeman. General McCaffrey, though, it doesn't sound like that's what Donald Trump believes any longer, as Jonathan is just mentioning, from the rhetoric that he's giving not just to those troops in Japan, but the speech to the military generals, the way he talks to reporters, how he refers to what's happening in Venezuela. It sounds like he wants to be the arbiter of everything around the world.
Well, he's unconstrained. And I think when you take that presentation aboard the air in Tokyo Bay, which sounded unhinged and was cringeworthy, and had the Japanese new woman prime minister present while the troops are chanting USA, it was bellicose. It was resonating with those young sailors. That's the other thing, there is a widespread feeling among some in the military to push back against what they consider woke strictures on the armed forces. So we've got to be concerned about this. If that speech in Tokyo aboard a carrier had been made by a military officer, he would have been canned and court-martialed for violation of politicization of the military. But we've got a real problem. This message is being heard, and people are responding to Trump's rhetoric.
Okay, we need to find that, because I don't know what, as if the general said it was cringe-worthy.
Can I explain?
We need to find that clip.
Can I explain?
USA.
Okay,
no. So can I explain?
All right, go ahead.
That is called a captain's mass, right, in the Navy, right? A captain's mass is the equivalent of the Army's Article 15. That is basically calling yourself cheering on political sides when we are apolitical in the military. We are not supposed to literally take any political side when it comes to any kind of policy in the military. And that is what General McCaffrey is talking about. And I get it. And it is disgusting. It is very ridiculous. And what I just heard was deplorable on every frigging level. You guys do not understand that I said this earlier in this room, that he is pushing us into a military situation, and you all laughed. I had not even heard this tape. So this is what I was talking about. That he's pushing us into a military state. And this is a part of authoritarianism 101. But you don't get it. And you will never see it from my eyes because you've never been down this road. But this is what happens to a lot of countries that we have literally fought in and fought to try to not allow when their democracies have toppled. Y'all don't understand it. You have no freaking clue.
Because they've never served in the military.
That part, ML. Go ahead.
Clean out the high brass
no
that Trump has put in there. You supposed to, as I in the military, we never talk politics because we're apolitical. That was not we didn't get to, and the fun is that what Trump is doing is trying to politicize the military and try to do all this stuff. It's only going to affect the morale and discipline of the military for a long time, especially when you have the majority of the people who are joining the military now, a bunch of racist people who join them and there's zero accountability because racism will be tolerated. They're going to bring back hazing at basic training.
Yes.
The fuck?
And here's what's going to happen. They're going to end up with the same situation before, which it's going to take years and years, ML, of trying to fix this situation that he is creating, because when they have to now put the military branches back together, it's going to take years of fixing this as far as policy and procedure. They have no idea how the military works. Exactly. And y'all
don't understand about team cohesiveness.
None of it.
And the thing about it is that going into battle, that should never be a point of contention or issue.
You gotta have each other's back when you get into these situations. When you're in a firefight, y'all don't have a fucking clue. You gotta have each other's back.
This is history. Centuries of the history in the military. How you make a team mission focused and pinpointed accuracy on whatever goal you set. Because a mere fact, you don't want people second guessing themselves or second judging their team members. You just want them to run and do as you're told and focus on the mission. But the thing about it that when you guys think about, oh, Trump's this, he's brandishing this, he was in Japan at a military base speaking about politics to active duty military people.
Right, and he had them cheering this shit on.
What'd you say to them?
He was literally telling them, "Oh, go USA, go," and telling them, "Go ahead, yes."
Yeah,
it's disgusting.
It's sad too. It's really sad, and nobody is saying anything. And I'm sure we're gonna have some positiveness now that we're not talking about his health and running for a third term. I'm sure these MAGAs in here are gonna be in 100% agreement. The general said, I only played a little snippet where he was talking about we're not gonna be politically correct.
And General McAfee knows what he's talking about. So for all you folks who are non-military, please, I'm going to ask you not to jump off mic on this. If you have never put a uniform on and you have never served, this is not your lane to have this conversation.
But I could find a military person that has served and play their tape too.
There
are Trump supporters who are generals too. Let's not act like they're not generals that are Trump supporters. There's enough.
Omar,
they are following every day. They are following I mean, Flynn's a general.
And Flynn was supposed to be in prison.
Flynn was fired.
Exactly.
He's still a general.
His brother, Charles Flynn, I've worked with his brother in Hawaii. He used to be in USAPAC. He's kind of cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, these motherfuckers are crazy. He was crazy. You know, he spoke at the warrant officer's birthday. We had to go to the warrant officer's birthday with this dude. He started talking about communism in China. And it was the fucking warrant officer's birthday. This dude is weird. The whole Flynn family is fucking conspiracy theorists.
And just a side note for the MAGAs, right? And it's kind of off topic.
And his ass should have been in prison too, because they investigated him for something.
Yep, he should have been in prison. Another thing about it, you guys bring the people that's already been, people that have already been convicted of crimes and say you're going to put up your General Flynn. General Flynn was a horrible general. Sometimes guys make general, because trust me, when I was in Iraq, we literally got a general fired. Because Air Force officers, we don't fuck around. And then we knew the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, his fucking nephew was part of the crew too. But the problem is that you guys think that, oh, he's a general. Some guys make it up the ranks and they're not qualified. They got good assignments and people looked out for them. They had a good mentor and they just had the right assignments, and somebody literally pulled them up with them, and some, like I always said, I always tell my troops that, I remember one time I was commander and I was deployed and my troops were complaining about my first sergeant. And then it really made me dawn on me that my relationship with my first sergeant is not the relationship that he has with the troops. With me, it's an upward relationship. So it's respect. With the troops, it's downward. He maligned them whenever he got a chance. And then you guys don't understand military morale and discipline. And you guys think that Trump is helping it. It's going to make us horrible at fighting wars. And you guys don't get that. And the thing about it is that you guys have never been to war. You guys have never been in a battle. You guys have never returned fire. You guys have never done any of that shit.
And to be disrespectful,
but you guys want to tell Hagstaff hasn't done any of that shit
at all.
And especially when people talk about J.D. Vance was in the Marines, he was a fucking reporter. Right. And he did one tour. He never went to war. He never did any of that shit.
Hagstaff too.
So when you guys talk about, the thing about Hagstaff was a motherfucking captain.
He was in the green zone for 5 months. He was in the National Guard, and he literally made major automatically. He was in the National Guard, and he was in the green zone. He never saw combat.
ML, I just want to know. No, I was asking ML. He made a statement. Is it okay for people that have been in the military to criticize other people in the military service? I just want to know if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Well, yes, as me, yes, yeah, I'm a citizen. But what I'm saying is that you guys don't seem to take into consideration what Trump is doing to the military is putting all our safety at risk.
Right.
It's not just mine; it's all of our safety. Because the fact is that when the military becomes a cesspool of racism, and the fact that people who join the military cannot trust their brother and their bare vital zone with that guy, what do you think happens to that mission? And you guys, there have been plenty of, you know why we lost? One of the reasons we lost Afghanistan was the fact was that, because there was a lot of racism within the ranks. So you gotta have a cohesive fighting unit when that's happening, and you guys don't really.
Can you expand on that idea a little bit? How the racism in the ranks caused us to lose Afghanistan. Could you explain that a little bit?
Because you don't have cohesion.
Afghanistan.
Because people are not
unit cohesion. Not Afghanistan. I meant
understand the concept.
Vietnam.
So there were battles
Vietnam,
Anthony,
not Afghanistan. Right.
Vietnam.
Okay. Cool.
So yes. So we all know what happened in Vietnam. Vietnam, you really had it's a fragmentation of individual units that should have been one because they were divided among racial lines. And then you're trying to pull them and go into a battlefield. So you're like, I'm not taking that hill. You take that fucking hill. Because we're not on the same team. You watch my back. Fuck, man, I'm watching the guy who I know is not racist back. You are a racist motherfucker. I'm not watching your back. You understand what I'm saying, Anthony? What happens on the battlefield?
Wait. I need to address Omari right now.
I'll tell you about one of my racist bosses when I was a
Rez, don't do it. He's trolling. Don't do it.
I had this racist boss. He wasn't fucked up to me, but he was fucked up to the guys that so I just got to my first unit. This was in 3rd ID. The guys there told me they went to and deployed with this guy year before. He was in another brigade. And the other lieutenants, they're first lieutenants. I'm a young second lieutenant. And it was like, when you go forward, be careful, because this motherfucker had us outside getting his food and shit when they had incoming. One of the lieutenants that was in the rear that came back early, he got fucked up, right? So when I went forward, he didn't do that to me, but I heard music, I heard him playing his racist ass music, and I think he just gave me a pass, but he did a lot of shit to them young lieutenants that was out there. He'd have them go get his food. And we were in Rocket Alley. Rocket Alley is Fob Falcon, Rustamaya, and I could tell you, I was so skinny when I came back from the deployment because I wouldn't eat food. He'd have them go get me food. This how fucked up this shit was. This is a white dude that was racist as fuck, listened to racist ass music. He wrote me a great ass OER, but at the same time, I knew he wasn't right. He would ask me questions like, how come the black girls can't grow their hair? Can you teach that black girl how to grow her hair? That's what the fuck he would tell me. Or he would tell me, why do black people and I'm young and I didn't know no better. I'd be like, sir, I can't tell you why you think they can't grow their hair. It's really bad when you have that type of leadership. When you got that type of leadership, you put a lot of people in danger, and he didn't give a fuck about the black officers at all.
Yep. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all don't have a damn clue. Hold on, right?
They don't have a clue.
They don't have a clue. Mel, wait a minute. Because I want to add to this conversation, because Patty, I feel your pain, right? I was a young black armorer, my first time being an armorer, right? And I was doing a weapons turn-in, and I told this young guy, a white young guy, he literally threw his M16 at me, and told me, nigger, you better take my weapon. After I looked down the barrel, and it was still full of gunpowder. After we left the range, and I was clearing the weapon, and I said, it still needs to be cleaned. And he told me, nigger, I better take his weapon. This happened to me.
Ain't nobody do that.
I'm telling you what happened to me.
I'm sorry that happened to you, Liz.
I went in 87, right? But this happened in the this happened to me in the 2000s. This happened at McPherson. This happened to me. This was a young white lieutenant who threw this weapon at me. Okay? I'm telling you what happened. We went to the range. It wasn't even his damn weapon. He was pissed off because he had a 9. He had somebody else's weapon. He was mad because it wasn't his damn weapon and somebody gave it to him. And he was pissed off because his butterbar ass, somebody gave him a bunch of weapons to turn in, and he didn't want to clean the damn weapon. And I'm the young armorer, and I needed to turn the damn weapons in. And I told him, sir, you need to clean this weapon. And he told me, who do I think I'm talking to, nigger? I'm gonna finish. And I said, I don't know who you think you're talking to, sir, but I'm not the one or the two, and I'm not turning this weapon in. And fortunately for me, my battalion commander was a black man. And I called him in. And I said, sir, did you hear what he just said to me? And he said to the lieutenant, he said, you better apologize to her quickly.
Oh,
and he put,
there's a whole regulation for that. That's
what I'm trying to tell you. This is right. And it was a whole situation that went on. And he jacked that lieutenant up because that lieutenant looked at him like, who did he think he was talking to? And I'm telling you, it happened right there in that arms room. But I'm telling you the stuff that I've seen in my entire career happen. Y'all don't even understand.
Well, I hope they ruined his career because there's a whole
They did, because they put his ass out.
I just came out of basic training, AIT or OC for us is OCS, for them is freaking AIT. Me coming out of school, I didn't know shit. All I knew was to shoot, move, and communicate. But as I got older in my career and I learned the regulations, I know damn well somebody ever asked me about how black women grow their hair, it's a wrap.
No, they shot his ass out. This is the shit I'm talking.
Right here, Joe. So it is always the lieutenants. So I was at the PX at Kunsan Air Base, and I see this lieutenant having one of my black troops just saluting him. So the point is that he had on a parka, so you can't see his rank on the parka, because he had the hood on and there's no rank insignia on it. It's fucking cold as hell in Kunsan in the winter. And I'm seeing this kid, and I know the kid because he works for me, saluting this guy, just keeps on saluting him. What the fuck is going on over there? So I walk over and I say, oh, excuse me, what's going on? He goes, well, sir, mind you, he's in uniform. He didn't salute me, so I'm going to get to that. He said, well, this airman failed to salute me. So I said, so you making him salute you how many times? Well, I told him he needs to give me 100 salutes. So I said, okay. And I said, now, Bunny, what happened if I did the same thing to you? He goes, what are you talking about, sir? I said, I walked up on you. You didn't salute me. Because a lot of people, if you're black, they don't assume you're an officer. I said, you didn't salute me. He goes, oh, sir. I said, so what happened? I give you 100. Well, sir, the way you walked up, I just didn't say, yeah, because you assume I was black. I didn't say that, but I was like, okay. So I said, yes, now, but I won't be an ass to you because you were an ass to this airman. But this is what I want you to do. If he saluted you 100 times, you know what's the requirement as an officer when somebody salutes you? You salute them back. So you better return every last one of these salutes. And that motherfucker stood there saluting my airman 100 fucking times back.
I love you. That's fucking amazing right there.
I love it. That's how you do that there. Period.
Indeed.
And that's why I have the much respect for senior fucking damn officers. Black senior officers. Because they've always had my damn back. Period. And that's what y'all don't understand about morale and the shit we've had to go through. Y'all don't understand what it is. Y'all get fucking mad in this room when we talk about this kind of shit and the shit we had to go through in our damn careers.
Y'all gonna get irritated, but to be fair, combat arms, we get treated like shit anyway.
Yeah, that's true. I ain't gonna lie. I've been in the combat arms unit. Shit, I've been with the engineers, so I get it. But
they were dumbasses giving them license to go back to being dickwads to private part. Right. He's giving
them license to be idiots. Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna go back to being jackasses, screwed about Charlie fucking your bitch while you're in basic and stuff like that. Not that I know anything about that.
He already said, we're not going to do it the PC way. We're going to, I don't believe no other president pulled all, 800 of their top-ranking military and all the way from all over the world to Virginia to get that little pep talk, unless they were going to radically change things. And they're doing that. Like, again, Trump can't keep his mouth shut, so he's always telling us what he's about to do before he does it. So he's given permission for them to do some crazy stuff.
And half of them dropped their packet, Kenya, and fucking retiring.
Yeah, I'm hearing about it. Good. But we still need more to be strong, and that's the problem.
Okay.
That's not good.
Well.
No, it's not good, but good for them. That says it's really bad.
There's even more great news. Trump administration said it will not use emergency funds to keep SNAP benefits going during the shutdown. He's not going to do that.
That's confirmed. He's been saying that.
Thank you, son. Do I have some more?
That's crazy. He's not. And this
he doesn't care.
This doesn't care.
Here's the funny.
That's why he's staying out of it, because they can't come back to him as his fault.
But this is a lie, because here's the thing: if the Republicans were really giving a fuck, they could have used what they did with the big beautiful bill. They could have pulled a fucking nuclear option, did a CR, and did the SNAP benefits if they really fucking gave a fuck. So it's fuck all you fucking MAGAs, because you motherfuckers, if you gave a fuck, you could have paid the fucking you could have did 2 clean bills. You could have paid fucking SNAP benefits, and you could have paid all the fucking federal workers, because you could have did a clean CR on both of them, and you could have paid every goddamn body, and you could have pulled the nuclear option. That's why I said you motherfuckers are a bunch of liars.
Hold on. It just keeps coming in. It just keeps rolling in. And I hope I have the right clips. But President Donald Trump told U.S. troops in Japan that he was prepared to send more than the National Guard into American cities.
Hello? He's already proven that. He tried to do that bullshit with the Marines, even though he had them at federal buildings. He was still saying, look what I can do, swinging that little mushroom dick. Yes, sir.
He said that, hold on, you guys. Sorry. I just lost it again. Dang it. I need to find this clip. He said something about the people in the United States don't care if he uses the military on American streets. I just lost the dang article. Let me see if I can find if this clip is the same clip that they're talking. But he's supposed to be on some other boat. This is saying that he's on the USS George Washington. Were there 2 speeches that he made? Because I don't want to listen to both of them. Let me see if I can find this again.
They killed 14 people today, right?
Right, on 2 different strikes, right?
14,
No, 4 strikes. They had 4 strikes. 14 people dead.
Oh, God, I can't even find it now because I clicked
on it. Is that on top of the 43 that have already been killed?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, let me try this one.
Non-judicial killing.
I'll stop it because this is some crazy stuff going on. We should be very concerned, very, very concerned about the rhetoric that's, can you mute your mic for me? Thank you. The rhetoric that's just being completely
revved up here. It's just getting out of control. And any maggots want to talk about this? Y'all silent, especially bedtime? You need a snack, warm milk? Oh my
Sorry,
God.
but I do have a question. How long do y'all think that
Lisa, what's the question, Lisa? Lisa, what was the question, Lisa?
He's talking to the military and he says, oh, I'm paraphrasing because I lost the article. I'm going to try to find it. He said that it's okay for me to send more than just the National Guard into the streets of the United States. And then he said, people don't care if I use the military on the streets of the United States. Anybody got a problem with that right now? I'm paraphrasing because I just slipped the article. I swiped it and I lost it, so I can find it.
I hope you can find the actual article, but to see your question, I don't, unless it's the comment, Patty's mentioned ACT a million times, unless it's something having to do with like very narrow circumstances, I don't think he could do that.
He only needs the insurance to the guard.
So I thought it was okay, Ramona. Thank you. Thank you, Ramona. I appreciate you. You're the best, Ramona. Yeah, so with that said, I wouldn't be a supporter of it if it doesn't meet the narrow circumstances allowed by the law.
He also said that he said he's also going to give the military a pay raise in the same speech. This is good. Let me see if I can find it here. This one, okay, that article is coming from Fox News, the one about the pay raise. Okay, and let me see the one about the more than the National Guard. It's the New York Times. So if I have to pay, y'all will not be hearing that tonight.
I support it.
Look at the one on the chart.
You said you support what?
Really?
Didn't I tell you this was gonna happen? Amari.
Well, you asked a question. That you were gonna get an answer.
Wait, is that Amari or are you drinking?
His name is Jordan. He has a pink ticket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Did you just say you would support it? Oh, I remember you, Jordan. Go ahead, Jordan. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hopefully in a good way.
No, get your thing.
No, I mean, other than the moment when Trump had made the statement where he didn't get the privilege to go to the island, that's where I was like, okay, hang on, pause. You can't say that. That's wild as fuck. Other than that, I mean, I don't really see what he's doing wrong. And wait. Hang on. When I say that, what I mean is my perception right now, but I'm willing, I want to see what other people's opinions are because maybe I'm not seeing things completely clearly. Apparently, according to you all, I'm not.
Well, it sounds like you're seeing it through Johnny Walker.
What he's doing in Venezuela right now, is that legal?
What's he doing in
Have you not been seeing what's been going on with
That's the problem.
I've heard things here and there, but
This is the problem. This is the problem right now.
What, people conversing?
No, you don't do your own research, so you don't know, which is why you think he's doing a good job, because you're not informed.
Be asking him what happened and what
you should know. That's the point. That's what's going on in the world right now, and you don't know. That's the problem.
What happened is they saw something that they said looked like the Lockheed Martin monster, right?
Loch Ness monster?
Yeah, so they've been.
I thought that was in Scotland.
That's what I thought too, but they've been dropping bombs in the water over there.
So that bitch navigated. He's like, I'm out.
So you really haven't heard that?
No.
So now that you've heard it, what do you think? Now that you've heard it, what do you think?
Did he finish his statement?
That was pretty much it. That's enough to know.
You just keep dropping bombs there just because, allegedly seeing a fucking monster in the water.
Yeah, no, I mean, first of all, I would not agree with doing that, and that just seems so, Jesus Christ, that's wild as hell. That does not make any sense.
Are you saying you don't know about the 57 people that he's killed just because he suspected that they had drugs on their boats between Venezuela, Colombia, and the Caribbean? You don't know about all that?
Was it confirmed that they did or did not?
It never was confirmed that there was so much as a fucking Tylenol on their crap.
Not confirmed to you.
Confirmed that they were dead.
It was just a lot less more. Oh my God.
Yeah, and they got blown to smithereens, so any evidence is blown up.
Amari,
you blow up the evidence, you can't prove it right or wrong.
Amari, you are so lost.
I get how that makes sense.
Amari, you are so lost. It's unbelievable, bro. Or you really got me playing dumb. Like, you don't understand the fucking connection between a lot of things that go on. Like, ML, let's say,
there's a narrative.
I'm not talking to Jordan. Hold on. ML's brain works. Let's put two and two together. ML, who has the contracts right now for drones in the Caribbean?
Who has the contracts for drones?
Yeah, in Haiti. Our friend Eric.
You serious?
Yeah, Prince.
So you trying to get him to big up on you? So
This past weekend, hold on.
Serious?
This past weekend, eight kids were killed by a drone strike at a wedding or a birthday party.
Is this Afghanistan all over again?
So when people in this room who are so fucking ignorant say all these things about immigrants coming here, and people say, well, the U.S. fucks up their country, that's just one more example. Because guess what? Haiti doesn't have fucking drones. You know who has a 10-year contract with the drones? Eric Prince, the former founder of
Blackwater and Sea.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
I manage his contract on your fucking news channels, all right?
Hey, I managed his contract when I was in Afghanistan for the Air Force. I was the core on that contract. That motherfucker boy made so much money over there.
10 years, ML.
I know a lot of people made a lot of fucking money, like KB, or was it Brown and Root, Halliburton, all these different contractors.
They suck.
Over fists.
You had people driving a shit truck making $300 grand.
Very
Can I ask a question real quick? What's all the diabolical shit that went down when Obama was in office? Or Biden?
No, we're not going to do what about it. You don't get off track in this room. No, what about it, sir?
Okay, we're not talking about it.
We're not doing it. We're not doing it.
Fuck out of here.
We're going to bash Trump. That's it.
You're not talking that shit because you don't know what the fuck you talking about.
And just don't even talk about it. That's not what we focused on.
What we're focused on right now is the 34-time convicted felon who's also civilly liable for SA, who is tearing apart our nation, not to mention our White House, and all of our relations, foreign and domestic, with our neighbors as well as everybody else in the world, and only has any kind of modicum of respect for dictators and authoritarians in the rest of the world. That's it. That's all. He's selling us fucking piecemeal. And the only thing he meant by fucking American first is America first gets their throat slit. Because that's what he's doing. And if you can't see that, then you need to put the bottle down and start paying attention.
As he sells our country off piece by piece, number by number. Fuck is we talking about?
Hey, ML, do you like invest in Business Daily?
I don't really follow it. I read Barron's and Wall Street, and then I have a little paper. But I used to it, but I don't really. Yeah.
Okay, because today they have and I had to look it up because I knew this was happening a few days ago. Trump's son, Junior, the company that he's investing in, won the military contract with the Pentagon for drones. Did you know that?
Which one? The Ivor, whatever that country, what's that company name?
The Ivermectin, which is a
No, there's a company, Avril. Is it Avril?
I'm messing with you, dude, sorry.
No, it's unusual machines. Unusual machines.
I don't know that company. Is that a publicly traded company?
Let me privately held. I'm going to look up the whole thing because I only heard about it a couple of days ago, but let me read this article.
Sorry, I apologize.
Why are y'all surprised that they stealing shit left, right, and center? Between him, Larry Trump, Eric Trump, they stealing our money. What do y'all not know?
Yeah, it's unusual.
Yo, it is a public company. It's on $1.12 saying they're down 7%, 7.4% today. Their headquarters in Orlando, they founded in 2019.
You see that there? So anybody
Let me look at that. Okay, so whatever the news came, so today they started. What happened today? Because today they dropped.
Oh, you see that he's an advisor?
That was 4 days ago. They bought on the news.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, 4 days ago the stock went up. They were trading at 1340 and it just got a minor bump. It went up to 1596 and then it's been trending back downward.
Okay, y'all ready? What are you guys doing? I'm sorry.
Last year I got a huge bump.
Stock.
Yeah, so the biggest news came last year when they went from $3 to 18. But probably that's when he joined the company.
Because they probably bought the shares low, and now they jumped.
No, I'm saying no. When was the spike in the company so that they would have to have news?
When he became an advisor.
Also,
yeah,
drone part, it's not drones. It's more for drones.
Yeah.
It's a big jump from 3 to 18, though. That's a big jump in a year.
Because that's part of one of the laws now. We count American military members. I mean, American military or defense or police cannot buy drones with parts made from China. So they have to get. That opens the door for a lot of American companies to actually jump in the drone game.
It was still in the data.
It's a pretty small company though. It's the revenue was on last year reported was 212 million, and that a net income of negative 6.9. So they're actually losing money. Yeah. And the net profit of so they're actually the company's not making any money, but I guess for this contract it probably will.
What are the regulations on presidents while they're in office as far as income?
It's his son.
Yeah, but he never divested. Yeah, but he never divested.
It's his son.
Yeah, but he never divested because he was supposed to divest in his first office, and he never did. And then in the second office, nobody ever talked about it. He has never divested any of his companies.
I thought he was supposed to while he was in office.
He's also supposed to sell his taxes.
There's no law. There's no norm. That's the issue with
That's
Trump.
been
There's
the
a bunch
problem.
of norms.
Yep.
There's a bunch of norms that every president has followed. There's no law that said you have to. Trump has just basically pushed all the norms to the side. So therefore, the next time Democrats are in power, they should definitely enshrine all these things into laws.
I love to have seen the look on them fucking those people's faces if Obama would have tried to pull that bullshit and suing the nation for $230 million. Could you imagine?
So the thing about the $230 million, the thing about the $230 million, it only became public because somebody leaked the information. So Trump has been negotiating with Justice for this. And basically, Justice could literally have settled with him for that amount of money and hide it within the disbursements for that year because you literally can't hide it. So for instance, if Trump decided to take the payment under an LLC or trust or a company, we would have no idea that Justice would have had paid him.
But you see,
we could see the outlay for that amount of money, whatever, but we would have no idea that Justice paid him because all that rest of the information would be masked.
But you see, ML, what I think a lot of
That's
people
all like some laundering stuff.
Yeah, but I think what a lot of people were banking on ML, right, was the emoluments clause, right? Because if you remember, Norm Eisen had sued him under the emoluments clause, right? And the Supreme Court never took it up because at the time, Beta Ginsburg was sick. Remember, she had cancer, and they were supposed to hear the case, but she got sick, and then we lost the seat. And at that point, the court changed. So when the court started to change, it never was brought up. By the time the court changed hands and the opportunity to try to argue it, he lost. He lost his opportunity to even So when the courts changed hands, they tried to say, "Oh, well, this didn't really fit the argument, blah blah blah, all this bullshit." But because the Constitution, so that's the problem that we have currently. If the courts had been unbiased, we really would have gotten to see it in real time. The Emoluments Clause really would have been the test as to see whether it would have upheld. So really, that would have been the true test between that and the Hatch Act if it had been used correctly. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's an awful lot of damn loopholes is what it is.
Right, but what I'm saying is if we had had a court that was not stacked, we would have seen the true test of how the courts would have been able to rule based on the actual Constitution. But right now, we have a lawless ass court.
So basically,
I gotta get to this clip. I gotta get to this clip, y'all. Really.
Sorry,
I know I didn't mean to cut y'all off, but I don't know how long it is, and we gotta hear him say what he said about using the military on American streets.
Oh, go for it.
I hope this is the one, because I already didn't get a chance to. But I think it is, because how many speeches did he give in Tokyo?
If you are all champions. Well, thank you very much. A big hello. This is a special group of patriots, champions, winners. You are winners. So I'd love to have your job. And a very special hello to the greatest sailors anywhere in the seas, the incredible men and women of the United States Navy. Very special people. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Great honor to be here. But I'm thrilled to be here among thousands of proud American patriots aboard the 100,000 tons George Washington. This is some ship. They don't make them this way anymore, but we're not supposed to say that, but they really don't. This is great stuff. This is really an incredible GW. They call it GW, right? And we've come this afternoon to celebrate the strength and the skill and service of everyone on the ship. So we're going to all relax. We're going to have a good time. We're not going anywhere, you know. If you go back to Washington, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. But I want to just tell you that you are special people, and we're going to have a little fun. And I'm going to tell you how great our country is and how well we're doing, because a year and a half ago, we had a different country than we do right now. Now we're the most respected country in the world. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And it hasn't taken too long, but I had no doubt. I just didn't know we were going to do it this fast. We've done it fast because of people like you. So I want to thank you very much. And I want to recognize the man that you all know well. And he's a tough cookie. He was formerly our Secretary of Defense, but now he's proudly known as our Secretary of War.
happens when your upper airway.
But we're also very honored to be joined by hundreds of our incredible Japanese partners, and they are incredible. Thank you very much. This woman is a winner. So, we've become very close friends over this thing because their stock market today and our stock market today hit an all-time high. That means we're doing something right. But the cherished alliance between the United States and Japan is one of the most remarkable relationships in the entire world. Really, there's never been anything like it. Born out of the ashes of a terrible war, our bond has grown over 8 decades into the beautiful friendship that we have. It's a foundation of peace and security in the Pacific. You see it? So on behalf of all American sailors stationed in this beautiful country, let's hear it for our allies. And now I have a really great respect for the new and incredible Prime Minister. I have to say this, the first female Prime Minister in the history of Japan. Madam Prime Minister, please say a few words.
と通訳、本日、米国の海軍創設250周年という記念すべき節目にトランプ大統領とともに地域の自由と平和を守る象徴である空母ジョージ・ワシントンで挨拶するチャンスをいただいたこと心から光栄に思います。This year marks the U.S. Navy's semi-quincentennial anniversary. As we celebrate the important milestone, I'm truly honored to have this opportunity to deliver remarks with President Trump aboard the aircraft carrier USS George Washington, a symbol of protecting freedom and peace in this region.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens when your upper airway repeatedly becomes blocked.
まず何よりも日夜、我が国と地域の平和と安全のために尽力してくださっている自衛隊員、そして在日米軍の、
There we go.
But it's the first.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens when you're...
It's the first batch of missiles to be delivered to the Japanese Self-Defense Forces for Japan's F-35s. And they're coming this week, so they're ahead of schedule. So I just want to tell Madam Prime Minister, they've been waiting for those missiles, and we got them here right away as soon as I heard about it. I want to thank former Senator, a great gentleman, by the way. He was so popular, but I took him out and I made him Secretary of State. I think he was born for it. Marco Rubio, thank you very much, Marco. Where are you, Marco? Great friend. Great job. He was born for it. Ambassador George Glass, thank you very much, George. Good job you're doing. Thank you. And many of our outstanding uniform leaders with us today, including the head of the Indo-Pacific Command, Admiral Samuel Papero. Where is Samuel? Hold on. But these are good-looking people. Make a movie with these guys. They're like Central Cameron, this group of people. Commander of the U.S. Forces Japan, General Stephen Just. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much. The commander of the 7th... Oh, that's a big deal. So I think, do you want to switch jobs for 1 week? Only for 1 week, all right. 7th Fleet, big stuff. Vice Admiral Fred Kacher. Fred, thank you very much. And the commander of Carrier Strike Group 5, Rear Admiral Eric Pappy Anderze. Y'all love Pappy. That's great. Thank you very much. And of course, we can't forget about your command triad aboard the George Washington. There's nothing like this one. This is a beauty, and I hear your commanding officers a big Alabama football fan. You know, I love Alabama. I love Alabama. Captain Timothy Waits, and let me just say, roll
sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens when you're...
If you didn't win, I wouldn't have mentioned it. I would have just introduced you. I wouldn't have. But you...
Let me see if I can get to the part where he's talking about the streets.
We also have the best equipment that rides along in those ships. You see that nobody makes equipment like we do. Nobody makes the ammunition, the weapons, the missiles, the planes, none of it. And if they do, the American sailor stands ready to crush them and sink them and wreck them and blast them into oblivion, right? That's a terrible statement for me to make. That's the end of it, because everybody said that.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body.
Even the commercials want to cut his ass off and
happens when you're upper.
That's because she's fast forwarding.
Yeah. He needs to get the Nobel Peace Award. That takes me out of the running, but that's the way. That's the way it is. The United States is blessed with the strongest and most powerful military in the history of the world. There's no military like our military, not even close. Nobody has our weapons. It'll be stronger and more powerful than ever before very soon. You know, we just approved the biggest budget in the history. Over $1 trillion. Over $1 trillion. We have the best ships, the best airplanes, the best submarines, the best technology. But above all, we have America's military. It's the best people. It's all about the people, ultimately. You have to work all of that fancy stuff that we make better than anybody else. The fact is, we do make the best weapons, but if you don't have the right people to operate those weapons, they don't mean much. Despite that, as Commander-in-Chief, I never forget that our ultimate strength does not come from equipment. It comes from the men and women of the rank and file. That's true. It comes from you people, incredible people, good-looking people. But see, I'm allowed to, you know, we wanted the Supreme Court to think based on merit. You know about that, right? Merit. Everything now in our country is based on merit. And that's why I look at you and I see nothing but merit. It's great to have a country back where we can go by merit. Now we don't go by anything else except for talent and work and hard work. And it's such a big win. That was such one of the most important wins. And the will, patriotism, and spirit in your hearts is our single greatest weapon. The strength that you have is unbelievable. That's why, as we make a record investment in our military, we've never spent so much and we've never spent it more wisely, because now we watch it. We spend it properly. I'm also supporting an across-the-board pay raise for every sailor and service member in the United States.
Okay, yeah. Let me say that.
Now, if you don't want it, you want to give back to your country, just let us know. We won't give it to you. Is there anybody in that category? No? But now, all we really have to do is get the Democrats to approve it. But they'll come along. They always do. You know, they always do. And because I heard that the sailors on the George Washington took a hit, your family separation pay, you know what I'm talking about, right? You took a little hit to be here, right? By returning to the port, you returned early for this event. I am delighted to announce that as your...
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you're wrecking your body. Your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens when...
I need a
boss. I don't feel like your boss. I guess I
take longer.
At least you'll be happy about this one. In my direction, we're going to make sure that you receive the full amount that you were owed for the deployment. And we're not going to deduct anything because you came in to listen to your commander. I'd like to be an admiral. I always wanted to be an admiral, to be honest. Don't tell the other people that I love so much. You know, they sit around the table, they have all those beautiful stars, stripes. But I'll tell you what I love. I always love the admirals. I love those uniforms. And I look at these guys. I don't think I would have done very well if I had to compete with these people. They're too good. But I always felt that the Navy is a very special group of people. And I see it when I see you. I see it over the past 11 months. The spirit of our military has been soaring like never before. You know that. The spirit of our country has been soaring. After years of recruiting shortages,
those Marines
we have been embarrassing, frankly, during my campaign before the election, November 5th. After that, it all changed. After we won, it all changed. And here so long, and it seems like I've been doing this for a long time. And we had a great first term, but nothing like what's happening now. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. I rebuilt the military in the first term, and then they gave a lot of it away to Afghanistan. But it was really just a tiny speck, but it was the concept of what it was. But we rebuilt the military, and we did so many things in the first term, but we're blowing it away right now. But think of it, just 1 year ago, I was in the middle of a campaign. Can you believe that? It doesn't feel that way. I said, you know, you're right. It's not November 5th yet. We have another week or so to go.
You're torturing us now.
And look at all the things that we've done since this unbelievable day, November 5th. That's when it all changed. When we won, on November 5th, it all changed, and we went from a country that wasn't respected and a lot of people that had no spirit. That includes joining the police, the fire departments. They didn't want to join. After that, they started joining, and it seems like...
Okay, I think...
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you're wrecking your body and your breathing. Obstructive sleep apnea happens when...
That's the last commercial I'm doing.
10 years ago, not less than a year. Think of it, less than a year ago, I was campaigning. You know, we won the second election by a lot, so we had to just prove it by winning the third by too big to rig, I called it. It was too big to rig. And it was an amazing victory, and thank goodness we won because we were in big trouble. We were in big trouble. But the new recruits, every sailor aboard this ship has answered a sacred call of duty to cross any ocean, fight any battle, and defend America and its allies with unwavering resolve. As you know, the George Washington is the only aircraft carrier on Earth that is permanently stationed overseas. It's permanent. Now, if you'd like to take a trip back to America, let's do it one time. Well, I'll join you. I'd love to join you. You know, when I landed on this, it doesn't feel like a ship is solid. This is a solid piece of stuff. These 4.5 acres of power and steel are the front line of American freedom in the Pacific. Every day you're taking risks to keep our country safe and to defend peace and security in this incredible part of the world, working with Japan, working with other nations. I just left Malaysia. We stopped a big war with, you know, that we stopped 8 wars. Can you imagine? In 8 months, I stopped 8 wars. Like, 4 months. Think of that. That's pretty good. But I just left Malaysia because they helped us very much with one of them, and actually for even a second, they're great people, and they sent their regards. I spent a day there with the Prime Minister. We had a good time, but you carry out your mission bravely, you carry it out brilliantly, and on behalf of all Americans, I just want to say, and I came over to say it loud and clear, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Incredible people. You are incredible people. They usually have the best location because if they're really good looking, they end up in Hollywood. You know, you're not gonna. You have a good look, but you're not gonna.
Lord, please help me. Jesus, take the wheel. I don't want to hear no more.
But 2 years ago,
That's a mic control. The commander-in-chief is talking.
I was there a few months into his first fleet tour with the Golden Falcons helicopter squadron when he and his crew were called on a search and rescue mission to find 3 missing Navy divers. Incredible, brave guys, the divers.
If you are sleeping in a position like this,
I'm ready for you to go into
your body and your
that's enough,
happens when your upper air.
If we want to watch it, we can watch it on our own.
But they were stranded at sea and right on.
I can't find I have to tomorrow. I'm gonna have to find the exact clips. I'm sure it's gonna be everywhere because of the mere fact that he said it. So I won't have to listen to the whole damn thing. It's probably already out there. I mean, let me Google. Y'all go ahead.
Can I just stop playing him? I don't want to hear it.
This was per picture. Let's get one mic on rest, please. One mic on
I
rest.
just want to say this, right? You can hear the amount of sheer jealousy and envy that this man really wanted to serve in the military and how he did not get the chance to do and put on that uniform because his daddy did not let him put on that damn uniform, and how he still to this day is still mad that this Momo did not get to put on a uniform. But guess what? He is a reject. He is a bone-spurred reject. He would never.
Wanted to go. I don't think he really even wanted to go to the military. He said,
no. But you have to hear what he said. If you hear and you listen that he wanted to be an admiral, he has said this in several speeches. And every time he fires any of these generals, and he's talked about how he's disparaged John McCain being a POW and all this stuff. I've heard this several times over the years, and he disparages all these generals. It's jealousy. It is envy. It is disgust and disdain. Just like that piece of shit Hegseth. These motherfuckers are people who could never be in the shoes or never have filled the shoes of these people's greatness. And these are the momos that they never get the chance to serve or get to that level, so they behave in that manner. Sorry, I'ma call shit what it is. I'm going on mute.
It's no different than pants shitting Ted Nugent.
I just want to say it was good to hear Rural Patriots and that crowd.
Get the fuck out of here.
Shout out USA.
Come on, guys. Stop feeding into it. He's trolling. Come on. That's what they come on here to do. To get their rocks off. Stop responding to him. I finally figured it out. That don't work long. That don't mean no more.
I can't hear you over Kenya because she's not respecting the patriots of America.
Have you been in the military before?
No, I haven't. But you know what? What I heard in that speech, and I heard that crowd, and I watched the video, it was absolutely amazing. God bless this man, and God bless America.
You see how he's trolling now? Like, you can just laugh, guys. He's a comedian in the room. There's nothing to get mad at about him. He's trolling.
We're in harm's way of the devil. So yes, God is really going to have to bless America. That's one thing you did say, Amari, tonight, which is absolutely 100% true.
Well, shout out to the 63% of military and vets that voted for a real commander.
I never voted for him and never did my veteran friends. And what you will never do, I'm not. And I'm not. And guess what? You will never, ever be able to fill mine or any of the veteran friends of mine that did not vote. Excuse me? You about to play with me tonight? You about to play with me tonight? Hold up. You about to play with me tonight, Mike?
The peacocking is cool. Everybody does.
You about to play with me tonight?
Come on, guys.
No. You about to play with me tonight?
Is it just people in the military that deserve a voice?
You about to play with my service tonight? Are you about to play with my service tonight? Are you about to play with my service tonight?
We respect your service.
I'm not talking to you, Amari. I'm not talking to you, Amari. I'm not discussing you, Amari. I asked you a simple question. Are you about to discredit my service tonight, Mike?
No one can ever do that, Rez, no one could ever discredit your service.
I'm gonna say it again.
Come on, y'all listen, go off. Y'all want to fight.
Are you the only one that deserves a voice?
Excuse me, I didn't say anything about a voice. What I said was, this man could never, ever, and I'm not gonna let anybody, especially you, Mike P, make me feel less than. Never.
I know, but you're trying to make other people just because they didn't fight. You're trying to make.
Who is they? I'm talking about President Trump.
Right.
He cannot compare to me. He is a civilian. He don't have nothing on me. This man did not serve in the United States military. So to compare him to me, there's no comparison.
Obama didn't serve either.
I
talk, nobody else come off on the mic, and I mean it.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm not triggered. Relax. Mike, President Obama never compared his service to this country to me in regards to him being a president. He's never compared himself to me. Because you see that picture in the White House? He invited me to the White House, right? He thanked me for my sin. He literally stood right there in my face. And he said to me, I thank you for your sacrifice and what you gave to this country. That's what a real president does. He looked at me in my eyes and said, as a black woman, what you did, I could have never done. What you did as a single black mother, I never could have done. What his wife did, she quietly came to Fort Bragg, which you don't know, right? And she invited black single mothers. Right? And let me tell you what she quietly did. She came with the undersecretary to find out what we needed. In 2010, and I sat with Michelle Obama when she was the first lady, and there's nothing funny about that. To find out what we needed as far as housing needs, how she could better things for us. And we sat with her.
I know,
and we literally, excuse me, I don't find none of this funny.
This is me. Who's laughing? Somebody was laughing at what you were saying?
Yes, they're laughing now and throwing laughing emojis. I don't find any of it funny.
Who's doing that?
You need to leave my room.
I didn't do that.
If you think that shit is funny, you disrespectful pieces of shit, y'all need to leave.
Rez, who did that, Rez?
I don't know, but somebody's throwing laughing emojis, and I don't find it funny.
Who is it?
There was nobody on the stage, so who did it? Someone could speak up on that. It wasn't
from the audience.
I don't find it funny. I don't find it funny.
So you going off on
and
that?
again,
I said you're not the only one in the room. There's a whole audience. Who would be laughing at somebody's military service? Who?
I know you have a big room now. You have a really big room, so it's hard to see.
You can see who did it. I couldn't look down at that moment.
Is it all people
I don't find it funny.
that can throw
emojis? That was really disgusting. But again,
that's crazy.
Again, this woman, I got selected as a senior NCO to address the needs of what they needed at Fort Bragg, and we talked about it. We sat down and talked about the fact that there was asbestos that was happening in military quarters. You know what happened 6 months later? We were able to get a grant to get those quarters torn down because there were problems with those doggone quarters. And that is what Michelle Obama did. That's what y'all don't know. See, these are the type of things that y'all don't understand that I advocate for and have advocated for years. This is the shit that I be talking about with y'all, the shit that y'all don't really know. But this is the type of shit that be aggravating me all the time.
Right, but and again, I've told you many times, I respect your service, and I'm not.
But you can't respect my service if you sit here. If you sit here, you can't. Mike,
can you give me a chance to respond to this a little bit?
I'm not finished. I wasn't finished talking. He interrupted me.
Yeah, well,
you can't respect my service in one breath if you are sitting here and you comparing.
I'm gonna have to drop y'all down so I know who's awake and who's asleep because I'm away from the phone. Nobody should be talking to Rez like that when she's talking about her military service. I'm sorry, you might not agree, but that's too bad. Do not come off the mic until Rez says, I'm landed. You're going to respect somebody up in here.
Go ahead, land the plane, Rez.
No, don't tell her to land the plane. Rez, you got as much time as you need, darling. Go ahead.
It is disgusting to me when y'all talk about a president that compares himself to other people's service when he literally talks about him being the commander-in-chief and him being better than military service members. And there are other presidents who don't do that. It is disgusting. This man has literally talked about he could have never been a POW and how he has talked about John McCain. John McCain is one where I disagreed with his political views on certain things. But when I tell you I respected this man, I've met him. God rest his soul. But I fact that he was just a POW, but he could have literally left because his father could have gotten him out because he was an officer. But guess what? He chose to stay because he wanted to make sure that his troops got out first. That's how respectful he was of his doggone don't respect people's service. But y'all allow this man to disrespect people's service because by the shit that he says. Now I'm a land.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, it's like this. I mean, we can respect people's service, but at the end of the day, everybody deserves a voice. And I think that was the point that I was trying to make. This long, soliloquy, again, as much as it's, appreciated. And I think that there were a lot of people that needed to hear that. For me personally, I really didn't. Everyone deserves to have a voice. This whole thing of Trump didn't serve, it's every little thing that you guys want to do. And this is why I say it's bad form, because everyone is not going to serve in the military. Everybody has different roles to play in order to make this country the best country it can possibly be. We respect the part that you played in it, but there's other people that have different roles. And I land the plane. Very simple. That's it.
Okay, so is it not true, or is it a lie that he did not serve?
Is that a rhetorical question, Lisa?
No, no, it's a question. You can put whatever word in front of it that you want.
Clearly, we know that he didn't, just like Obama.
Okay, so we can say it as many times as we want to.
Right.
So I don't even know why you even making that a point. If he didn't serve, he didn't serve. Just like you didn't serve. It's a fact.
Okay.
So we can say it as many times as we want to.
He's the president of the United States.
Yeah, and yeah.
So there you go.
Unfortunately, and there you go. You got what you asked for.
I'm good.
Oh yeah, and that shows what kind of person you are. If you good with what you just, I didn't even play the rest of it. Talk about he gonna put the military on the streets of the United States.
He should.
You know what I'm saying? That who now? What now?
That's what he needs to. Shit.
He needs to put the military to fight against their own citizens.
Some crazy shit.
The policeman helping the ICE agents.
Then you need to fucking fire the police. This is not the military's job.
No, we're just going
it shows you don't know what the military is for because you're saying incredibly ignorant shit right now. Nobody wants to have the military on the streets of their country. You guys, that's why if they're not doing their job, y'all advocates, why don't you guys sign up for ICE? Why don't you two go do it? You got a lot of mouth. You got a lot of attitude. Why don't y'all go do it? Why don't you sign up for the police?
They don't make enough.
Well, then shut the fuck up. It's not my problem they're not doing their job. And it's not the president's position to put the military on our streets, to patrol us, to militarize us.
Anything that Trump wants to do, I'm all for it if it makes us safe.
Good.
That's all he
and I think he needs. And when he gets ready to start taking all you chocolate covered men out of you're not chocolate covered, but you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna be for that too.
I'm chocolate covered. What about us?
Well, again, that's why I said what I said the other night.
Then what?
Right, but
what
Lisa, but that's what I said. That's
and
why
why you not represented in your party?
Hey, y'all got
why
mad
is your party
because
not
again,
looking for you?
when black men don't
why
do
is
what
your
you
party
want,
not offering
when
you
black men,
any chance of investment? Why are there no black people?
The governor of Virginia is black. You're not supporting her.
You don't do what you want to do. This is how y'all talk to black men, but you still want our vote, though, right?
Well, I want your vote.
Lisa, do you support the black woman in Virginia?
We don't need your vote.
You need our vote.
No, you're being ridiculous. Everything you just said was ridiculous, and I'm just measuring it up to you. Might have something going on with you, so I'm trying to respect it. But let me tell you something. You all mouth. You're not protecting the community. You're not raising the black kids who are in the street with no leadership. You're not in the police department. You're not an educator. You're not doing anything to progress. You're not doing anything to uplift and progress the community. All you got is mouth. So now what? You're not volunteering to help no kids. You're not volunteering to help.
Oh man, you don't know. Wait, watch out. You don't know about that.
Okay, so I don't.
No, you don't.
I don't.
Again, I don't.
Okay,
but see, unlike some people, I don't need to get up on the stage and keep talking. I don't need to get up on the stage.
Wait, Lisa, I can speak. Lisa, I can speak. You don't like to end up. It don't make no sense. You always bring it bullshit into the room.
Lisa was talking. When Michael
you have no sense to why speak, Mike. So shut the fuck up, Mike.
All right, you guys all need to
And you're going Mike to Miss Lisa.
No, let him have his moment because
Some of y'all like to showboat
he's
your
gonna
advocate.
Mike,
You like to showboat the help that you give. You like to showboat.
Mike, let me slide in here just
I just
that's
do the
what
work. That's all it is.
What do you call it, Mike?
I just do the work. That's it.
What
Go
do you
ahead.
call this verbal garbage?
Y'all keep falling for this BS, man.
What do you
BS.
call the verbal diarrhea?
Wait a minute, Lisa, I can't say this though. I may not like Mike, but a couple years back, he did help me with the Kappa League in Atlanta. He did help me a lot when I was working in Atlanta, Augusta, Savannah, and even Ruth Glen, Virginia with over.
So what factual stuff you could pull up to what he's really?
Damn, let him finish. So I can't wait. Hold on, Dad. So like when you said that he doesn't help in the community, he doesn't help in kids. Kappa
Are you a
League,
child?
Kappa League, not Kappa League. Kappa League is a program from Kappa Alpha Psi where we go into schools and we help kids typically through 8th through 12th grade.
And he's part of that?
And we
he's
take
part
them
of that.
and we take them all around.
And he
Now, although Mike is not a Kappa, he did help with securing funding and things of that nature so that we could take kids out of the state and show them around colleges and things like that. So I can't say that on Mike's behalf because I mean Mike definitely does do shit in the community. I can't even say he don't. Like I heard somebody say, "Come on, Mike, I'll wait for you to bring somebody in." Mike might be a troll.
How you know it was Mike P? That ain't him in his PTR. Is that who it was? The one that's in the PTR?
Just allow me to finish.
Is that who was there? I just want to know is the man in the PTR is the one that was there.
Don't start talking about people.
Please allow me to finish.
Okay, she just asked a question. She
I'm gonna answer. I promise.
Okay,
Please
great.
allow me to finish though. So like Mike come on here, he might say a whole bunch of bullshit.
Okay, so you
don't
know.
with a lot of people, but at the end of the day, that nigga does go. That nigga
Why y'all getting mad? Cause y'all found out Mike do real work. Now y'all getting
You're
sound salty.
interrupting somebody trying to tap dance for him. So be quiet. You're interrupting your own tap dance.
Wait a minute.
Be quiet.
Pause real quick. Look, at the end of the day, I may disagree with Mike Kissinger on his political views. I definitely do. Me and Mike have been arguing on political views since 2020. I've known Mike since 2019, for real. But me and him have been arguing since 2020 on our political views. But when it comes down to community work, if I need to hit somebody up outside of my frat bros or outside of people I already know that I work with, if I need some help from somebody, I can help.
That shit up.
And by the way,
facts in the chat. Facts in the chat. That's what's your facts in the chat.
This is the last thing I'm gonna say. I'm gonna go back on
yourself. This is the end of the
Can you guys hear? I'm not letting him rant.
This is the last thing I'm gonna say. I'm gonna go back on mute. Rez, yes, although Mike is not a Kappa, you do understand that our whole time fraternity, we do help other. We do accept donations, or we do ask other people for donations. So Mike did donate to the Kappa League. So I'm gonna say that.
Give him $50.
It was fine. If Mike wants to tell him what to say,
Was it Mike P or was it Richard T. Jones? That's all I'm asking.
Mike.
This small donation don't mean a motherfucking thing. That's not giving. That's not you. You made it seem like he came in the community and did something. Giving a donation don't mean a motherfucking thing. It's a tax break. That's not what you said. You said you did something. Fuck out of here. It's not even a fucking cap. Don't cap for this shit.
It's horrible.
You came in here and then you gave some bullshit ass speech and then you couldn't even give the whole fucking shit. Because no, that's bullshit. It don't have nothing to do with my political beliefs. You don't know my political beliefs. You don't know shit about me. I'm a fucking Greek. Don't with the bullshit. Fuck out of here.
You not even.
Don't come to give me no bullshit about community activism and then you don't give the whole shit. If you don't give it damn right. Don't come with that shit.
There's no reason to lie, and I don't get why y'all doing it. Jay's not like a booty clapper for a bagger. He's not one. If I would have said it, that would have been different. But Jay's not like one of those. So why can't you just say, okay, he do work?
Because he came with a half-back. He came with it half-back.
I didn't say I learned it. So all you had to do is say, like, yeah, he might have done work, but he come in here and he act like an or he act like a clown. I mean, that would have been disrespectful, and then, like, you would have been cool. But instead, you're going to try to deny that this man did any work, you have receipts. This is the shit we're talking about. What if I would ask you for receipts for certain things?
You could ask me because I can show my fucking receipts.
But we don't have to do that.
I can show my fucking receipts. That's the difference. Fuck out of here. I can show my motherfucking receipts. I can show my motherfucking receipts. Fuck out of here. My shit is fucking legit.
But Rez, why would you?
Because I don't play around about the shit I do. Because when I speak on the shit that I do, that I actually excuse me. It's called fucking integrity.
He's been
and I have to be a person of integrity. And when I do things, or I say I belong to an organization, or I say I do things with the organization, I don't risk my fucking integrity to associate stuff with organizations. Fuck out of here. No, you're bullshit. And you got a motherfucker coming here caping for you, and then it's a half-ass fucking cape. Fuck it. I don't flex worth the motherfucking shit. I don't give a fuck, because guess what? At the fucking end of the day, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Guess what? At the end of the day, guess what? I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Because guess what? At the end of the fucking day, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
That's what it is.
Everybody knows.
Yes, you hear you back with the performative shit. You said the same shit the other day. That's why it's fuck you, and I don't accept your apology, Mike, because you said the same. Because you know what? When I talked about my child the other day, he called me performative. So it's fuck you, Mike. I don't accept your apology because you're a bitch ass nigga. Fuck you.
Now we're gonna stop arguing with women. I let Rez do what she needed to do, and she can handle herself. I don't need to jump in. If anything, Rez needs to jump in for me with this club hate. Y'all, Rez can handle herself. I would love to have Rez by me, near me, protecting me. Rez, I'll be behind Rez while she's doing the time. So I know Rez can handle herself, her business. These two, whatever they are, have not even served in the military. This woman has served in the military. She's been all over the world. I don't need to take up for her. I need her to take up for me. So I know she's ready. She's on speed dial on my phone.
We respect her, Lisa. We respect
her. I would choose Rez over these two men who are armed to protect me. I would choose Rez over these two men who are arguing with a woman who served her country instead of acquiescing and stepping back and saying, yes, ma'am, you're right. They're going to sit here and argue to devil's length with somebody like this, okay? No manners, no home training, no leadership ability. This is the kind of people we're trying to get to lead our community, to lead our young men. This is why we're in the situation we're in right now. This is a perfect example. I wouldn't let them lead a motherfucking tuna fish. This is crazy. I wouldn't want my boys nowhere near this type of behavior. It shows weakness. It shows pettiness. It shows an inability to control yourself. That's what it shows.
Nobody was arguing.
What I was going to say.
Nowhere near.
Negro. Just stop.
Go ahead. Who's next? Because I know Miss Rez can take care of herself.
What I was going to say, to add to what Lisa was saying, I dropped Mike to the goo so you can finish speaking. Rez can handle herself.
Rez can handle me and all the rest of y'all.
So that's why I dropped him down to the goo. Mike, body fish. Mike know what I'm saying when I said what I'm saying, body fish.
Rez, you saying you're a girl.
Listen, I love
Rez,
y'all.
can I get a second? Rez, can I
I
get
love
like
y'all. No.
I need
Because you know what? Let me tell you something. Y'all mad fucking disrespectful. And I'm gonna tell you why Mike is mad disrespectful. He literally started that performative shit. I don't perform for a motherfucking thing. I'm not a performer and I don't play these fucking games. At the end of the day, the shit that I talk about is real, and the reason I talk about the shit because for me it's all about being in an advocate space. I advocate for a lot of shit because at the end of the day, my desire is to leave a legacy that somehow or another I make an impact that will leave this earth just a little bit better when I leave this fucking earth. Whether I die tomorrow or if I die in 20 years, my desire is to leave this place just a little bit better for my children, my children's children, and you guys' children. That is what I care about. I don't give a fuck about anything else. So for a person like Mike P, he don't understand that because he has never done what is called selfless service. He's never done anything that at the end of the place your needs behind anybody else's, and you do what's called selfless sacrifice. That means you put other people's needs before your own. He ain't never done that in fucking life. He don't know what that is, but that's called a part of warrior ethos. That's what I believe in. That was what I was taught when I was 17 fucking years old. And that is what I still stand on 40 years later. But that nigga will never understand that. And all I was trying to say to Jay was that you came in here and you gave us a half performative stuff and you gave us half the speech. So it didn't make sense because at the end of the day, he came and gave a donation to your organization, but giving a donation doesn't mean that he actually put in the work. A lot of people give donations to organizations. But that's all you said, sir. That is all you said. No, that's what you said. That is what you said. Don't try to lie now. See, that's what you said. This is the game playing that I be talking about. Lisa, am I lying?
No,
that's what you said. Oh my God, this is the guy that I'm talking about.
I said he did work with
the Capital League. I said he did work along with the Capital League, comma, he also gave him a donation.
No, you did not.
That's my exact word.
You are a liar.
Hold on. It's just not us. Everybody in the chat, just be honest. This conversation with adults. We got enough trolls on it. We don't have to have, this is not a trolling moment. Is what he said what he just said, or did he say he donated? Because that's what and listen, I'm not here to not give somebody their props if they're trying to help, especially with our young people, because you guys know how I feel about that. If he said it, and especially if he did it, I'm going to be the first one to say, Mike, thank you so much for being that guy.
You said the man found funding for you. And you said he was not a capper. He found funding. That is all you said. You said nothing else. So you are lying. And that's the problem I had. And I then asked the question. You see, this is why you're lying. And that's what the game playing I don't like. And I then asked, you playing the game. Don't fucking play the game with me. Play it with somebody else. Play it with you. You are playing the game. You're playing the game.
It is getting way too much attention. You're right.
Right. Now you're going to back down after you get questioned and you get called on your shit.
If we crash out at 12.
There's no crashing. It's just that I don't like liars.
I mean,
and I'm going to call you on your crap.
I have no reason to lie on Mike.
Okay, so let's do
Everybody
this.
that's known me and Mike has known that me and Mike have argued consistently since this came out. But I've known Mike before this came out. But at the end of the day, I can't let anyone say Mike don't do work in the community. He may get on that and say a whole bunch of bullshit. But Mike definitely be up in the high schools and middle schools working with kids.
I'm very proud of
be out here taking kids out to Morehouse College, out to Spelman, out to Syracuse, out to Virginia Tech, out to Washington and Mary. Mike do be doing work out in the community. I'm not
and no
way he fucking does it.
Okay,
definitely is.
Come on, bro.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Calm down. Let me tell you something. I am very.
Y'all got
even gonna listen because now you're feeling some kind of way. I was just getting ready to. Can I just say what I want to say? No, you can finish a whole paragraph.
I'm gonna go with that tonight. That's what I'm saying. Y'all got this.
But Jay, respectfully, if someone else was cutting off Lisa, you'd be the first off your mic to hush them up. So you know what, bro? The same thing applies to you, brother.
JD, you're absolutely correct, bro. But at the same time, Lisa is never interrupting me unless I'm disagreeing with them.
Okay, but you can say that, but it's not wrong, bro.
That's probably when I'm in the middle of talking. Y'all have never interrupted me at all.
You're right, Jay. You're right.
Until tonight because I'm disagreeing with y'all.
No. That's not true. Okay, let me tell you something.
No.
Can I just? Oh, but can I just get this one sentence out?
JD, Patty, Deborah, Dap, April, or Alexandria. This is my first time we. None of y'all have ever cut me off.
Wait, Jay, hold on. Let me jump in. Because now, no. I'm going to cut you off now. Because I didn't cut you off, bro. No. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Number one, I didn't cut you off. Number one, I didn't cut you off, bro. Number one, I don't cut you off. I didn't cut.
If you want to cut me off,
bro, like I said, I didn't cut you off, but you don't respect. Bro, I don't care. I don't care what you're going for, bro. Yeah. Now get your bitch ass to the audience. I don't care what you're going for. Bottom line is respect the goddamn stage. What the fuck wrong with you? I don't give a fuck what side you on. When you come up here, you respect this motherfucking stage. What the fuck's wrong with you?
See, you ain't got
I don't give a fuck what side you on, nigga. God damn.
Oh my God.
Now you got my
I have to. Where's my fan and my pearls right now? Where's my King James version? What's going on in these?
And that ain't an echo chamber because typically, Jay, I ain't got no problem if Jay has a disagreement, but goddamn, like especially when the lady mom tells you chill out and she's talking, just shut the fuck up. Like goddamn.
And I'm gonna just say this because I'm you know what, I'm not a hater, and I don't care if I don't like you or disagree with you 99.99%. If I know that you are out there in this community, in our community, as a Black man, contributing, helping, donating, putting in the work. That goes for both of you guys, Jay and Mike. And it's just, I'm serious, you guys, now. Enough shit is enough shit. I don't agree with 99.999 of shit that Mike says. But this right here, I work hard trying to make sure kids make it out of high school and understand math and science. My personal time. So I know what that feels like. I know the energy that you have to put into that. I know the time that I could be doing something else, like getting my lashes done or shit like that. But, just to put in the time and see the growth. See the building the community, right? So you two, my hat's off to you, sirs. I appreciate it. Whatever, I do. But please, don't argue down a woman who's been given her life to service so you can sit here and argue and disrespect me, right? Don't do that, especially a female, because once a Black female that holds up, not only holds up her part in the military, but she holds up the community like all us Black women do. We carry this community on our fucking backs. So I would love for you to just give her her moment, let her say what she has to say, be a gentleman, and then come back and answer her with the respect that you would want shown yourself or any other female in your family. Maybe you don't respect females in your family, hell, I don't know, but just pretend that you do when you're dealing with Rez. She's in the military, she has something to say, and that's all I was trying to do is let her say it. So there we go.
I just came on stage to say, Rez, you are a queen. You served this country. You did your big one and still do your big one. And I just want to say it's actually quite disgusting that monkeys in the bottom, two of them, right? Want to actually say that one of the monkeys is better or does so much for their community because you donated $50 from your paycheck to some Greek letter organization. Nigga, fuck you and fuck your Greek hoe. Rez actually risked her life. What you do? Risk your life pledging, running barefoot and naked through a hallway at night while your frat brothers laugh at your slow ass?
Come on,
You're pathetic. Don't ever tell me or anybody else in this room they did something when your pussy ass did something for a white organization that don't give a fuck about your Black ashy needs, nigga. I'm so drag you up.
That's the only thing I came off mic for. I don't give a fuck about the military service shit. I was in for that. All I care if people want to mention that Mike does do shit for the community. So man, at the end of the day, you can suck a dick. You probably do anyway. And fuck it.
Hold up.
Like for real though, you wanna get this
And what you gonna do?
you wanna get disrespectful for me if like I disagree and now y'all trying to get disrespectful. I'm not going for
you. You don't get no pussy and you don't have a pussy. So stay.
All right, shall we continue? Okay, so the problem now is we're fighting among ourselves, and that's something that we're going to have to work on in our community, because everybody has a role, and everybody has some work to do, and we have a lot of work to do, you guys. I know we like to come in here and club hate and tear each other apart, but we're getting to a situation in our community. Everybody else is circling the wagons, the Asians, the Hispanics, and look at us. We gotta stop. We have work to do. Our communities are crumbling and falling apart. Our educational system is suffering. We have boys without fathers. We have girls without fathers. We have whatever the case may be. We need to be busy. Get busy about creating safe spaces. Get busy about electing people who are going to represent us in the way that we need to be represented. We need to get busy about getting people off the couch and out of the house and voting. We need to get busy. You don't have to like me, but you can work next to me. We can work side by side, because if this thing continues with Donald Trump, because of what we're going through, that's how he won. Worried about dumb shit, about 1% of something, 0.00 of something that we don't know nothing about. We got to do better. We got to be civically involved. We got to be community involved. And we just got to do it for the sake of us. For the sake of us. If you hate yourself, just go jump off a bridge. Well, I'm sorry, I take that back. If you don't like yourself, just stay out the way. If you don't like the way you look, stay out the way. Yeah, if you don't like the color of your skin, stay out your way. Get these people off the bridge. I'm just saying, I don't like saying things like that, because I'm not that type of person until I'm pushed. But other than that, I think we just need to concentrate, April, on trying to build unity in our, that kind of rhymes, unity in our community. There you go. In the midterms, yep. The midterms, we got to get this Trump person out the way. And guess what? When he goes away, these people like Mike P. and Amari go away. They're only visible because he's visible. They only got a mouth because he's allowing them to get up and say the dumb shit that he says. They perish. All right? So come on. I'm going to get off my soapbox because I already broke my ankle. So let's just go ahead and continue talking. And hopefully we're going to find a way to build community. You didn't break your ankle again, did you, Sister Wild? Nah, girl, once is enough.
Please don't break your ankle again, please.
Girl, I don't have, they have banned me from the ER.
I have a simple question.
Banned me from the ER.
I have a simple question. Since 1960, which party improved the minority position? Since 1960.
Democrats.
Yes.
So I just want to get up on the stage real quick and just say, hey, listen, I don't know how many times I have to say this. Again, I don't have any bad bones towards Rez. Rez can say whatever she wants to say.
You call me performative. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it.
And again, if I without the interruptions, outside of the back and forth. Outside of the going back and forth, whatever it is, I truly don't have any disrespect towards the system.
Well, good. So are you apologizing?
My main point.
Are you apologizing?
Can I land?
No, I'm asking a question though. Are you apologizing?
What am I supposed to apologize for?
For being disrespectful.
I didn't disrespect the system.
You called her performative. Well,
you constantly
was talking over her.
But that's what I did talk over her.
Oh yeah, you did. That's why it was like a lot of back and forth.
I mean, 2 roles I'm making right now. Now you're doing it. So
no. Listen, who raised you?
Creator.
And so did mine. And my father always says, do not disrespect a woman. If you have
we're not gonna let you slide and be disrespectful.
No. You walk away. You walk away like a man. You have
No,
that
you
takes
don't let her
nothing
do
from
shit
you.
anyway. You
That
don't
takes
have no
nothing
position
from
to
you.
let her do a
That
goddamn
takes
thing.
nothing
Yeah,
from you.
I mean, it's 2025.
I don't care if it's 2085.
And no one
It
called
takes
him
nothing from you.
anything. He called me performative again. All I discussed was the fact that he did not do community. I was literally talking about the fact that because you know what? You called me performative, and no, because you interrupted me. You interrupted me.
I gotta go to the kitchen.
You can't make this shit up. Mike P, calm down for a second. Okay, you said you're sorry. Rez don't want to hear it. Okay,
He keeps saying he's sorry, and he's not.
Like,
who was
Rez? Like, I was
Rez
like,
don't want to hear
how Trump got elected right here.
Exactly.
Clearly she is.
All right, so we're moving on. You heard April.
So I would love to.
No, we're not. Nothing in regards to Rez. We're moving on. So unless we have something else to talk about.
Can we move on? I appreciate it, Jake.
Yeah.
Hey, what up? Is it okay if I ask a question?
Yeah, go for
Sean.
it, Sean.
How you doing, Sean?
What's good with you?
Where you been?
I'm trying to connect myself. Everywhere, anywhere. Do y'all still have eggs in the basket when it comes to the midterms? Like y'all still like hoping for that? Y'all trust the midterms? Like still? I'll just ask.
I got my doubts. I'll just say that.
Wait till November 1st and everybody runs out of snap.
They're going to lose again. They're going to lose again. The Democrats are going to lose again.
Okay,
Mark my word.
Yeah, I'm not yet.
They're going to lose again.
Well, what are you winning, Mike? Tell us what you're winning. Can we hear about the winning? What are you winning? Because you don't act like a winner.
Mike, please.
What are you winning?
Democrat.
My God, shut the fuck up.
So much winning when 40 million people don't have SNAP benefits on Monday. It's so much winning.
Yeah. Like, I would be glad when he's out of office so they can charge him
that
with murder.
So much winning when all these people, when the 11,000 air traffic controllers don't get paid on Friday. It's so much winning when all these people still continue to not have a job in the federal government. It's so much winning when all these people don't have health care and are thrown off of health care in January. So much winning, but we're going to win because we're going to have a $250 million ballroom that doesn't make any damn sense because there's so much winning. Oh, and
they won't have any black people in it. They might be servers. They might be servers.
That part. And hold on, we're also winning while we don't have no SNAP benefits, and we don't even have the $6 billion to pay our troops.
People talking at the same time, okay? Rez, I'm sorry to cut in, but Joe,
I'm cheerleading.
Well, I was
cheerleading.
I know, but we don't need cheerleading. We don't need no pom-poms. I wanted to kind of turn back to Sean and see what he thought about November 1st and what's going to happen.
I ain't optimistic. I feel like, North Carolina and Florida, like the voting data, like that shit look irregular as fuck. So I don't have no confidence like at all for the midterms. I don't.
Did you vote, Sean?
That's fair though. Yeah. Florida, that's fair. That's very fair.
Yeah, Florida, no, and I don't.
Florida votes against its own interest all the time.
Y'all gonna let Sean finish. Joe, I like you, but don't.
Let Sean finish,
please.
These election folks are saying there are more people voted in some of them counties in Florida than there is people that's actually there. Like, that's real. Like, has anybody picked up that shit at all?
Oh,
is there anything to that?
There's been people studying, statisticians, forgive my inability to say all the S's and P's together. They have seen patterns in the voting that are suspect. I'll say that. Even up here in Atlanta, so many people turned out. I'm not kidding. I vote all the time, every time, all the time. Mm-hmm. I have never had to stand in line and wait to vote. Okay, never. This time I had to stand in line for an hour to vote.
I was trying to, yeah.
Florida is like the most financially corrupt. Florida has if you're doing mortgages in Florida, you're doing anything in Florida, it is the highest rate of corruption and mortgage fraud in the United States. So yeah, it's the same. Like Florida is just kind of a corrupt state.
What's the mortgage fraud? What's happening? What do you think?
Mortgage fraud is they're using other people's social security, they're lying about their income, they're submitting applications that lie about their credit preferences, their credit references.
How do you get a mortgage doing all that?
You don't. They get caught. They get caught all the time.
Okay, so that's identity theft. But what is the
not
mortgage? So what's the mortgage fraud part? Because how that many people buying a house without with fake ID?
Well, so it's easier to get so here's what happens a lot in Florida. It's easier, the underwriting requirements for a primary residence, like your home you're going to live in, are easier than a secondary or investment property. So a bunch of these people in Florida who already have a primary, they lie about buying this new house as a primary when it's actually going to be a rental. And then they fudge their taxes. I mean, you can Google it. The mortgage
are
fraud
you a realtor or?
I do mortgage compliance.
You do what?
Mortgage compliance.
I think what the guy was talking about, I'm sorry, I didn't see who was speaking. He was talking about how Florida voting record in Miami-Dade County seemed to change all of a sudden. It was heavily blue. It just kept getting bluer and bluer and bluer. And then suddenly they voted for Donald Trump, which we noticed some bullshit. That's not realistic, especially after the last Democrat to run before Joe Biden was Barack Obama, and he was plus some crazy amount, plus 30 or something.
Yeah,
it was insane. And then suddenly it just flipped to Donald Trump in the last election. It didn't make any sense. Sorry.
I don't think the shadiness is going to end now if there's a Republican that's running.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Trump's not a Republican.
Can I say something quickly and I'll go back down? Just give me 1 minute.
They bought all the machines, and they bought machines too. They pulled them machines, it's new machines or some bullshit like that. It's
I'm gonna actually compile some information, and I'll send it to Lisa and to all of the mods. But what Royal just said, I live here. I've been here for 20 plus years. I already knew what was happening. I talked about it the other day in a room, and there's evidence coming out every day, more and more every day to prove it's not a conspiracy theory. This was a bot election. But when that happened, what Royal just said with Miami-Dade County, if you know the population here, people will point to the Hispanic population. But no, it's not. It's a lot more than that. When that event happened that he's speaking of right now, it's the only reason I popped up here. Anyone that has any doubts that there are issues, if you'll just do a tiny bit of research on Miami-Dade for it to turn red was. Yeah. red flag. That's all I'm going to say. God bless everyone.
Yeah, at first it was like the night of the election, then said I was back home in North Carolina. And it just did not make. I was I'm going to just ignore it. I was all the down ballots, but then Trump. Vote blue all the way down, but then Trump. That was weird.
Wasn't there a weird wobble in Nevada and Georgia too?
Yes.
It's a lot coming. Yeah. This is more regularly y'all know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's more weirder this time. Yeah, it's more weirder this time than it's ever been. Ever. I was let me go into this room, the smart nigga, so I can make sure I'm not going crazy and I don't sound like
no, you're not going crazy at all. A lot of us think that, and a lot of us feel like we don't know if we can trust the elections coming up. There's too much going on with Elon Musk and his Starlink. Yeah.
Well, you remember they caught Trump calling Georgia, right? I need this many votes. You think that was just the one that was recorded? How many other states do you think he called like that? How many others?
This is Pierre. I think I'm a little concerned about the redistricting conversation, to be honest with you. We're seeing a little bit of that with Indiana. There's the governor just called, I think it was just yesterday, he just called a special session. I don't think there's for redistricting, basically, at least to discuss that. I'm not sure all the particulars, but one of the problems for Indiana is that there's a good and plus to it. The good part right now is that they don't think, supposedly there's a political article that suggests that a number of Republicans are saying that they don't think they have enough votes to do something. But my fear is that there's always been sort of this tension with downstate Indiana, which is very heavily Republican. And then my area, Gary, I think Michigan, I think Porter County is also.
Louisiana.
For the northwestern part of the state is pretty much Democratic, and the redistricting could possibly take out the representatives for here, and the impact of that would be there's an impact to the resources here within Indiana that the state would try to control. Like over the years, there's the state trying to control the Gary school system. That was a tension several years ago. A council member for Gary also talked about the Gary airport. The concern is that if it goes under state control, that takes out a revenue base for the city. And the city is still majority black. It still has that history of Hatcher going back to the day. So it's the redistricting that's going on. I'm a little fearful of it, only because I know that there could be long-term impact on communities in terms of not just their voting say, but also on maybe on the resources.
Their tax distribution, yes, absolutely. The tax revenue distribution will change.
Did you not see what they're doing to the state of Louisiana?
Democrats have been winning up and down the country. What is the election denying going on? Like
there is one district representing Black Americans in the state.
Hold on, Miss Ramona. Elon Musk went up against a Supreme Court race, and Wisconsin got his ass whooped. Like the election in 2024 was not rigged. Democrats are winning in various cities.
What was Elon running for?
He tried. Again, I'm assuming.
Again, what is he running for?
He wasn't running for anything.
He was supporting a judge that was running.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about what Mark said. I know that.
No, you didn't.
I did know that, fool. That's why I asked you.
He put millions of dollars into that race.
That's why I asked you. You said he lost.
Yeah, because he tried to buy the race.
Right.
What part you don't understand about that?
The part that you said.
Yeah, I just want to fight.
Okay, say what you need to say, nigga.
Stop cutting me off then. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
It's like at night, y'all just get weird.
No, you just dumb all day long and at night.
Okay, let me finish what I'm saying, man. This is
okay, well, then say what you need to say. I asked you what he was running for. Nothing was the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. So with that being said, there's nothing going on. The election's going to be fair and square. There's not going to be no, weird voting, irregular, whatever y'all saying. Like, no one's going to fuck with the vote. Like,
we already know that.
So stop that.
Hold on.
I haven't even finished. I haven't stopped landing yet.
Your whole goddamn stage thing again because you can't even listen for just a second. Clubhouse app. We already know that people had votes that weren't counted. They checked their votes to find out if they were counted, and they were not counted. And it was quite a few, more than 10, okay? Less than 75 million. People already know this. Statisticians, and there was even a case in New York, upstate New York. Somebody tell me the city.
Rockingham. What is it? Rockingham? Something like that.
I'm trying to get to it right now, and I was actually going to bring it up.
So we have reason to question things going forward. We know that Republican governors across the country have been changing
voting issues. Trump trying to ban mail-in votes. Well, I don't know why you come up here trying to act like we're stupid and we don't know what the fuck is going on every time.
Hold up,
we were having a very good conversation.
We got Jay in the chat.
I don't give a damn.
Don't do that, Jay.
Jay done got in trouble. Oh no, we can't have that.
Don't threaten nobody in the chat. You need to go with all that shit.
Oh, I see what he said now. Yeah, don't be doing that.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about myself. Hang on one second.
Wait a minute. I'm not threatening nobody in the chat. He's threatening me, saying he's gonna come to Atlanta and beat my ass. I gave him a fair warning that if he tries to touch me in the streets, when I'm with my wife and kids, he will get shot. Now, if he wants to box at Buckhead, we can do that. I told him that straight up. We can do that. If he wants to box at Buckhead, we can do that. But I told him, do not try to touch me in the streets of Atlanta. I'm not threatening nobody. He came to me.
On Lisa. Go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, now this is getting out of hand right now. You guys understand? It is getting out of hand. You're not going to it's already a shit show. You're not going to destroy this platform. You're not going to do it. Now, I want, number one, mute your mic. Number one, I don't agree with anybody threatening anybody's family at all or threatening each other. Don't do that in here. I recommend you don't do it anywhere. Right? So, Jay, are you being threatened by whom? What happened to Jay? Okay, you guys stop playing.
You can just scroll up and read it in the chat. You can scroll up and read it in the chat. Matt clearly said in the chat. Matt clearly said in the chat, I will whoop your ass. I told him, yo, bro, if you want to box, we can do so at Buckhead. But in the streets, I'm usually with my family and my kids anywhere I go. If you try to touch me,
that's not what you said.
If you try to touch me outside of that, you will get shot like the last three people did.
Jay.
Oh,
Jay.
3 people.
Jay.
God.
Do not do that in my room, okay? I understand you're upset.
Hey, I just gave him a very clear warning, Lisa.
Hey, I get it. I get the warning, because trust me, I mean, I'm serious right now, you guys. Anybody threaten my family? I'm not going to sit up here and talk about what I'm going to do as far as like that. But there are people who are hired to do that for a living. So stop it. It's not appropriate. And don't do it in here. Take it to the back. Say whatever you want to say in the back. Just do not say it in the 420. And I don't care what nobody in here think. You're putting me in harm's way as well. And I know you don't give a fuck, but I give a fuck. You're not going to do that.
Lisa, I didn't threaten his family.
I had a room going, and then we do this. I'm so tired.
Scroll up and read it. Like quite literally said, in the streets, I am with my family. All right. If you try to touch me outside of my kid, you will get shot. That's exactly right. I don't give a fuck about none of that. You are mark ass bitch. I will come touch you. I told him straight up. If you touch me,
are you trying to get me to boom my own room?
It's very simple.
Okay, so stop. Tell them in the back channel.
It's very simple, Ramona. You can scroll up and read it too.
Did he threaten your family? No. You brought your
My exact words are, if you try to touch me outside of Buckhead, I am.
God damn, we got it.
Don't say it no more, Ray. I asked you like 4 times. Don't say anything about causing harm. I don't know what's going on here.
Lisa, can I just confirm?
But back to the topic for Omari, listen, so I'm going to give you an example because they brought it up, right? In Rockland County, New York, right? There was the skepticism, and then it's actually being litigated. So what's going on is this particular area, which votes Democrat, like always, right, suddenly voted the other way for Donald Trump in New York, right? But here's the crazy thing about it. They voted for Democrats down the line in the rest of the election. in the same election, right? And the same thing happened in North Carolina, and they're like, well, this doesn't fit any natural voting pattern that people would do. Like it doesn't make any sense. Okay, for you to say, oh, and I'm not talking about like it was like 4 or like even let's say we're gonna give him like 25% of the voters. If you have 99% of the voters with this type of behavior in one precinct or county, we know that makes absolutely no sense. So we could just go with that, and you can understand why the skepticism.
I mean, I would hope that what you're saying, people will take it to whoever kind of courts.
They are taking it to courts,
and then the courts would then have to go take a look at the voting machines. And then they would have to make that determination. But saying that it's something I heard back in 2020, it was wrong. But there was 2020. I didn't say you, and I would say people in 2020, even if they did find issues, it wasn't enough to overturn the election, right? So what we're
your party whined about it for 4 years, though.
We're talking about today. We're
okay, but then you keep going back, though.
Why do you cut me off every time I say something? Because you keep going back. Because you want flip-flop.
When you brought up Wisconsin, that was in the past, too. That was in the past, too.
The rudest mind I ever seen.
You know what? And you can kiss my black ass now.
You know what? This is way too late. I don't know. What is going on? If it's going to be impossible for us to have a decent room tonight, let's just all go to bed. Call it a quits. Because this is not productive. I needed to have a room open so we could talk about things that we're going to do, how we're going to progress, all the news that are going on. And this is just the insistence on just bringing my room down in the gutter. I don't like it. So if you can't control yourself, you guys, it's not fair. If you want to have those kind of exchanges, do it off of the 420 platform. That's all I'm asking. You can do whatever you guys want to do off of this platform.
I mean, Lisa, I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good night.
Hello?
Yeah.
So if it's like cussing and hollering and screaming, that's what you guys about? Then it's getting quiet?
My bad. If it looked like this weird in 2020, I wouldn't even say nothing. Like if this shit was like normal, like if this went like if they had this evidence in 2020, I wouldn't be saying nothing. I'd be like, all right, bet. But this shit only happened last year. Like only. Every time the people that's like collecting the data and all this shit show this to people that's been in the game for a long time, show them charts, they all have the same fucking spooky ass reaction. It's nuts. I don't just making sure I wasn't going nuts because look, I ain't got it all. I just wanted to see where y'all was at.
There's several people and companies doing like analysis on this, and you got people who specialize in hacking and things like that, and they're like their models are pulling up a lot of weird shit. I think I've seen countless of videos of people talking about this. I've read a few articles of people talking about this, and they're just like, nah, man, this isn't all.
On forensic levels, actually. Pierre, I heard you speaking earlier. You're from Indiana?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I sent him a message. I'm from Indiana also. Lisa, I just want to say this before I draw myself again. Sorry. what you were talking about resolution and calls to action. And when you have that, will you please make sure that I know? And I want to be here.
I appreciate you.
We talked about it the other night. I so appreciate you. I mean, if you had a call of action in this room every day, it could be to call, a representative to whatever, if folks just gave $5, imagine how quickly that could add up, and we could find a youth center to send books to that are being taken out of the schools. And then now we have, children that are going to be hungry and elderly that are going to be hungry. I have a heart, we all have, I know, but we just have such big hearts for them. And, now we have, there's so many things that we can be doing. And you create.
Besides fighting and arguing, yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
And so when those rooms, trust me, with all due respect, I'm not, but maybe on those nights, we don't bring up the people that we know are going to entice an argument, so we can have a sole conversation and actually.
Oh yeah, because they're not about trying to get anything done.
No,
You're right.
Not at all. So on those nights, they just don't get. I understand, the op thing. I get it, but on those nights, they don't have a room on the stage, and I look forward to those nights. And I will be I'm sincerely. I'm trying to get Benjamin Crump. He's a friend of mine. I can't get him to touch me anywhere. I'm doing my best because I would just love to bring him on and have him talk as well. But any and everything, and I mean this, that I can do to be a part of that, please let me know. I will do it. 100%.
I appreciate you, and I'll put you down on the list because this is going to stop. We're not going to we got so much work to do. We're so far behind. I was listening to what TC was talking about earlier today, and he was doing it not in good faith, but he was talking about how our community is last in just about every category. So I went and started researching and found out that what he was saying was correct. Yes, it did hurt, but it was accurate. And what I don't like is the mere fact that instead of us trying to change those numbers, change those perceptions, get our community correct. Like all this arguing, we put this kind of energy and working together and getting something done and create change, we'd be so far ahead. But this is so depressing to me right now. I mean, I'm literally sitting here going, what is the purpose? Nobody wants to be around anybody with any sense. Nobody wants to be around this kind of cussing and acting and you talking about performative. My thing is there's a lot of work to be done. And then I guess people come to Clubhouse for this. This is the platform for this. So maybe I'm in the wrong place. I'm in the wrong space.
You can't leave.
I'm serious because this can't go on.
It can't. But can I tell you something? It may take me 2 minutes. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. It's a memory of Michelle Obama when I worked the campaign. It's the only time I was in her presence. I didn't actually meet her, but I did have the opportunity to meet then Senator Obama several times. But when Rez was talking about Michelle Obama, and I'm saying this for a reason, and it's the ending of it. An event had gone terribly wrong. It was in a park, and there was a stage set, and someone from the from management was a part of it, but they didn't show up, and there's college kids trying to organize it or what have you. And I got a call that I needed to go there, and so because I was a volunteer in all areas, so I show up, and everyone's just falling apart because everything is falling apart, right? Michelle, and there's a reason why I'm saying this. Please.
You're okay, sis. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I just feel like I don't want to take up too much space in the room.
No, please. I'd rather hear this than come on, be serious now.
So I'll never forget this, and it's made such a. This was back in 2003. I'm sorry, 2008. Yeah. So here we are. So she's walking up, and of course she has her bodyguards around her, what have you, and she walks up to the stage. She knows that everything is a cluster, you know what, and the energy about her and around her. I always wondered what it would be. I don't consider this an exaggeration at all. I always wondered, because I love all things Egyptian, and I always wondered what it would be like to be in the presence of like Cleopatra or something, And when she came to the stage, it was just, her energy was just it was like complete, it was like a calm, you know how have you ever looked at a lake and it's just completely calm and it's just so peaceful. So in the middle of all this chaos and turbulence, That's the energy she brought. And when they started apologizing, and some of them were crying, we're sorry, this is going wrong, she put her hand up. She didn't say a word. She put her hand up. And she said, all I want right now is resolve. I don't want to know what's wrong. We can discuss that later. All I want to know right now is how we get what needs to be done. And I want to focus on that completely right now. And everybody on the stage calmed down. You could feel everyone's energy shift. And guess what? It was one of the most successful campaign things that happened in our city. It was amazing. So that's the power. This may sound, Lisa, that's the power you have with the community you have. Put that hand up. Say, no, this is what we're going to do. Resolve. Anyone that's not for resolve, sit down. I love you.
Oh, thank you for coming up and really just setting the tone and resetting the room. I really appreciate that. Because as I said, every once in a while, people like a spirited debate back and forth, but that's not what was going on here. And basically, we gotta just do better. It just don't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole bunch of people who have hate for you, for us, and then for us to behave like this against each other and in circles where we consider ourselves to be trying to be formative and trying to be mentors and bring positive information. It's just really, really so. Just thanks for resetting the room, you guys. Thank you for that. I can't wait until we can get together and have a more informative room. Like in the morning, Dr. Carr, please, you guys, you don't ever have to come to the 420 evening thing, because I'm gonna have to really start having to set the pace and set the stage. But in the morning, if you don't mind, we're going to play Dr. Carr and Lamont King from 1 to 6, Sirius XM. They're on in the morning. I believe the thing actually starts, if you're on the East Coast, it's going to be 6:30 in the morning or 7. And then if you're on the West Coast, I believe it's 4. And it's totally worth setting your alarm if you don't already have Sirius XM. You can listen to it at your own. But we're talking about, you listen to these guys, these men, these Black men talk about leadership and affecting change, and also giving civic lessons at the same time in a place where they put it where the goats can get it, where we can all understand and actually enjoy it. It's motivating, it's encouraging, it's what we need to be fed every day to get out in these streets and be able to tackle all the shit that's coming at us, because I don't really understand. The Black people seem to be the most hated group of people. Every time something comes up, it's, we don't like the Blacks. And it's coming from everywhere. And you would think, with that in mind, that we would be more introspective and start coming together, whatever levels where we are in our walk, in our journey, that we would be coming together and trying to make sure that we are trying to help ourselves, help our communities. We don't have to up, you know what I mean? It's horrible when I heard that. And when TC said it, once again, I'm going to repeat it. I don't know what point he was trying to make, but it definitely wasn't anything to affect change. But he was trying to let us know. I forgot the context of it as well, because I started looking it up. And in every category, we have an issue in our community of being at the top of being last. Mute your mic. I don't know who got the phone in their pocket, but mute your mic. So if you guys don't mind joining us in the morning, it's a small room. I just opened it up. It's basically, who's that, Scotty Boo?
Yeah, that was Scotty. And Georgia actually said in the chat if you record that room, because it's 3 in the morning.
I do, and that's the only one. Thank you, Georgia. Those are going to be the only replays that are going to be on from now on. You are not going to regret it. So I'm trying to think what time I'm actually up because I usually was commuting. So it's about 4:30, 5 o'clock on the West Coast, and that would make it like 7. Yeah. Okay, so if you come Georgia about that time, you'll still get us, but try to come at the beginning of it. And it's really, really positive, soul lifting, a great way to start your day with some positiveness. All right.
What is this name called?
The name of the actual Sirius XM station.
Whatever it is.
Oh, the house. No, Scotty, it's coming. I'm just going to do the live version of Dr. Carr, Dr. Greg Carr. He's an educator at Howard University. You guys can look him up. He also has a civics podcast on the weekend. Him and I can't think of the other lady, but I'm telling you, Scotty, you've been in there a couple of times, but you don't stay long enough so you can get the gist of it. It's very uplifting. It's very educational in a way he serves it so palatable that it's enjoyable just to be fed, right? And it's all positive. It's all informative. It all has to do with what's going on today. We're not going back to 1863. He knows how to reference when he needs to reference. And like I said, he's a professor at Howard University. I don't know too much about Lamont's bio, but just give it a whirl. We're only going to be in there for like 30, 40 minutes because we don't want to step on politically correct time zone. So you guys, if tell me when I'm going over my time because usually I'm doing something else in a few hours. And this for us, Scotty, it's going to be like I think 7 for us. I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna put a I'm gonna put a little thing. You know how you do the schedule, so it is gonna show up all the people who are part of the house. You're gonna get notified. All right. So
yeah, that's fine. I was just gonna.
How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm fine. What's going on in your world?
Well, no, I was just thinking. You have the Epstein ballroom being built, and I thought what a nice ring it has. What a nice ring it has, and I think if everybody just called it the Epstein ballroom, which does have a nice ring, I think we could get some traction on that. So
I think that's a
my
good idea.
recommendation for tonight.
Epstein, and something's actually happening with that, you guys. I heard, didn't they swear in? No. The replacement, the young lady who won the seat that her father had, and that's what they're waiting. No, where's it? Okay, let me Google. Something's not right. I saw something about that later.
Yes, they are still waiting on her seat. I mean, for him to swear her in.
Okay, let me Google here. Okay.
Hey, Lisa, I wanted
I
wanted to mention what you were talking about with the other gentleman who spoke about the dilemmas that Black people have in this country. And I think one of the things that happens is, everybody will see the color red, right? But then, everybody has different reasons of why it got there. And then there's always the real reason of how the red got there. But and even though we have the evidence of how the red got there, people want to see the other things or pretend to see the other things and want to stick to that narrative. And so I think that's one of the problems. That's where all of the argument starts, the disagreements, the fighting starts. We have the evidence of why Black people are in the positions, just like you said, might be last in a lot of these things. But if we can't get past the fact of why they're there, even with all of the evidence, I mean, what are you supposed to do? It's hard to solve something if you don't go to the reason why it got there in the first place. So.
Agree. And I agree with that. So when we start talking about how we're last at this time the third, we also got to understand the history behind it, but then we also got to move forward. If you guys
guys don't know the history, that's what our Saturday.
So, Lisa, what things are you talking about in particular? Can you just name one or two? Not everything, but last in what? Like what?
Less in education, less in oh God, let me education,
economics,
healthcare, economics. It was a whole list.
Okay, I see what you mean. Okay.
But I think some of those, I want to kind of give a little pushback, right? Because I think some of those things don't have a lot of context to them when he puts that out there, right? Because when it comes to, for instance, education, Black women, for instance, we are ahead of the game, right? So when we look at, for instance, Black women, we are actually progressing further when it comes to secondary education, and we are ahead of Black men, and we are ahead of white women. For instance, currently, the data shows that we actually are further ahead than we used to be. So sometimes when we make those generic statements, I get it, but we have to do the deeper dives into those conversations when we're looking ahead. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. And I would venture to go even further than that, Rez, to say that we didn't start. I mean, it's just like running a race, and you are, 5 paces behind when the bell rings. We were already behind, and so we didn't start. We didn't start at the same point. And I would go further to say that is why they're trying to turn back everything, is because we were pushing ahead, attaining things that they didn't think we could or should have. And that's why they are trying to turn back the clock and go back to the way things were.
No, I
because of our progress.
I 100% agree.
I'm just saying we might be behind, but like I'm agreeing with you, Rez, that it's how you look at each of those categories. And while we may be behind, we really are progressing, which is why they're trying to take things away, particularly from Black women.
I 100% agree. And I think that was kind of the misnomer I was going with, as far as while we are behind from where we started, I think we're further ahead than where we were, and they're trying to strip those things ahead. So I 100% agree with you, Ms. Deborah. I wanted to go ahead and hear your perspective, Mr. Royal.
I was trying to say that while Black women are ahead in getting education, advanced degrees and things like that, the other part of it is the pay aspect of it. The pay aspect is Black women advanced degree is still not getting the pay rate that matches degree, right? Unlike others who have less degrees. And so that contributes to us still being behind in just another fashion of it. So you can attach ahead education, slow down in, I should say, less in pay, even though, right? And then that trickles down to the rest of the population. It's one of those weird things that always comes into play, which goes back to us being, quotes, last in everything.
But the problem with the word last, right, is a very hard word. Right. And that's where I'm going with it, is that when you talk about a person like TC, when he uses the word last, he comes from a very absolute word. So when he uses the word last, it's an absolute word. So he's coming from a place of, we are absolutely last, and it's not true. Does that make sense? So he's not coming from a place of real data where you, me, at least years ago, we're going to go, we jumped from 1965. Where did we go from 1965 to 1975? Where did we go from 1985? How did we progress to 1995? What does it look like today in 2025? And then we're going to look at all these data points and start seeing where we've progressed and how are we getting there. And then what is the current administration doing to roll that back, and then see how it's becoming problematic. And that's the thing. So to me, there's not an absolute last. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense to me, and I can try to like find ways to speak on this. Without saying that word. I don't even like that word, to be honest with you, because conceptually I can come up with much better words to describe the concept. I can say something really off the cuff, like if you were to turn back the hands of time to millions of years ago, right? If you look at the planet Earth, what you would see, you wouldn't even recognize the planet Earth, right? But then when you move forward, you see where we come from and why the Earth looks the way it does as you move forward, right? But without that concept, right, of looking back in time, right, and look how species were, how the continents were, or plants were, right? Without that foundation, right, you won't understand why and how we got here, okay? And that's the same thing when it comes to the cultural aspect of where Black people are right now. People are, and they say, this is how it always was, or I don't even recognize it. I just recognize today. And if you're not with it today, then it's all your fault. That's how their mind works. I hear it every time I come in these rooms.
I get it. But when you say an absolute last, the problem becomes then you erase the progress that's been made. And when you start to get into last, then you are taking away the fact that progress has been made. And that's how people are able to strip away the progress. And now we're back at square one. And now all the rights that we've worked so hard for are being taken, because now people feel like we don't have a right to affirmative action, because guess what? Now the playing field is leveled, and people like TC say, well, the playing field is level. There's no reason for affirmative action because there's no racism. You see what I'm saying? So now this is their new argument. There's no reason for DEI because everything's merit-based. And this is the shit that Trump was saying today. We've made this country merit-based, so now everything is good. But how do you measure that? Because we don't know what's in the back of someone's mind if they're really basing it on merit.
We can tell by his cabinet that it's not based on merit.
Correct. Right.
His cabinet is proof of that.
100%.
So for TC or any other particularly Black person, let alone white people, to buy into that is crazy. But especially for Black people. When his whole cabinet, none of his cabinet is qualified.
100%. But again, when you strip away the projections and you say that we are last, right? You are now telling everybody, well, we started to level the playing field. You now have created this false sense of security, and you tell everybody, we leveled the playing field, so now everybody got a shot at it. And it's a bullshit sense of security. And this is what they're doing. And now they're trying to get into this coonery of, well, now everybody got a shot at it. And it's not true. Everybody don't got a shot at it.
What should be thrown back up in TC's face.
Exactly.
That specific thing, what you're saying, and then the example is, here's why we know that it's not merit-based. Look at his cabinet. And let him try to defend that, which he will.
But he is, Deborah. But you know what he's gonna say? Well, Pete Hegseth served, So because they met the bare minimum requirements, they justify it.
Right.
So because he's a bare minimum person, they barely met the requirements. So J.D. Vance has a degree from Princeton, so it makes him okay. Because Hegseth served in the National Guard as a low-level ass major who barely led a platoon of less than 50 people, he gets to now serve as the Secretary of Defense with a department of leading 6 million people.
Right. Now turn around in the same breath, he'll turn around and tell you why Kamala isn't qualified to have been president, even though she served in every branch of government.
That part.
California. And she's not black.
That part. And then they're stripping her blackness away from her. And then they get to tell you who's not black, right? So I've been told the same thing because I'm West Indian, right? I'm not black. So now you're going to strip my blackness from me. Because I come from the West Indies, you going to tell me, on my birth certificate, it tell me I'm black, but you going to tell me, oh, because I'm West Indian, I'm not black. What?
Right.
What you talking about? I've been black my whole life. My mother will tell you, we black. What you talking about? Oh no, you Caribbean black. What does that? When did that become a thing?
So now that's a thing. TC is such a hypocrite. I'm not an advocate of telling anyone's business, but he's mentioned this several times when he was on the other side. He actually got a grant from the Biden administration for being part of a marginalized group. So don't let TC come up in here and gaslight y'all. He's taking on a completely different persona because he's taking on a completely different political ideology. So there's that.
And I don't even remember the context of the conversation. I know that, because there's so much going on every time they're in the room. And I don't know why that people can't control themselves when they're in the room. And he was saying something, he goes, and that's why the black community is less in just about every point of society. And I said, what? So I just started Googling stuff, and I was like, well, okay, I didn't Google every single point, but the first 3 I Googled, and it was, well, per the computer. Who knows where these figures are coming from? I didn't get a chance to take it that extra step, because the first thing you pull up on Google, you shouldn't stop there. You should continue to go on and reference the reference and just keep it going. But I didn't have a chance to do it. So, but I would like, us, as I said, you guys moving forward, the midterms are coming. Y'all just heard the president say some of the most crazy stuff, military on the streets, talking about now he's glad that the military is not politically correct. Just the stuff he's been saying lately is outlandish, and we're normalizing it. We're like not even blinking anymore. They don't want to even bail out for food. I am so disgusted right now about that. I just don't know what to do. You don't want to give the emergency fund so people can eat? Are you guys absorbing this?
Right, Lisa. He's the first president. When I read that stat, he's the first president to withhold SNAP benefits during a government shutdown.
That's what I'm saying.
And Lisa, that's just crazy. And I'll just say this, y'all, because I've been listening. Great conversation as always. You holding space and giving your learned expertise and knowledge helps. When I know I need to do my rooms, but Lord, I'm just tired. I took a break, but I'm gonna get back to doing it. We each lend our experience.
Yeah,
absolutely. But don't let TC gaslight you, because if you were truly concerned about the condition of the Black community as a whole, as a demographic in this country, Republicans would be the least of what you would support. Because how much, if he said that we're at the bottom, why would you support someone that's going to do immeasurable financial harm to these Black families that are dependent on SNAP benefits. And honestly, it's not even dependent. There are soldiers, there are individuals that work for the government that deserve their paycheck. And we know that a lot of families can't, that the 60% of American families, period, don't even have $400 in the bank, just $400 for an emergency. So why would he support a party that is basically going to make these people have to go get a payday loan, which is predatory, probably pay that 29.99% APR that he was so proud of? I'm sorry, I gotta be petty. That's why he don't think it's a problem, because he paying predatory loan rates himself.
37%.
That is not okay, and that's going to be harmful. And that now those people are going to be stuck in the cycle of having to pay that down just because we have a petulant president who doesn't give a shit about the people who put him in office, much less members of the Democratic Party who were in opposition to him.
But it's not just TC. It's not just TC reform. It's these black mega men like Kim, Omari, Mike, this whole crew of them, Anthony, all of these black men who do not understand the harm that they are inflicting and impacting onto the black community as a whole because of their ideology and behavior. Because at the end of the day, here's what's going to happen, right? As they carry on with this behavior and this ideology, they're going to be the ones that are left behind. Because guess what? The first set of black people that did this crap, Trump left them behind the first time. And guess what? The second set of black people, he left behind too, because he didn't put none of them in his cabinet the second time. And guess what? He ain't backing none of them. He don't give a damn about none of them. He's left them behind too. They ain't nowhere to be found. He don't give a damn about Tim Scott. He don't give a damn about Byron McDonald, whatever the hell his name is, the one that's running for governor of Florida. He don't care about none of them. And in 3 more years, they gonna be dust in the wind. And when they're stuck, left holding the bag, and they run into financial problems, and they run into legal problems, Trump ain't gonna bail their asses out either. He don't give a shit. And then they're going to come crying to the black community, oh my God, can the black people help me out? And then what? I'm going
the thing is, watch how they do it. Hey, black people, groupthink. Y'all vote the same exact way. That party hasn't done anything for you. The thing that people love to throw around is that party didn't do anything for you. And if you look at the party, right, and what the party is made up of, whether you vote for that party or register to that party or not, you do realize that party has a very diverse group of people in it, right? So it's not that party doesn't do anything. No, you're missing the fact that party is made up of people that look like us. Like, how do you miss that part? Like, really, how do you miss that part? Not only that, but they're trying to set forth policies, whether it's in part or in whole, that actually represents your needs, your wants. So it's not about groupthink. It's more of we put them there because they're trying to work for us, because we told them to. Like, what's going on? Like, how do you lose that fact? A party doesn't exist without the voters who actually put them there. That doesn't make any sense. So they try to detach all of that, right, and then call it groupthink. That's why it never makes any sense. And I just don't get why they can't actually see that. It's not groupthink. We put the people that represents us in the Congress in the first place. I'm not going to say it's 100%, but when I voted for an individual that looks like me, right, that's not that's not just some random person in that party. But hey, it just goes over their head, and they're going to keep saying, I'm in groupthink.
The monolith talking point was always like a tactic. I never understood how like we got into like having conversations with people who use that tactic. Y'all vote like a monolith. Yeah, nigga, we do. Because we know what's bad for us. We have a whole history showing us who is for us and who is with us. I wish that we never entertained those type of conversations in the past.
Yeah, I'm coming at it from a PR marketing perspective, and the things that we should be focusing on, these aren't the only things, but there's a couple things. We should consistently call the ballroom the Epstein Ballroom from here to eternity. It will always be the Epstein Ballroom. That's one.
It is the Epstein Ballroom. It is.
Yeah. Part two is that we should use the phrase Republican war on Christmas. So they've been using the war on Christmas, that Democrats trying to eliminate Christmas, which has never been true, but it's another scare tactic. And Republicans do have a war on Christmas because of the tariffs, because of all the job cuts, the fact that it's not going to be a good Christmas for kids who want toys and their bullshit. And it's not going to be a good Christmas for the stores and the corporations who actually need people to buy because people are going to be tightening their belts. So this is yet another war, the Republican war on Christmas. And that should be framed as well as the Republican shutdown. And we have to be very strict in doing this and saying it consistently. Thank you.
And the ideas, who knows a warm Christmas?
I like it.
I've seen like every type of religious person of different religions in this country, like literally just celebrate Christmas as it is, even though it doesn't relate to their religion. I'm so confused by that shit.
Hey, something off topic a little bit. I don't know if Patty's still up or Rez, you can answer, or whoever, if anyone has information. Is it true, or I was reading some articles that mercenaries were caught in Venezuela that are tied to the CIA, trying to do a false flag. I just read on Reuters. I can post it.
I heard something about they're trying to put some ground troops in Venezuela.
Well, they got caught. So supposedly Venezuelan troops caught some mercenaries.
Yeah, I heard about
trying to blow up an American ship to make it seem like Venezuela did it.
Yeah, I heard some. Yeah, I don't know all I don't know all of it. The entire story hasn't come out, but I just heard the snippet on it. It's just crazy. Like I said, they're putting a lot of troops into Venezuela and the Caribbean. I don't know. America, yeah, the military. This whole fascination with Venezuela is crazy. That is one of the reasons why Admiral Halsey stepped down. And if y'all don't think this is about oil, y'all will be nuts. But I'm gonna go on mute.
Well, and that blew up like a boat with some people on it. Like Venezuela, remake.
Play it, Lisa.
I'm looking at your story. Hold up.
And didn't they murder 14 more people today or yesterday?
If they're not trying to do the Gulf War again, as if those of us that can read between the lines, and thank goodness, that's the only thing I thank Trump for. He can't keep his mouth shut for shit. He's eventually going to say something that's going to reveal the truth.
They will.
Okay, so what I can add to the conversation right now, they're talking about, hold on for a second. Okay, so they're sending the Ford over there. Why do we keep telling people where our stuff is? I didn't know it was the largest aircraft carrier in the world, but it's on its way over there. And then there is the U.S. has posted a $50 million reward on, what is the president's name? I can't read it.
Madera?
Yeah.
I know.
$50 million, the United States of
And
America.
nothing is classified. They just declassify every damn thing. Just how many times? Let me tell you something. Every boat they blew up, they declassified everything. I mean, in 2.2 seconds. Y'all don't realize that this is crazy. This is not normal. Do y'all not realize that?
Let me see if I can rewind it real. Oh, dang it! You're gonna lose it. Hold on for a second.
They said 50,000 on what now? On what?
$50 million reward on the president of Venezuela. Okay, I think I got it.
Wait, what?
Hold on, baby. Let me just see if I can try to play it before I. You know when you're trying to rewind the goddamn TV. Hold on for a second.
It's all about the oil.
Okay, here we go. I think I got it. Hold on. Is it gonna play? Are you gonna play or no? Oh wait, there's a little bit of this Jamaica thing, but I think I got it. Just hold on. Here we go.
So slowly that this island's now about to go through a second sunset while dealing with the impacts of this storm.
Sorry, I rewinded too far. I can't fast forward, but hold on.
Flooded roads, down power lines. It's likely going to be until tomorrow.
Well, Lisa, let me interject that Venezuela has the largest oil reserves globally.
Yeah, we
even more than
Okay,
Saudi
here it
Arabia,
comes.
Iran, and Canada.
Here it comes.
And the waters off South America. These are the latest strikes on 4 boats. It's the deadliest hit since the operation began 8 weeks ago. And it's the first time multiple strikes were announced in a single day as the pace of the attacks intensifies. CBS's Charlie Daggett has the chance.
New Defense Department video shows 2 boats side by side being taken out by one shot, followed by 2 more strikes on 2 other speedboats. One of them appeared to be hauling unidentified packages. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said 14 were killed, and the Mexican Navy is now searching for a lone survivor. It's the first time 3 strikes are conducted in one day, this time in the Eastern Pacific. But Venezuela remains squarely in the president's crosshairs. Addressing U.S. troops in Japan, Trump warned that strikes against speedboats could move to targets on land.
We're knocking them out one by one, and very importantly, we've almost stopped completely the drugs coming in by sea, and that will stop the drugs coming in by land.
The president has ordered the largest aircraft carrier in the world, the USS Gerald R. Ford, and its strike group of destroyers to the Caribbean from the Mediterranean. And the U.S. has put out a $50 million reward for the arrest of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, who has been indicted for drug trafficking. A total of 57 alleged drug smugglers have now been killed in the U.S. strikes. And Senator Lindsey Graham told Face the Nation's Margaret Brennan, the president has the power to act.
We're not going to sit on the sidelines and watch boats full of drugs come to our country. We're going to blow them up and kill the people that want to poison America. And we're now going to expand operations, I think, to the land.
Deploying the USS Gerald R. Ford to the waters off Venezuela is the biggest escalation yet, bringing 4,500 sailors, dozens of fighter jets, and other destroyers, all adding to roughly 10,000 troops already in the region. Charlie Daggett.
Okay, there we go.
And I want y'all to think how far away Venezuela is from the Americas.
Florida.
Because no. Listen, I want y'all to hear me. I am from Trinidad. Trinidad is literally 100 kilometers away from Venezuela. I want y'all to understand it is at the tip of literally at the tip of South America. You could literally see Venezuela out the backyard of Trinidad and Tobago. It is in the Caribbean Sea. So it ain't nowhere near America. Y'all gotta stop with the bullshit. It is an 8-hour friggin' flight from Miami. Stop. Y'all gotta understand geography. For you to smuggle drugs in a speedboat, it's impossible. You cannot do it. You cannot get in a speedboat and go Venezuela to Miami in a speedboat. You just can't. You people are weird. You don't know what you're talking about. This is not possible. It's just not. You don't have enough gas. You don't have enough ways to do that. You don't know what you're talking about. The landmass doesn't make fucking sense.
Yeah, they would have to refill like 20, 30 times.
Thank you. What the fuck are y'all talking about? It takes a flight. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, help me, Lord Jesus Christ. It takes a flight 8 hours to fly to Trinidad. Just to get to you, literally from Miami to Trinidad is literally 6 hours. If you were going to Venezuela, it's an additional 2, so that's 8 hours. Do y'all know what y'all are talking about?
Hey, Rez, this is kind of why I brought up what I was asking earlier, and I posted the article. Because, you know, this just, I mean, I have no doubt in my mind that this is probably something that happened. Yeah, they're trying to create a false flag so that they can kick in. Because, you know, you know, they'll get everyone's approval if an American warship gets somehow blown up. And, you know, unfortunately, soldiers get killed.
It's an excuse.
Yeah, that's what and it's sad that, you know, our government would go, you know, I hate to accuse them, but we know these tactics have been used before.
Because if you dock an American warship in the middle of the Caribbean, you start a fight, then you pretend like you have a reason, because what you do is you try to create a situation where it's a possibility a warship could have been attacked, which is not the case. I see the ploy all the way through. I'm not stupid on how this is working. Trump's not smart enough. This ain't even like War 101. Like, this motherfucker don't even know how fucking ops work. This shit ain't even fucking, like, he's not even, they didn't go to Army War College. They didn't go to War College. They don't even understand how to do, how to do plans of attack. So they don't even understand how the fuck to do this shit. They don't even know,
Red, didn't a general and a colonel quit over this?
Yes, Admiral Halsey. I told y'all this. I told y'all this 2 weeks ago. He resigned because of this, because he knew that this was going to break maritime law. Remember, we talked about this, and remember that motherfucker TC tried to tell me that was not the case, and April fucking made him look like an idiot. And he tried to tell me that I was stupid and I was dumb, and he started calling me all kinds of fucking names. Remember this. And I also told y'all that this would break international law because, again, if the war is not declared, because Congress has not declared any war, there's no reason to do this. So what he's doing is he's trying to set up a situation where what he does is he does this under the guise of coming in or pretending that you're trying to protect the waters by saying that there is a possible, they're suspecting that drugs are being ran without having any probable cause.
And I think, do you think Trump is avoiding doing a declaration of war because he doesn't want to face his people that he's not the president that would start a war and all that? Do you think that's his reasoning for this? Yeah.
He doesn't have the votes for a declaration of war because he has to have more. Right now, he don't even have a government open.
I don't even think he's played one round of Risk on a tabletop game, much less knows what the fuck he's doing.
That part.
Pull this shit off like he's Slick Willie or some shit.
Yeah, he don't even have the votes to open the fucking government. So how the fuck he gonna declare war?
Well, it looks like they declared Maduro a terrorist, which is crazy to me.
Well, he could do that under the FBI because he could do it under the guise of under the FBI. What he could do is say, because what they have done is they've said that they had probable cause to say that the drugs were being ran without any actual but what they did was they used they used the footage, the drone footage, and declassified it. So what they presented to the public, they declassified it so they could pretend to the public like, oh, we just want to show you the footage. Like, yeah, you see they're running drugs. And they're getting it in the court of public opinion. But the reality is that's not the case.
So apparently, and I love BBC articles, right? Because
they always
I remember I was in London when Trump was in office, and hearing how they present Donald Trump overseas, because they just reported like, this is the president. So like reading his tweets and stuff, it was just, I remember having an incredible sense of embarrassment and shame. And this was his first administration, so I can't imagine the second. This article is from August. So apparently, during his first administration, he started this shit with him. It says U.S. President Donald Trump is a longtime critic of Maduro, who returned to office in January following an election marred by vote rigging allegations. The results were widely rejected by the international community. Well, they're talking about, I don't know if they're talking about Trump or Maduro here. So they said during the first administration, which I didn't know, that the U.S. government charged him and other high-ranking Venezuelan officials with a range of offenses, including narco-terrorism, corruption, and drug trafficking. They claim he worked with the Colombian rebel group FARC to use cocaine as a weapon to flood the U.S. I didn't remember hearing about this, his first administration. Does anybody else?
No, but what he did was he pretended like he was like not Team Maduro, because he really actually admired Maduro. Because if you remember, right, he wanted to be like Maduro. He was really remember, this was when he was in his dictator liking shit, right? One minute he was playing, he didn't like Maduro, but then he was running around back and forth because he went to Venezuela, believe it or not. Y'all forgot that he visited Venezuela during this time. See, he was playing both sides of the coin the first time around. Check it out. There's an article, and I'm trying to remember where it is. I'll find it. But he actually visited Venezuela during his first term. I'll find the article. Hold tight.
I'm reading, it says there was Hugo Carvajal, I don't know how to pronounce that, Carvajal, formerly the head of Venezuela's military intelligence, was convicted of several drug trafficking charges after being arrested in Madrid and put on trial in the U.S. He had been a feared spy master who went by the name El Pollo, or the Chicken. He fled Venezuela, tried to overthrow Maduro, but they're saying that he cut a deal with U.S. authorities and gave information. What the fuck? I ain't been paying attention to none of this shit.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Fucking dagger, El Pollo Loco on the run.
El Pollo Loco. So this article is from 4 days ago. But the other one that I was reading, if you scroll up, I put that one in the chat.
Okay, I just missed the last
from
one.
August. So, okay, well, I feel goofy. I didn't know about none of this shit. So he was going after these people his first administration. This motherfucker. Just always in some shit.
But remember, he was playing lover boy with Kim Jong-un the first time. So that was why a lot of this shit wasn't really publicized, because remember, he was having his love affair with Kim Jong-un the first time around. But remember, that was when he was playing kissy face with him.
Yeah, he had a one-night stand with Putin and it didn't work out.
That part.
He had to bounce back.
Right. Remember, he was playing kissy face with North Korea, because remember, that was when he went to North Korea. Y'all forgot he went to North Korea the first time?
He was
sending love letters to him and all kinds of
And
shit.
who did he have come hang out at Camp David?
Putin.
And who else?
And Kim Jong-un.
Oh, wait, and there was just one more guest of the day. Who else? The fucking Taliban.
That part. The Afghanistani. What's his name? What was his name? Oh my God. What was his name? The Taliban leader. I can't remember his damn name. Sure did. He had all of them motherfuckers. All the terrorists was here. All of them. All three. Listen, Ramona, all three of them.
Yeah, the whole fucking,
He had all the terrorists here. What we talking about? It was a security
warships, fighter jets, bombers, marines, drones, and spy planes in the Caribbean Sea for 2 months. Largest deployment there for decades. What the fuck is he doing?
Smoking crack.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Rev,
In the Caribbean. Right.
No, Rev. What is he doing?
Child oil. That's what I'm saying.
That's
oil.
what it is. He's
I
trying to
keep trying
look
to
like
tell
he's
y'all.
doing some shit without doing some
That
shit.
part. Y'all don't get it. I keep trying to tell y'all, the man.
My neighbor, I didn't realize it was like happening right.
Listen, I've been trying to tell y'all this man is grifting like a mother frigger. When he got rid of the whole office of the Inspector General, he got rid of the DOJ Civil Rights Office. He got rid of all of the all of the offices of all of any checks and balances.
That part.
He put himself in a position where there's nobody watching over the coffers. This mother frigger is stealing everything, and there is nobody to check what the hell going on. I told y'all this.
See, the thing is that I don't understand. Okay, so I know everything that you just said, but I'm wondering, I'm just curious, like, why the Caribbean?
Well, it's Venezuela. It looks like.
Okay, let me tell y'all something. Okay, I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. Okay, let me say this to y'all. Trinidad and Tobago. Okay, so my family owns about 300 acres in a place called Mayaro, right? It's called Guaygarari on the southern part of Trinidad. That 300 acres has unwelled oil on that bottom part of our land. There was a survey that was done on that part of the land that Texaco has been drilling out there for about 60 years. They haven't even tapped into a third of the oil that's underneath that part of the sea. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you?
I do now.
Lots of Texas tea, baby.
Girlfriend, okay.
Everywhere.
I'm only talking about our part of the land there that's on the land. I ain't even talking about what's on the bottom of the water in the Caribbean. Underneath that land in Venezuela.
Like a virgin.
I'm so ignorant. I didn't
Touch
realize there was
for the very first time. It has the second largest crude oil in the world.
Deposits
Ever.
You just made it make sense. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going on mute, Dr. G.
So it looks like what they're saying is that he's trying to show the critics of Maduro. So apparently Marco Rubio has been talking about this all year, so I haven't even been paying attention to it. But honestly, there's so much that they're trying to show the people against him that they have support. And we don't recognize Maduro as the president of Venezuela.
But what he's trying to do is he's trying to curry favor with the young lady that won the Nobel Peace Prize because she said, "Oh, President Trump, I love you so much. I know that you want to share this Nobel Peace Prize with me." So he is trying to tell her, "Oh yeah, we love all the Latin American people," just like he said, "I will vote for Donald Trump." Just like he fooled the ones that are here in America. I'm not going to deport any of you nonviolent criminals. Do y'all not catch the play? Hello? Okay.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I wish y'all started to now get to you. Okay.
Well, this is interesting. They're saying 50 million. They were hoping 50 million would haul him in. I love the BBC.
Listen.
But somebody made $1 billion from bribes, so 50 million is nothing.
Let me tell you something. Every one of them Trumps is grifting. Lara Trump grifting, Eric Trump grifting, Donald Trump grifting. Hell, even the baby, Kai Trump, is Hell, you barely graduated from high school, but you about to enter the LPGA tournament next week. Explain that to me. Make it make motherfriggin' sense. You haven't even been to college, but you are about to enter the LPGA tournament.
Now he thought he had a pubic hair and then he peed. Come on, girl.
This girl literally was selling t-shirts on the White House website 3 weeks ago as his granddaughter. And now she about to enter the LPGA tournament. She don't have no experience as a golfer. She has never been on the junior tournament. She has never played on any of the juniors. I'm telling y'all something I know for a fact. She has no time on any of the junior tournaments. She never played in the junior league. She doesn't have any junior time. None of it. She done played with her grandpa on Papa's little golf and been his little caddy. But she now about to enter the LPGA tournament. Make it make sense for me, y'all. Because her name is Kai Trump. What the F?
Yeah, they're always going to make a way to find $1. They're like the Kardashians in that regard.
That part.
I did not realize that he carried this over against Maduro since 2020. The U.S. Justice Department accused Maduro of leading a drug trafficking and narco-terrorism organization. He authorized the CIA to carry out covert operations. Then how do we know? In Venezuela, but they're using it as a mask for drugs coming in. So he's been doing this since 2020 against them?
But
I didn't even know.
How the drugs coming in from Venezuela on
this article is acknowledging that. But I'm just saying, like, this is,
But reform, here's what I'm asking, sweetheart. How is it coming in on a speedboat from Venezuela to the United States?
You can walk across. No, that's what it's saying. The U.S. is not detailed as evidence of Maduro leading a drug trafficking organization. So he's been accusing them since 2020?
Yes, but there's no evidence at all.
2016.
The whole term narco-terrorist was built for this reason. It didn't even exist before this. He had to make it so they would be considered a threat to national security. Otherwise, they're just criminals. The narco-terrorist tag that he put on them makes them a national threat to national security.
That way, if you do that, then you can utilize military assets.
You can put
ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, that's what they've said. I mean, they've said that they have this article has the pictures.
That part.
So in September, there was something around St. Croix, these huge ships. In October, something around Trinidad and Tobago. And then they said,
and that's why some of my family, because my aunt was telling me that they went to the U.S. Embassy and they were striking at the U.S. Embassy because they were like, what we doing? Like, Trinidad has always been an ally. What we talking about? Where did this come from? Like, Trinidad is literally was a British colony. So what are we talking about? Where did we get caught up in all of this mess?
Well, it says their images on social media have also shown military helicopters operating off the coast of Trinidad and Tobago. Some of these are Boeing MH-6M Little Birds, nicknamed Killer Eggs, used by U.S. Special Forces. So this is interesting.
Right.
They have all the pictures and everything.
That's what I'm saying, which is crazy. And the reason they're doing that is because Trinidad gained its independence from the British in 1965, and then in 1992, the British completely gave their independence up. So a lot of the British protections went away. So Trinidad really kind of steered away and became its own independent country. So America has slowly been trying to creep into a lot of stuff, but it never was really like coming in to do anything. It really became its own island and has became a part of CARICOM, which was all the islands that have come together and talked about what they do and so on and so forth. But Trump has been eyeing the oil for the longest.
Well, if this is about oil, he's going a roundabout way about doing it. It looks like Trinidad and Tobago. I'm reading through all of these articles on the BBC right now. They're saying that they're just using them to deploy
it's a launching pad.
All of these things in other countries. So this is from October. Trump ends aid to Colombia and calls leader a drug leader. So he just, what is he? I mean, you can't.
If he doesn't like you, he disagrees with you, he calls you a criminal, throws a label on you.
So look, he's doing this to Colombia.
Yeah.
But this is what he does. And the only reason that he is he's friends with Argentina, because Argentina does whatever he wants them to do. He got his due boy. Argentina's president is a frigging nut. He wants to be a pop star. And Argentina don't give a damn, because Argentina will give him whatever he wants. Argentina's president have you ever seen him? He wears a wig. He's a frigging nut. Okay, Argentina exports all this like flowers and all this stuff, and whatever they want, they will give him. He sings like in pop concerts and all kinds of shit, and Argentina does whatever he wants them to do. So as long as you're one of those countries that will give him free reign, he gonna give you whatever he wants, and that's what Argentina did.
So I did not know that we had some sort of a pact with Colombia since 1996.
Correct.
Some drug foreign resistance acts, and we've been giving them
money.
Looks like $740 million. But this president called the U.S. a murderer for killing the Colombian fisherman.
Correct.
So then Trump got pissed
and he got pissed off because he killed in the first boat when he blew up the first boat, and they said they were going after him because the guy was a fisherman. It wasn't just him, but it was two Trinidadians also, because they were all commercial fishermen. They're from the two Trinidadians were from a town called La Brea in Trinidad, which is a commercial fishing area.
And the boat they were in was barely big enough to hold the three of them.
Correct.
But they fucking drugs.
Right. They weren't. What you call it? It's a commercial fishing area.
Yeah. Well, he told everybody covert operations. We've authorized the CIA to conduct covert operations in Venezuela. So they may launch an attack on Venezuela, supposedly to try to capture old boy.
But here's the funny part: they never confiscated any. They haven't confiscated any drugs from the.
No, these articles are widely acknowledging that that's just a cover. So apparently, no one's really buying that, because this is what the BBC is saying. There's no proof of such and such, and
that's all that.
It would be highly unlikely that there are drugs. Interesting.
Is this starting to make sense to you now, Mickey?
And he's not even fucking.
No, I mean, I see what he's doing, but the fact that he was getting, he was doing this in 2016 is weird.
But they're moving in to places that were colonized, right? Because they were colonized by France and England and all this stuff, and the intent is to try to come and now recolonize by the Americas now. Does it make sense?
You also have to remember he thought he was going to win again too. So it wasn't like, he started this shit in his first administration. He was going to carry it over, but he lost. So now he's just picking up where he left off.
He's a lot more strategic this time around.
Correct. But he's not strategic. It's the people behind him.
And people pulling his strings that are strategic.
Correct.
To the rest of the world.
He didn't think he was going to win last time. It was a shock to him than any fucking body.
Because they want to take over Greenland. They want to take over other countries. They want to take over the world. to acquire land. They want to acquire oil. They want to take over. They are grifting the fuck out of everything.
I mean, to the rest of the world, it's not Trump though. It's just America. So that's
Right.
what I'm looking
They
at.
want to take. They still want to take over Panama.
But they're using him to do it.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter to the rest of the outside of the United States. It's the United States. It's not Trump. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. We make a distinction between Trump and the government, but the rest of the world does not. So it's just the United States, the U.S. that are doing these things. But my personal opinion is that he's doing too much. We can't now. Granted, the U.S. is always doing some shit. Let's just say that, right? This is not unusual. My grandfather told me that even with the Bay of Pigs, right? We've been trying to get that man out of there for years. Talk about the CIA, and a lot of people don't understand that that's what the CIA engages best in: covert, global operations, right? That's just what they do. They always do. They topple governments, just like what's his name in Wakanda. I remember when they were going over. What was his name, y'all? The guy. The bad guy. What did they call him? I can't even remember. Michael B. Jordan. Anywho, remember when they described him? That this is what he was taught to do by the CIA. He was an op. They go in, they topple governments, they take control. I was like, yep, that's what the fuck they do. Did you know the Bay of Pigs was
like a Manchurian candidate kind of thing?
Killmonger. That's literally what they do. My grandfather always told me about, I don't know why my grandfather used to tell me about the Bay of Pigs. So I was like 8 years old discussing the Bay of Pigs. But you know, my grandfather only went to the 5th grade, but one of the most intelligent men I knew. He watched PBS all the time and he read. He would have me read my history books and him, and then he'd be like, that's not what happened. He's the one that taught me about how the U.S.
I love that.
Yeah, he did. He was the one that taught me how the U.S. really needed a reason to get engaged in the World War, which is when Pearl Harbor happened. Because prior to that, people were staunchly against the U.S. getting involved, and there was a lot of money to be made in munitions. But I remember what he even told me about Vietnam. We had no business over there. We were there to support the French. So this has always been the U.S., but we've always had these allies in what we do. Now, my concern, and I don't know anything about this, it's just my opinion on the outside in, he's getting us into some shit solo. Like, why? He can't just be making little fires all over the damn place. This is a post-COVID economy. We don't have money like that anymore. I think he believes in the U.S. exceptionalism, and it's going to get us in trouble. That's what I think. He's doing too damn much. You can't piss off the whole damn world.
Right.
What the
fuck? You think that people are going to back us up that aren't going to?
He's pissing everybody off. He's pissing off Canada. He's pissing off Colombia. Oh, King C-Mac, yes. My grandfather taught me never to trust government. He said that governments and municipalities were neither kind nor benevolent. He told me to take them in face value because he said throughout history, they have never really let their citizens know how manipulative they are. And he also used to tell me that the masses are inherently stupid. That's what my grandfather used to tell me.
No, I love that because my grandfather, I love it. Because
I am so stupid.
Because when you have that at your base, I mean, look at where it takes you. I mean, my grandfather was in World War II, and he wouldn't talk about it, but he would tell me other things all the time. And I mean, they were few words, but they were very purposeful. And then there was a Vietnam vet that lived down the road, and he would just talk. I'm just glad that I was interested enough to know him, but to have a grandfather like yours that broke it down like that, I can't imagine.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and it's just, I think we forget what government is capable of, but I've never, you know, like just being a child of the South, like that's still my premise that, you know, the things would not have been as bad had the North not, and this will sound crazy, but Lord knows I irritated the millennials earlier. Jesus, talking about my coochie and everything. But you know, when they sent the carpetbaggers and they punished the South, and then they just moved out, right? They started all they freed the slaves as punishment, but then they left generations and generations of Black people to deal with that enmity and hatred. And then even putting in like Hiram Revels, you know, the first Black senators and stuff. We forget about them, but you know that they put them in there to piss them white folks off. And what that did was piss them the fuck off, but they left no protection. They took the damn military and the troops when they should have been there for like 50 years. And I've always resented that. Like, what the fuck? You did that shit on purpose. You didn't care about Black people either. Like, come on, bro. But anyway.
I'm about to knock them down.
Yes, that's exactly what the fuck they did. Where are you down there, Ramona? Ramona? That's exactly what the fuck they did.
Yes,
You're exactly right.
Yes, ma'am.
It's just irritating.
It's a rope-a-dope. That's the age. It's the song oldest time.
Isn't it though? And then they hear people like TC say Black people are down in everything like Native Americans. Y'all know some of
be crazy. It'd be so wild. Child, it's, you know what? And it's people like his boxhead hoe ass that really work that's what I call him, a boxhead hoe. Because that's all he is to me, is a boxhead asshole. His boxhead asshole, 37.5% prime rate. He ain't gonna go nowhere in life because people like his wedding planning ass, I would never hire him. I'm good. No.
He's stuck on box braids with just for me.
Right. Oh no, hell no. Because here's the thing, right? You're so worried about you and your tip wages that guess what? At the end of the day, you're the type of person that you would cut a prime rib in half and short me at my wedding. You're the type of person that would be cheesy and you wouldn't make sure that I had the best wedding ever because you'd overcharge me, undersell me, and you wouldn't make sure I had the best event ever. So it's fuck you and it's up and stuck, and I would never hire you to do my wedding. So yeah, I'm good.
Not dollars on the wedding.
Yeah, I'm good. No, thank you. Hell no.
I mean, there are two types of people. There are people that go through things that want other people to emulate them because they feel like if I went through it, you should go through it. And then there are people that grow up or people that have an experience and say, I don't want anyone else
ever have to
go through this. And TC is one of those people that he went through it, so you should go through it.
You should do with it. Or it ain't happening to me, so fuck you.
Well, here's one thing. If you went through it, you would be the person that you would expect that you would have the most compassion because you went through it. And they don't. And that's the weird part for me. He's a Clarence Thomas coon ass because Clarence Thomas is the same disgusting human being who lived in a shack in Savannah, who literally lived in poverty. He's the same person who benefited from EO, from affirmative action, who worked as a lawyer in the EO office, who literally became a clerk from the advantages, who literally got a clerkship because of affirmative action, who literally was benefited from becoming a judge because of affirmative action. And then you got on the courts and literally then turn around and said affirmative action ain't shit and turn around and wrote opinions and got rid of affirmative action. You are the reason why Thurgood Marshall, you're the reason why you're on the court because of Thurgood Marshall, and you disgrace his legacy. You ain't shit, and you ain't never gonna be shit. But you and your wife could go burn in the fires of hell. She ain't shit, and neither are you.
Rez, I'm curious, and also, Mickey, like, just the story Mickey just told, like, about, you know, like, what she experienced. I mean, you were in the military, and, you know, you have such a grasp of your history and where you came from, whatever. Do you believe, I mean, maybe it seems like a simple question, because I definitely, believe this is it, but I just found out he's, like, I didn't realize how young he was until, like, a month ago. Do you attribute any of that to his just a true disconnect and just an ignorance of not?
Yeah.
Do you think that he fully knows and is still choosing to be what he is.
No, he's not young. He's not young. He's older than me.
No, TC.
You talking about TC or you talking about Trump?
I'm talking about TC.
Oh, TC's like 30.
Oh,
TC's grown. I don't want to send her his goofy ass, but you know that he...
No, I don't want to that. I thought he was like in his like 20s. I'm such a...
I want to say he's like 30, maybe 20, but he is young. But you know, TC was a fervent Democrat when Biden was running. Yeah, he used to.
Said that and I had no idea. That's great.
Oh no, I mean like he was like a fervent Democrat. Like, I mean we were cool, and he would come in IGB, but he would also be in DTN. We would be on X arguing with all the people.
Yeah, he was in Debate the News with us originally.
Yeah, and we would go on Twitter on Debate the News and argue with all of those weirdos all day long. And those people were crazy as shit when they announced Kamala as the nominee, and then he did a complete roundabout. He literally, so the crazy part is he's even lost some of his intellect and debating skills because how he's doubling down on stuff, I don't know, it's like a drone took over him or something. He had a complete personality shift, like literally.
I think what happened,
personality shift.
I think what happened was this. I think he got $5 extra of a tip. I think somebody gave him a hall pass and said, hey, jump on our side because we're going to give you a little bit extra, on your plate. We're going to give you a little extra gravy. We're going to give you a little extra on the side. And somehow or another, it just made him feel better. And it stroked his ego. And then he just did a shift because he was in Debate News with us for the longest. Right? And he used to be like so pro-black and pro-this and, hey, I'm about trying to make sure that our community was good and da-da-da-da-da. And then one day he did this paradigm shift and I'm like, who the hell is this human being? When did all of a sudden you become Mr. Conservative?
Well, he got the extra gravy in the chow line, right?
There we go. That's what it was.
He got them extra eggs and motherfuckers.
Yeah, I think there's something with an inherent dislike of black women, which a lot of people harbor. It's mommy issues, because it's well known in a lot.
Too.
Grant Parker on bed till over. I'm screaming.
No, but it was like you could tell it was like an immediate shift. So even the way that he debates, the way that he. Because he's going like 1,000 times harder for MAGA than he did for the Democrats, and he went really hard for the Democrats. Like he was like known as the Democratic shield. We would be battling MAGA online on X, for hours, and those X people are crazy as shit.
When it was still Twitter, even.
Yeah, so like I said, he did a complete, almost like because he was pretty cool. Everybody thought he was cool. The last time we were on X in Lou's room, because Lou goes to X like once a month, and people were back channeling me, I kid y'all not, saying, damn, when TC become MAGA? And I was like, bro, and people couldn't believe it that we're used to him on X. And I was like, don't ask me, I don't know. But they were like, Miki, are you serious? TC is MAGA? I was like, yeah.
Man, like about a week ago or so, he's like, Mona, you remember when we were at DTN and we used to be banging with the MAGAs and we were friends? I was like, TC, honey. No. Because, man, everything you've done since then, blew all that shit out the water.
Yeah, they said he's a clone. I would honestly believe it. I would honestly be like,
for real, though.
Yeah,
but I hate to say it, I really don't care because I don't care what he thinks. But I was gonna say I'm gonna talk about what's out here, but actually I do. I've only known who he is within the last year and a half, maybe 2 years possible at the most. But I've known what Mickey was saying. I've known a dramatic. I've noticed a dramatic shift in when he is debating. He says the same thing over and over. He's not going deeper. I saw what she's saying. I see that thoroughly.
Yeah, he won't even debate me anymore because I cooked his ass.
But there's the funny part. The people who he was running with, they have left him behind.
They ditched his ass.
They ditched him. Because, I'm not knocking certain people, but there are people who he ran with that aren't running with him anymore.
They're on Chatter. He goes on Chatter still. He does.
I get it, but they're not. What I'm saying is he's not running in that circle like that, Mickey. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, no.
They're on Chatter with him, but they're not running with him. He's not getting invited in those rooms. You see where I'm going? Like, he's in Chatter with the conversations, but he ain't being invited to the golf course. He ain't being invited to the country club. Like, he ain't being invited. Hey, bro, let's go get on the private jet and let's go. He ain't going there.
The only reason any of it is relevant at all is because it's just the chaos he causes. So that's just like the analyst in my mind is trying to give me a lot of mixed because that's what he's doing, just creating chaos.
No, he's getting business stuff because he shows the pictures on Chatter. On Chatter, you can. I mean, and I'm like, yeah, he's not here, but it's just we had a big bank, little bank, which would actually ended up being kind of funny. But I'm not as proud of it because I just acted a damn fool. No, I think in that regard he is young. He doesn't understand, and and sometimes I feel really bad, right? Y'all know that I have a way of irritating the young'uns. I do, or other people. I get it.
You just being you, baby.
I know, but I've heard that my entire life. You're so arrogant and condescending, and sometimes I'm proud of it, and sometimes I'm not. But I'm starting to reframe that. Thank you, Dr. Den. Yes. Thank you.
Your skills.
But I'm well aware of the gift that I've had. I've had this gift. You either love me or you fucking hate me.
Love me or hate me, Mom.
But I will say that. Just like he got into it with GOAT. When he got into it with GOAT, I felt really, really bad. Because apparently he had been known as the Democratic, the most informed Democrat on the app. And then when that mantle was taken from him, I don't know if that had something to do with it, but oh my God, that fucked him up too.
Good day, sir.
That was like, holy shit.
GOAT ate his shit, man.
I know, and I heard about it. I didn't even used to go in DTM like that.
Man, eat him and shoot him and spit him.
It was so funny. Supremacy, I do like that, supremacy.
Well, GOAT is not the one to play with. GOAT come with the facts, and if you don't really if you don't have your data shit straight, he's not really the one to come with. You know what I'm saying? Like.
I mean, we all have debated on this app and gone back and forth, and some of us used to be super cool, and then it's been 5 years, so some of us are not as cool anymore, and blah blah blah. But yeah, that's why it's good sometimes to take a break, because this app can radicalize you. We've seen that with so many people. We've seen the rebrands. We've seen.
That's true. I'll give you that. Yeah.
I mean, man, we used to go at it.
Oh, yeah. I took my breaks. Trust me. Jesus. I had to take some breaks, Mickey, because this shit was, it was out of control. I mean, I've been on it when it's been, amazing. Because remember, we did the Karen Civil Room. Remember, I was in Crenshaw District.
I never went into those rooms because I was in Black Think Tank and Black Wealth Forum, and then I had MySpace, Wealth Financial Flowers. So I called it I had my social groups, and Kalisha and some other people that are no longer on the app. We've met several times, like OG Otis. We have our back channel. Yeah, we've met so many people. Kalisha's actually been in my house with her goofy self. My kids love her to death.
Oh, I love her. She is cute as she sounds.
She is adorable. She is such a tiny. She's like Misty Copeland. That girl is like 2 inches tall. She's diminutive. She's tiny. She looks like a little ballerina. She's little.
Is she big?
With her, she's got a big head of curls, curly hair, the big ones. But she's tiny, super cute. We FaceTime with each other's grandmothers. Yeah, so some of us, we've made really great friendships. Richard from Black Think Tank is my brother. I talk to Richard at least once a week. But I was in the business rooms or the social rooms, so I didn't do I missed out on the dark side, the Trenches, Crenshaw, all of that. Yeah, because we were, trying to, do, recruit, Lord, what can I think? This damn menopause brain. What do you call it? When you're looking for a job? A career fair. Job fair. Okay. Career fair. Thank you. I'm sorry. What is the goddamn word? But yeah, isn't it interesting? Like Clubhouse.
We did a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah, but we did a lot of different things. I mean, like with Crenshaw, we did the turkey drive. You know, we gave back in Nip's area after Nip got killed, and we did that. Grant gave us. He did a donation, and we gave the turkeys back to. We gave Thanksgiving back to the Crenshaw District.
What did he donate?
He donated money to our
Come on, I know what he did. I know he donated money, but I'm asking.
Well, no, Grant is giving money. Remember when
he gave a substantial amount of money because we were able to give. We were able to give like 2,000 families back Thanksgiving dinners.
I don't know. Remember a couple of years ago?
We flew to LA and we did the whole thing. So we did that. So we actually gave, and then I was in Lavender's book club, and we had like Will Smith, and we did that. Like I've been in some positive spaces. I've done some really amazing things in Clubhouse. So I've had a really positive experience in the beginning. I was in LT Hutton's room. So when we had the university and we did that, that was really amazing. And I had that when she first started that room. So I've had some really positive networking and made some really great friendships off that. And I have some really great friendships that I treasure to this day that I have built some community. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I met at least 100 people off of Clubhouse at least. Because the Black Think Tank had an event.
They used to have meetups like.
We had several meetups. We had one in Vegas.
Everyone's at
we had one in Atlanta.
They're gone. What'd you say, Riz? I'm sorry.
We had one in Atlanta. We had one in Vegas. We've had a few of them. So
there was one in Vegas. Shit, I'm in Reno.
Yeah. And then we had the social groups too, because a lot of us were, you could tell we worked corporate jobs because we were on this bitch 24/7 during COVID. From home.
That was when I worked for the federal government. So when we went home and we shut down and we couldn't work in our federal offices anymore, I was there, and then I retired from the federal government completely. So I retired in 22 is when I retired. So, and then I went back and worked in the corporate sector. So, and I went back to doing what I loved back in my military days, and went back to working in the airline industry. So, and I've been back doing that ever since. So,
I just think that's incredible, and I've never had the chance to say this to you, and I want to say it now. I have so much respect for you. Do you know who Natalie Jackson is? She works with Attorney Crump. Have you ever heard? I'm sure you've heard her name.
I have heard her name.
She's like Superwoman. She was in the Navy, and she was like the captain and all this. But you just, whenever you speak, you remind me of her. But then it also takes me to my baby cousin, right? I'm the oldest of all the girls, and she's like 5'2". No, she's not. She's like 5'4". But she was like, I'm going to go to the Marines. And I'm like, girl, what are you talking? I mean, she weighs like 100 pounds wet. I'm like, what do you mean you're going? And I'm like the big sis and everything. I'm like, what do you mean you're going into the Marines? She's like, and I need you to talk to them. They're going to come to you like, I don't know, the CIA, who it was, because they're going to ask you a bunch of questions, and I need you to. And I'm like, everything in me went. But I told them all the beautiful, wonderful things about her, because she's one of the best people on this planet. But I was not happy, and I was on that girl like, oh my God, the whole time she was in service. But here she sent me pictures with her with the machine gun is almost as long as her. And I was like, oh damn, kill me, why don't you?
I'm a tall girl. I'm almost 5'9". I'm a tall girl.
I'm 5'10.5".
Oh my gosh, tall girls raps. Yes. So I'm a tall girl, and it was weird because I started off my career as an armorer, right? And I used to break down weapons and all this other stuff. And then I went into supply, and I liked it, but it was kind of boring for me. And it was weird how I ended up in my actual job. So here's the story. So I literally in 1990, so I deployed first into Desert all this bull crap. Needless to say, none of that ever happened. Night of the war, we jumped in, went into Baghdad, getting bullets shot at, the whole nine. So I fought in the war, literally. Hand-to-hand combat. Got shot at, the whole nine. Went into the war, right? Came back home, made it back home safe. But, you know, the scars of war are not fun. Watching dead bodies and the whole nine, not fun. I was a young girl. I was 19 when I went in. I was 20 when I got back.
Right? So you and I are close in age.
Yeah.
Because I got my DDG 14s in 94.
Yeah. So I got out for a second because I needed a breather. It was a lot. Got married young, all this other stuff. So I got out for about 2 years and took a break, and then I missed the hell out of it. So my stupid ass decided, I'm put my hand back up again and do this shit again. My dumb ass. And decided to go AGR. I didn't know what the AGR program was, but I decided to go AGR and became Army Guard Reserve. So I went in National Guard, but I went full time, which is Title 10. So my dumb ass, here's how this whole story went. And this is the truth and nothing but the truth. I went on orders and I decided that I wanted to do something different. I didn't want to be a spy anymore. So they had this opportunity for me to become what they call a 71 Lemur. But I could go to postal school. So I was like, cool, I'm going to go. But at the time when I decided to go, the school canceled the class. There was another school that came open for what they call 88 Novembers, which was transportation. But it was a skill identifier, which was cargo, right? And the skill identifier was only open to men at the time. However, they needed one more person to fill this slot for this damn class, and they were going to cancel the class. The Air Force said they didn't give a damn. They were going to put the waiver in because they needed to fill this class, and they couldn't cancel this damn class. Do you know that they let me go through this damn class because they had to have one more person for this class? I was the first female ever to take that class and graduate that damn class. So I became the first female loadmaster from the Army in 1993.
Very nice.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that.
So that is how I became a glass ceiling breaker, right? Wow. So that is how I became a loadmaster, and that is how I started my career becoming a loadmaster. So I started working with Pathfinders, and I started taking missions, and then I started getting calls to go work on joint ops teams. I went in and worked Hurricane Katrina. I worked the G8 Summit. I worked several different missions, and then I went into Iraq and Afghanistan, and I started taking missions going all over the world and doing all kinds of stuff. So I worked with the Air Force. I want to say 80% of my career, I worked with the Pathfinders. I would go in and do missions with them, night missions, night drops, and do all kinds of stuff. So, yeah.
That's awesome.
And then I became a senior loadmaster, and I retired as a battalion S4. Oh, yeah.
I'm just speechless because I mean the strength, the mental strength, the emotional. No, I'm serious. I lost my and when I say I lost, he didn't pass away, but my nephew, my brother was 9 years older than me, and he had children very young when he was 17. So my nephews were like my brothers, and one of them went into the military and was under, went to war, and he was, they're promising all these things, and since he came back, he was just never the same. We just completely lost him, and it was because of what he's seen. I know that he told me parts of it. I'm not going to go into it on the stage because I don't want to be that trigger. But so for you to go through all of that, and he's talking about. I I love this phrase. Anyone that it offends, and Nick Stan just came in. My favorite author.
Georgia was asking about truck drivers. Truck drivers are Bravos. I was in November, and then I had a skill identifier. So the skill identifier identifies me as a cargo loader. Georgia, so I just wanted to explain it.
Yeah, I was in a supply unit but I was a 25 mic. Media.
Oh no, it's 88 mics or 88 mics. So I'm a November. I'm not a mic. A mic is a drop. I'm a November. But I also have a skill identifier which identifies me as a loader.
Got you.
Does that make sense now, Georgia?
I'm sorry.
I know, I'm just trying to explain it to her so it makes sense. There we go.
I'm glad I stayed on tonight because I really am. Yeah, that's a lot. Thank you for sharing.
No problem. Because they didn't have females back then that did loading. Not at all. Women didn't load our flights at all. Because to be a loader, it meant that you would actually have to be on the flight, and you would actually have to go in, and you would actually have to be, you would actually have to load out the flight, and then you would have to do weight and balance and all that other stuff on the flight. And weight and balance is not fun at all, because you would have to calculate how to weight and balance that flight. I'll show you a picture. Hold tight. Yeah, and I had to do airdrops. And I'll show you a picture of me actually doing one.
I don't know. I'm just thinking because I just work with people that have I've seen someone, I've witnessed someone being killed, like one person, and so I can't imagine it being combat. I think we just truly don't appreciate, no matter what we think about any of it. Of course, we don't want our children going to war for wealthy people and all of that, but we just do not appreciate. We do not appreciate or have any understanding. Even the people that want to have understanding, we cannot possibly have fathom like 1/100th, 1/1000th of what their experience is.
Okay, so PTR.
Yes, ma'am.
That is me as a load master.
Check you out. I love it. Miss Badass. I know, right?
Full battle rattle on the C-130.
You look like you should be on like an action movie.
Right? That's what people always say. They'd be like, Greg, what was you getting ready to do? I'd be like,
drop it.
That smile.
There we go.
Something.
I went in, we were supposed to be getting 6 new C-130s for our unit, and 3 were for recon and 3 for flight medic. And I grabbed one of the flight medic slots, but while I was in basics, I fucked up the rec papers. And so we didn't get the birds. So my job went away, and that's how I ended up 25 mic. But yeah, I was so bummed out. I wanted to be a flight medic so bad. Ooh, that would have been cool.
So my last mission, unfortunately, I got hit by a roadside bomb in Iraq.
Oh shit!
I got hit by a roadside bomb in Iraq, and I was life flighted into Longstool. I was in a coma for 3 days. So yeah, I was in med home for 4 years. I got so when you guys hear me stutter, I have a seizure disorder because I have a traumatic brain injury.
TBI, got it.
My nephew that I was just telling you about, he had a something fall on his head. One of the weapons fall on his head. What would it be? I know what it looks like, but I don't know what to call it. And he had a brain injury from that, and that's part of it. But it was also the other part as well. But man,
What do you have, a 50 cal fall on his head or something?
It looked like it was about 1.5 feet long, and it had like 3 things at the bottom. You could tell it was some kind of missile issue, but it wasn't a large one, obviously. And yeah, because I mean, he's had photos of what other ones look like, and it hit him in the head. And ever since then, that was part of the problem. But that wasn't the depths of the problem. It was the children that were coming toward him with guns. So he had to do what he had to do to stay alive. He was in Iraq.
So it was a rocket launcher that popped back on him.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Yeah.
Ow. Or, that's rough.
I just know what we do, it's for the veterans. Yeah, it's just what, the lack of support for veterans in general. I mean, because I don't want to say, sometimes I don't want to say things because I don't do things for recognition. I do things and I don't talk about them. The only reason I'm saying it is I work with a lot of homeless people, and this isn't something I do once in a while, all the time, and so regularly. And when I go out, because I like to just go downtown, and I always just prepare bags or what have you, and I will sit with people, and I will even hold their hands when most people look at their hands I'm not touching it. And a significant portion of those people were there's people that in Vietnam, or they're veterans, and it's just
Korea War, all kinds of fire with Iraq, Desert Storm 1 and 2, all these different missions that you don't even know about.
Exactly.
They come home and they can't even talk about it because it didn't exist.
And see, and that's why when you're sitting in the audience and just knowing the little bit you do, and you hear res being disrespected or someone being disrespected,
it just makes you off.
It just makes you want to blow the phone over.
That's why I was losing my shit, and I'm sorry, babe. I don't like it. I don't like people being like that. Fucking because all these men and women in this room that put that uniform on are my brothers and sisters. I don't give a fuck how long I was in. It doesn't matter, because that's what you do. That's how you accept. The only thing that matters is the person to your left and the person to your right, and that's it.
And that's why I get very protective of Ramona. I get very protective of. Yeah, I get very protective of her. I don't care how long. I get very protective of Ramona. I get very protective of Patty. I get very protective of all of them, of ML and all of them, because that's just, it doesn't matter for me. To me, when you put on a uniform, you are a 1%er. Only 1% of this nation serves. And to me, those are the people that are most important to me, right? And the people who are ragbags, who disrespect the uniform, the people who don't have any respect for the uniform, and the people who are racist, who are nasty, who didn't treat people when they were in uniform respectfully, I don't have nothing for you. I have no energy for you. So when you turn around and you haven't ever worn a uniform, and you have all this disdain for people that wear a uniform, and then want to tell people what your opinions and how you feel about the military, or what you think the military should be doing, how dare you? Who do you think you are? I don't want to hear your opinion, because unless you put it on, you don't really have an opinion. You could say what you want to say, you can feel what you want to feel, but your opinion matters nothing to me. I could care less.
And it's crazy that people would think that they could affect you that way when you have seen what you've seen and done what you've done.
And they don't get that.
I know that
all they hear is a voice. They think they can do and say whatever the fuck they want, because all they think they hear is a female voice. They don't understand, the path that people have walked. They don't ever consider, other people's lives. They just think about their own existences and what they want, they think it should be, and it's not always that way. It's not always rainbows and fucking lollipops. Shit happens and rough things happens, and people survive bad things, but they're still good people. I'm a receptionist at the Center for Independent Living here in Reno, for Northern Nevada, and I do everything I can to help people with disabilities every day, because disabilities don't discriminate; they hit everybody.
Absolutely.
So, you know, it's just
Respect to that is what
what you do. Yeah.
That's why I like staying on late at night, because you get to hear these type of stories.
Yeah.
And make these kinds of connections.
Sometimes people don't even look at your bio. Like people have never looked at my bio, and then when I tell them I'm blind, they think I'm lying. And I'm like, crazy.
Why would you lie about that?
Because I'm on an app on the internet. How could I possibly find my way on here?
Anyway.
I've been doing it ever since I've been in Clubhouse.
So,
yeah. On a lighter
There's a lot more blind people on here, but not so much.
Yeah. On a lighter note, I think we should take a vote that Rez has to keep that photo up for a certain amount of time, because that is badass. All right, I'm on Micah. Thank you, ladies, once again. Be going soon. I have my professor, as adjunct professor, and I have I think it was 64 things.
I appreciate y'all and I love y'all, but tomorrow gonna come real early. And I got a long day tomorrow, because guess what? Tomorrow we officially become one airline, Alaska Hawaiian. We are officially becoming one airline. Our merger is official in the morning, and I love y'all, but I gotta get some sleep because I will be on calls all day long. I love you guys as usual.
Thank you, Rez.
And appreciate you. And I will definitely talk with y'all tomorrow.
Peace out, guys. It's 3:30 in the morning. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Good night.
Peace out. The struggle continues. God be the glory. Peace out.
Bye.